I think Alliance will be in the top form. We're improving every day.
I think the longer the LCS goes, the better we will do.
Now we need to improve a lot and try to win everything that we can.
Everyone has a chance to beat everyone.
Even though we're not as good as we want to be, we had a pretty good start.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the European League Championship Series Summer Split, coming to you live from our studios in Cologne, Germany. I'm Joe Miller here with a co-host so manly that he gives Brown a run for his money. It's Trevor Quickshot Henry.
I just wish I had the moustache to prove it as well, Joe.
Someday.
Someday. Anyways, guys, we are back with 4 more games as our teams continue to fight for position in the standings. Although based on yesterday's games, we might be looking at another tie-filled split as the teams continue to stay neck and neck with each other.
So let's take a quick look back at the news from here in Europe. Starting off with Fnatic. They continue to struggle here in the summer split, losing again yesterday to Gambit.
So they had a really solid start to the game versus Gambit yesterday. They, however, fell to pieces when it mattered towards the end game. They just weren't able to get those inhibitors. Even though Fnatic lost the game, though, they are playing stronger than when they lost 8 games back-to-back in the spring split. So we just need to see if they can find the cohesion, find the rotations that they need to stay relevant in the game.
On the positive side of the coin, Alliance and SK Gaming continued their dominance yesterday over the league.
Well, Alliance and SK Gaming are far and away the strongest, most solid-looking teams this split so far. It looks like they've got a great understanding of the macro-level play, and more importantly, they're implementing that in-game. I actually can't wait to see them face off in the very first game of the day. This is a top-of-the-table clash.
Well, let's move away from the teams and have a look at the 5 most popular champions so far this split. Coming in at number 1, 19 picks with 11 wins and 8 losses to his name is Lucian, just proving that he is up there with Twitch, who's not on the most picked list because, quite frankly, he's been banned most of the time. He's followed then by Lee Sin in 2nd place, just 1 pick less at 18, also got 11 wins, 7 losses to his name.
Yeah, one of the most popular junglers just because of the versatility that he offers. Somebody else that can offer a lot is Shyvana. It's a champion that's been up in the top lane, 13 picks, but very interestingly, a great win-loss ratio. 10 wins to only 3 losses. This could be the magic pick to help your team pick up a win. In the support role, I don't think anyone's going to be surprised to hear that Thresh is the number 1 most picked support at 11. A little more even at 7 and 4 as far as your wins and losses are concerned. And interestingly, your most picked 5th champion is Morgana. This is just another trending European support we are seeing in other regions, but much more prolific here in Europe in comparison to the likes of Korea or North America, for example.
Well, we'll have to see how those picks all develop over the course of the season, but for now, it's time to see where our teams currently stand here in the middle of Week 2. As we mentioned, at the top of the table are Alliance and SK Gaming, tied for 1st at 4 wins and 1 loss apiece, and then tied for 3rd. Key word here, by the way, is tied, if you didn't already notice. We have Millennium and the Super Hot Crew at 3 for 2.
And yet another tie for 5th, where Fnatic and Gambit both share 2 wins and 3 losses. And at the bottom of the table, also tied, are the Copenhagen Wolves and Roccat, with 1 win and 4 losses apiece.
Now let's move on to today's action. First up will be that top of the table clash as Alliance take on SK Gaming. Then we'll be moving into Millennium versus Fnatic.
And that will be followed by the Copenhagen Wolves versus Roccat, and then Gambit goes up against the Super Hot Crew. Now after our games conclude, the European Challenger Series continues with Chantal Machvau versus Gamers 2 in the quarterfinals, where Freak and Zyrene will be calling the action. I sincerely hope I said that right.
You did. It was actually pretty impressive German skills. I got it later on, so I'm gonna beat you on that one.
Yeah, but you should.
Or I might just mess it up as well, like I did last time when we tried to do German stuff. And guys, if you want to track the ELCS or Challenger teams, you can of course find all the statistics, VODs of past matches, articles and much more over at lolesports.com. You can also find today's full schedule and vote on the teams that you think will win each of today's face-offs.
We will be checking your votes throughout the day and see who you favored. And while you're on the site, check out the tickets link at the top of the page to get details on how to join us here live in Cologne to watch these games in the studio.
And one thing you can do if you're here in the studio or watching around the world is turn to Twitter and tell us who's your favorite European LCS team and why.
I don't have a favorite, Joe, but the team that gives me the best stories to talk about is my favorite.
What a cop-out.
Anyways, for everyone watching, send your answers to us at LOL Esports with that hashtag LCS. We will check out your tweets and read a few of our favorites on air a bit later in the day.
So with the recent launch of the Fantasy LCS, everyone, including the players, have become a little bit obsessed with racking up points. Let's find out who the pros drafted as they put together their own OP teams.
So the Fantasy League seems like a really fun thing to do.
I think the fantasy thing is really great because it makes everyone more into the games. Like everyone cares more about individual players. Like you need to perform because I have you on my team.
I have no idea who I would pick.
Oh, I'm in like 5 leagues or something, so... But I always try to pick me first.
Well, I have to admit I picked myself.
I actually did pick myself, but I benched myself by accident.
I have as well Pekka in my team because he's my bro, you know, and I also got double lift. I first picked him and I named my team Everyone Else is Trash.
Oh, and Shuk, of course, former teammate, so I had to show him some love.
People are talking about me getting fantasy points for their team and they're so happy, and on Twitter like I get notifications like, oh, yeah, I keep breaking in those fantasy points. It's like really fun. It gets into people's mind and they're cheering for their team and for the players that they have in their fantasy team.
We talk about it a bit in team chat as well, like we should get some more kills so we can win in the Fantasy League.
Last week when we played, we're like, I need one more assist because I have 9. If you get 10, you get 2 more points. Once you're in the game, unless it's 100% over, you don't think about it at all.
Fantasy
don't
points,
kill him,
dude.
man, my points, don't! My points!
Fantasy points, dude.
Don't! I can't catch him! Don't!
Fantasy points!
I can't! Yes! No!
And of course, you guys can play along with the pros by heading to fantasy.lolesports.com and draft your own team. I just want to put it out there that the Banana Kings did in fact finish top of the Castle League in week 1.
Yeah, unfortunately, they took me down along with them. Touché, deserved, well played.
Been saving those bananas for a long time and I finally get to use them. But guys, let's get into the games as we kick things off with Alliance versus SK Gaming. Alliance went 2-2 against SK during the spring split where they, yesterday of course, absolutely destroyed Millennium, an incredibly one-sided affair. Alliance will be looking to replicate that result against SK Gaming, who also had a convincing win of their own yesterday against Roccat.
So let's start with Alliance. Yesterday they gave Kerp LeBlanc and they locked in a heap of comfort picks for themselves during picks and bans. They had a top lane Shyvana, they had Lee Sin in the jungle, Froggen was in a comfort pick like Nidalee, and there was very little out of the ordinary as far as their comp was concerned. But what helped Alliance was their superb mechanical play. It just opened up a whole bunch of objectives, and then their immaculate map control. They really demonstrated control in those early stages of the game. I do want to take a moment to highlight Shuk and Nif, who both stood out on their signature champions, Lee Sin and Thresh. These two players really work well together as they more often than not combo their abilities together to rack up those very exciting big play moments. If they can get Lee Sin and Thresh again, expect more of the same.
And on the other side, SK Gaming looked equally strong during the laning phase and mid-game. However, they took their time to close out the game against Roccat yesterday, but I think it was a case of them being very safe.
Yeah, they were playing safe. It was calculated as well. We briefly spoke to N-Rated earlier, and he was saying how the team had complete dragon control. They took 6 yesterday, which equals the total number of dragons from 4 games during week 1 of the summer split. And N-Rated said, we ended when we meant to end.
Yeah.
So they played patiently and it worked. Even though they had that massive lead, as we've talked about, they took a slow, long time until they eventually went for that final push to actually finish the game. I just want to step back and quickly say that both SK Gaming and Alliance have a lot of expectations on their shoulders. And these two teams could very seriously represent Europe at the 2014 World Championships. So it is still very early in the split, and this will be the first time these teams have met, but every single one of us should be watching because this is very possibly a 2 of the top 3 teams.
Gonna be a cracker of a game, that's for sure, guys. Let's check out the starting lineups, though. On the blue side, first of all, is Alliance with Wicked in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, and the duo of Tabs and Nif.
And on the red side, it is SK Gaming with Freddy in the top lane, Svenskar in the jungle, Jez is playing mid with Candy Panda and N-Rated as the AD carry and support.
And our featured matchup for this game takes us to the AD carries, where Tabs will face off against Candy Panda. Now, both of these AD carries have performed so well so far this split, but Tabs is just outshining Candy Panda with a higher KDA and higher CS after 10 minutes.
Yeah, but the biggest thing to note about these 2 AD carries is the fact that their teams actually do rely on them quite a fair amount to win games. If you look at both Alliance and SK this split, just in summer, it's their duo laners that have been very instrumental in helping secure those wins. Hence, you see them running those carry champions like the Cogmore, like the Twitch or the Vayne. You could argue Candy Panda and Vayne, not great summer, did much better in spring. But I think this is going to be a very exciting matchup if we can see Tabs and Candy Panda going head-to-head in a straight-up 2v2. But it might not be the case because yesterday, SK had a good lane swap. If Alliance feel they can get a lane swap that'll benefit them, they'll look for that as well.
Really excited to see this one. So let's check your votes for this match. According to the clicks over on LOLesports.com, you think Alliance are going to win it by 68%. That's a bigger margin than I expected for a top 2 clash where I think both of these teams have looked equally as good.
They have looked equally as good, but Alliance have just finished faster. That means a lot because SK sort of dawdled almost from a viewer perspective and dragged their feet yesterday. It does burn a little bit of confidence. Do they know how to close? Oh, we should. Can we trust N-Rated when he says, we finished when we intended to? You know, at the end of the day, it was flawless. They didn't lose the team fights and they did win the game. And we'll see today which approach is better.
And that's something we're going to find out. And also something that is hard to really say. Are they wanting to finish later and later and later, or are they having trouble? Sometimes it's hard to weigh exactly what the problem or not a problem as the case may be. But either way, we're into the bans and the picks. First out of the gate here for Alliance on the blue side will be Kale, banned out in a third of the games that we've seen so far, and who'd have thought it? A red side Kassadin ban.
Yeah, nothing surprising yet. Interestingly, Kale was banned against Alliance yesterday by Millennium, and Kale was available for SK Gaming to run, but they opted not to do it. It was a last pick Ziggs for Jez's yesterday. So Alliance really not wanting to deal with that Runon's Hurricane build that we've been seeing from Jez's, and he's used to great effect last week.
So, second ban out of the gate. Morgana we saw in our top 5 picks so far of the summer split, the second most highly picked support champion behind Thresh, and of course N-Rated himself has played a lot of Morgana so far this split.
2 things I want to highlight. Lucian is still up, Thresh is still up, LeBlanc is still up. I believe one of those could be a very serious consideration for first pick here for Alliance and crew. Yesterday, they locked in Shyvana and Lee Sin actually as 2 other alternatives if they get Wicked on a good comfort pick, and we'll see what they're going to prioritize.
Yeah, I mean, Twitch is left open here, Jax is left open here. We'll see, just to go through the last ban, Ziggs was banned away by Alliance, Nidalee, Yasuo, the last 2 bans by SK Gaming, and of course Alliance have first pick here. The question is, do they go for Lee Sin? We already know that Lee Sin is right up there at the, in the top echelons of tier right now when it comes to picking up jungles. In fact, Shook has played in more but 1 game so far, and they will lock it in this time.
So if Freddy wants to run Jax, Alliance have run Shyvana into Jax and beaten it.
Yep.
Go back to last week where Alliance just destroyed Soaz and Fnatic running that exact same matchup. SK, I think, were quite smart by leaving a lot of options open, but whatever champions they lock in, they need to play around them very effectively. If Alliance get a strong lead against Jax, which is what we were predicting early on, they could shut Freddy down. Thresh is still up. Twitch is still up, as you've highlighted. LeBlanc is still available. There are a lot of priority picks here for both of these teams, and we'll need to see where they're going to put their emphasis and what they feel they're confident in taking down their opponents with.
So if we look through the games played for N-Rated here as they are hovering over Leona. Morgana, Zyra, Leona. So he's not a player that's been going to Thresh very often, and when he did in the spring split didn't impress us all that much, albeit just a few plays. However, his opposite number, Nif, has that Thresh available to him. We've seen that combo already between Nif and Shook on Lee Sin where he's kicked him into the hooks, and they've been able to, I mean, yesterday was the prime example in the game against Millennium. 2 kills, the first 2 kills of the game came through combos from those 2.
The one thing that does play into N-Rated's favor on this Leona is he goes way, way, way back on Leona. In my mind, he was still one of my favorite Leona players from Europe throughout all of last year. So you've got a very strong engage. You've also got a nice tool to make use of. If Leona goes into a team fight, she can run amok and buy time for Jax to create troubles. But we are expecting that Shyvana, as we touched on, there's no emphasis in locking in Thresh because the supports are off the board. So Alliance can grab 2 more priority picks, and we're most likely going to see SK leading that mid lane pick to last. So the jungler now for Svenskeren, does he want Evelynn? Does he want Elise? You know, if it's going to be Orianna, that's a safe pick, but you're not really revealing anything and you're setting yourself up for a wombo combo. I'm not a massive, massive fan of Orianna's in this meta at the moment. I prefer playmaking mid laners.
And I think at this stage of the picks as well, when you've got the final pick available to you, they've opted to lock that one in. They'll take Elise as well for the jungle here for Svenskeren. As we mentioned, both of these players, both these jungles are huge, huge Lee Sin players. This time was taken away by Shock.
I wonder if they're leaving the AD carry to decide if they want to run something a little scarier, maybe a Vayne, maybe Twitch. You know, something that is less escape, something that if jumped on could be in trouble, but could also carry a game. It is a possibility. If you combo the Shockwave, Leona, the Jax CC, and you put a Twitch, rat-a-tat-tat through all of that, that is very, very threatening. But again, it is somewhat reliant on the bigger 5v5s and landing everything. What it does play into SK's favor if they go Twitch, they have such great skirmish and pick potential. In the smaller 2v2s and 3v3s, Elise, Leona, Jax, and Twitch are terrifying at finding solo targets, killing them, and pushing towers down. So that is a possibility for SK if they want to run the sneaky rats.
I was just about to say, as Alliance, of course, locking the Thresh, we already expected that, but Froggen was thinking about taking the LeBlanc. Lulu still open. He played Lulu in the first 4 games, actually. Sorry, not in the first 4 games. He played 3 games of Lulu after that, and looked pretty damn solid with that one. And it looks like SK are going to possibly go over to the Twitch, and there's a lock-in for it. So things happening here to maybe as we expected them to happen in the later stages of the picks.
So it's the priority champions for, I think, both of these teams. There is just a lot of comfort all across the board. A lot of SK's 5v5 power will rely on Jezus getting good shockwaves. Jax and Twitch can do a whole lot in that situation, but they're all going in. There's not going to be a lot of peel or protection for Twitch. So in terms of, you know, the skirmishes, both of these teams actually have so much that they can do well. There is safe, reliable wave clear from that Orianna under towers. Lulu is going to do great at holding off waves. You've got Jax and Shyvana that are going to become split-pushing monsters, and you've got very good junglers that offer power at all stages of the game. The lane swaps is probably going to determine a very, very large portion of this game, and how well Alliance can control this Jax. The sooner Freddy hits that power plateau and that power spike, the more likely SK are to win this game. And we need to see if Alliance can delay or prevent that entirely.
Well, now that the players have selected their teams, who do you guys think has the better lineup? Send us a tweet to @LOLesports with #ALLwin or #SKwin, and we'll check out the results shortly. See if that vote has swung any. It was 68%, I believe, in favor of Alliance from LOLesports.com.
I do not think you can actually call this anything other than 50-50. Lulu's going to need time to ramp up, and because Lulu's not a game-winning champion, she can, you know, you need your teammates to perform well. If Froggen makes a misplay, if somebody else gets caught out, all of a sudden all that power of Lulu is very, you know, is removed. But it's the exact same story for Orianna. Orianna can win a game with a shockwave, but can also lose a game with a terrible shockwave. So there's a lot of importance on these mid laners to be in the right place at the right time and use their ultimates appropriately to help their teams out.
Well, definitely a very exciting game in front of us. A game which will, of course, decide who finishes top of the table. Maybe getting a little bit ahead of myself there. We're only in week 2. Who goes top of the table here today for week 2? It is, of course, Alliance taking on SK Gaming. Will we see anything at level 1? Week 1 Super Week actually had a decent amount of level 1 action in it. Things have slowed down somewhat here in the second week, though.
They have slowed down a little bit. Yesterday, our 4 games, we did see those trinket wards, mostly just resulting in either buff trades, or we even seen the odd sort of 4v0 push yesterday as well, going back to some early towers. I think SK Gaming will be looking for a lane swap. Shyvana can punish Jackson in 1v1, and Lucian and Thresh can punish a Twitch and Leona in that 2v2. So we'll see if SK try to initiate anything. They've got about a minute left. But for the time being, it looks as though we've got straight up head-to-heads.
Initial wards going down, much to the delight of the crowd here, apparently. And both on the bottom side of that river. Nif and Tabs currently on the bottom side as well, as we're seeing over for SK Gaming. So, as it currently stands, of course, still early stages here, only 120 in. Both duos on the bottom side of this map. This could be very interesting. Will Nif and Tabs actually head in? Shyvana and Lee Sin are starting off by the red buff here for Alliance.
So it looks like a buddy system start for Shook and Wicked. It'll give Wicked a small advantage in experience if Freddy doesn't go to lane. Now the question is, what does Freddy do with this very first wave? We have seen top lane Jaxes punished in the past for pushing a wave early or just extending past the river, and that is what cost him. That is what's put them in bad positions in the past.
There's the vote then, 78 to 22%. It's actually swung further in Alliance's favor here, so you guys obviously favoring that Alliance lineup, and look at this. Tabs and Nif are stood on top of a ward. Enrated, Candy Panda coming in. Nif's gonna, where's he gonna go here? He's thinking, do I go north, do I go south? Either way, Candy Panda's right on top of him. There's a lockup. Nif in trouble, that is a good play. He will use an early flash, well that's a lot of damage from the rat. Will the poison be enough, or will they turn this one around? Candy Panda now down to less than half HP, but Shook's not got the damage for him either.
That is so many summoner spells blown, and I don't know if that was even worth it. At 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock, that would have been 230 to 250 gold maximum. So flashes burn. Every summoner spell for the duo lane of Candy Panda and Rated is gone. To be fair, they've got heal, flash, and exhaust from Tabs and Nif, but Tabs does have that additional flash to play with. We need to see if Shook or Svenskeren can take advantage of no flashes or most flashes being down in this duo lane to come and get some early ganks in play.
You have to feel that it's the somewhat easier target here when you look around the map, considering that those flashes are burn, all of them but Tabs, as you rightly said, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Look at this, Svenskeren already on his way down there. There's no wall to spot him out, so he's got into the brush.
Now I think the game plan from SK would have been for Svenskeren to focus this lane anyway. A Lucian Thresh can really punish a Leona in the early stages of the game, because in order for Enrated to get any sort of lane presence or lane dominance, he needs to go all in, which is quite risky. Now we'll see if Enrated decides to fire, but look at the damage Tabs has just done solo. Leona offered no threat to him. Now with Nif returning, oh, they've caught Tabs.
Tabs actually taking a lot of damage back there on that front, and you see though the power of Thresh with the flay, with the hook that can come out afterwards. If he times it right, can even stop Leona going in the first place. And there's the hook onto Enrated. No one really ready for it though. Tabs taking a while to reply, but he flashes in, and there is the flash we were talking about earlier. The only summoner spell left in the bottom lane, and it gets Alliance first blood.
That is exactly the point we were talking about. Because of Thresh and Lucian having more tools to work with and more range, they punished Candy Panda and Enrated. Svenskeren, for a second time, is trying to look for a gank, but Froggen is very deep under his turret. So that gold does land in exactly the hands that Alliance were wanting it to. Tabs gets near the full amount. It was just prior to 4 minutes, and we just need to see if they can keep punishing it. That flash will still be down for a few more minutes, so if Enrated bites off more than he can chew, there is the risk to be punished and for more kills to be secured.
And again, all started, well, you could argue it was all started by SK in the first place, going in there, trying something. But it's Nif's hook that again proves so crucial for Alliance. He got first blood for them with a hook underneath the mid-tower yesterday onto Kerp. And this time around, managing it on the bottom as Freddy now up at level 4, feeling a little bit more confident. He was slightly behind in CS, as you'd probably expect there from a low-level Jax, but he's going to start to get rolling quickly here.
So that was a very good trade by Freddy. He's already been back once more than Wicked because of that second Doran's Blade. And if you compare their teleport cooldowns, Freddy's is longer. So Wicked is going to have the opportunity to impact another lane or potentially go for a dragon earlier than his opponent. We'll need to see how they make use of those teleports, because it can be very, very game-changing. It is interesting to see that SK were very confident to just go for straight-up lanes. And even though Candy Panda and Rated have given up that, first blood early on, they're not losing out on CS just yet. You see a Vamp Scepter's picked up by Candy Panda, so he's not too far behind those combat stats. And because of the sort of attention that Svenskeren is showing towards this bottom lane, they could try get some control. Nif and Tabs are going to need to back out because here comes the Spider.
Well, Cocoon lands, but there's no follow through here from SK Gaming. There's no ward to actually spot Svenskeren coming back, but seems like Alliance were quite ready for what was going to happen there. They'd already started moving backwards in position towards their own tower. No real danger for them, as Shook also coming to this mid lane. Bit of presence to offer some pressure onto Jesus, but it's not really going to offer them anything other than letting them push that wave out in safety and allowing Froggen to go back home for his first shot of the game.
Yeah, we do see Svenskeren still hanging around in this bottom lane. Shook's coming to the party as well. They've caught Nif.
Oh, Nif out of position here. That's 3 men on 2. Shook's going to have to get involved, and there he is, moving in with the slow, but Svenskeren flashes over, and Ro8 goes low in this one. Svenskeren, though, is going to be the easier target. Shook going to pick up that one. Can they get down in Ro8 as well? There's a lot of damage coming in. Tab's not quite got the abilities to make it work for them, but that will end with a 1-for-1.
Very good play, and you've given Nif Thresh. He manages to get over to the side wall, place the lantern down, and pull in the support of Shook. Thanks to that additional damage and the fact that Svenskeren had to flash to secure the kill, it just allowed him to get pushed down and killed as well. So it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, which when you consider, it was SK that started it. SK caught Alliance out, and they responded. That was actually a very good reactive play from them, and it's given Shook that early CS lead, and I think he's been a little more effective in his ganks, although you got to say Svenskeren did get a kill as well.
Well, the funny thing is, after we praised both of these teams yesterday for how they moved the map, how they made such fluid transitions around things, this just turned into a very bog-standard game almost, with the duos down bottom, the 1v1 up top, the 1v1 in mid, and the jungler occasionally making his presence felt around the map.
What it does do, though, is it puts more emphasis on the dragons. Yesterday, Candy Panda was very outspoken and said that if you have dragon control, you win games in this meta. He couldn't necessarily expand much more than that, but he does feel that it is super important. And when you've got these top laners like Shyvana and Jax who want to split push, who want to dictate the tempo of the map, that is where we're going to have these interesting changes, these interesting moves. And it's Freddy and Wicked that'll need to be starting off, need to be communicating how they're pushing the waves, how they're taking the towers down. The very first invade that we're seeing here from SK, it is a very strong effort onto the blue buff of Alliance. Look at the vision they've got down the line of wards and the support of both Freddy, Svenskeren, and Jesus. But they don't necessarily have the timing on it yet.
Yeah, and a little bit unfortunate. I think if they'd have set up more of a trap there for Shook, they may have been able to actually catch him completely off guard. There's the blue buff, just as SK was starting to back away. Shook actually putting a ward over the top as well, so they know that blue buff's there. There goes the teleport inside of the brush, but the blue buff is going to be taken. It was actually the smite from Shook which got that for Alliance, and while it's kept on Alliance's side, it doesn't go over to the target that they'll have wanted it to in the end of Froggen.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, resource secured, but more importantly, that's a teleport blown from Wicked. That was a teleport for a blue buff. That is not a good trade. So SK Gaming have got this window of opportunity where Freddy can try to punish Wicked or try to play the rest of the map. We already see a slight difference in builds. As I say that, Freddy just teleports top lane. So he'll have a shorter cooldown, but now there's an engage. Jesus is caught a little bit by Shook.
Slowed nicely, actually will flash away from this one, and Svenskeren comes across as well, but down in the bottom lane it's all kicking off again. There is the culling coming out. Candy Panda won't get knocked down from that one, and Ro8 actually tanking up most of the damage from that ultimate out of Tabs.
And it's just due to this lane matchup. Leona needs level 6. Shook is not done yet. Smite is available. He's looking to contest. He's got the support of Tabs as well.
They're coming up there, and the blue buff vision for a second. Regain it back as Svenskeren is going to land the cocoon. Shockwave comes down right on top of him, and Shook will fall here as he tried to contest that blue buff. The blue buff itself was in fact not smited away. It's reset, yeah. I couldn't actually see it there. So Svenskeren, of course, got the blue off Shook when they got that kill.
Now they went frog.
And that blue buff trying to go and be reset once again. This time Jesus is going to be able to pick that up. So SK, even though they lost the blue buff in the invade, they get it anyway because Shook comes around, they kill him and take both of them.
The interesting thing is, what were Alliance thinking? Because Shook goes in, he was overconfident, he didn't necessarily have the support of Froggen immediately, and because he caught those skill shots, he gave up a kill. Now, after losing your jungler, who gave up the blue buff, and then trying to contest, Froggen was forced to flash because of that cocoon. Again, a little bit of a risky play from the members of Alliance feeling very confident. Ro8 is going to look for a fight. He's going in.
Oh, the box coming down, the hook catching on to Candy Panda, and this is bad news for Candy Panda, trying to get away from it. He won't know. It's Tabs that picks up that kill, and Tabs now scary again at 2-0-1.
2-0-1 on Lucian, who is already a strong early to mid-game champion. Wicked wants Freddy.
Wicked wants Freddy. He's going to get stunned under the tower though, but he flashes in there. Freddy going to go down. Wicked will die as well. One more turret hit will do that. 1-for-1 in the top lane.
Trading 1-for-1, but that is a Shyvana with a Sunfire Cape against only the Bilgewater Cutlass. So not a bad trade, considering there's not a lot of tanky stats for Jax to work with over and above his passive. Because of the trade, and knowing that SK had been forced out of that bottom lane, that they got the kill in Candy Panda, first Dragon secured by Alliance, it's given them a nice healthy gold lead, and a very strong start to this game. If they can push Tabs into the important objective battles over the next 10 or so minutes, his early gold lead over Twitch can definitely help turn the tide of those fights and get map control, which is what Alliance will be looking for.
Interesting game so far. Just to take a quick look, as we've already gone past the 10-minute mark. 4-3 in kills for Alliance. A couple of thousand gold is what Alliance lead with. And as you said, it's the scariness of the AD carry sat on 2-0-1. Wicked obviously feeling very confident in this game as well, diving under the tower there to have a go, get a kill, but die as well in the end to Freddy. He comes back in with that Sunfire Cape. 10 CS lead that he currently holds over Freddy. If he's going to be that confident once, I expect it to maybe a recurring theme for Wicked up top.
I agree, and I almost wonder why he didn't try it earlier. You know, if you do play the Shyvana matchup earlier on and you can force Freddy to burn through some of his mana, it does allow you to play quite aggressively. But because Wicked went tank instead of sustain, instead of going for like a Blade of the Ruin King burst, which is what we've seen from Korean Shyvanas, it does limit your aggressive plays. It does limit your aggressive movements. Nevertheless, advantage in CS to Wicked. He has made the first move and forced Freddy to go under the tower. But the roles are reversed in the mid lane. Jezz actually has a small lead over Froggen, which I think is somewhat expected in an Orianna matchup because of the abilities. But Svenskeren now wants Tabs and Nif. Can SK get revenge?
Sure, they're going to go for Nif. Actually wants a target, but he flashed underneath the tower. Svenskeren taking a lot of aggro as the culling comes out. He will just repel away from it. But aggression from Tabs gets himself the one kill. Froggen's actually headed down from this bottom lane, from the mid lane as well. Not sure that they've got the damage here. And rated extremely low from it. But can they get in position? Tabs still trying his best as he goes back in here. Surely this means Enrated's dead, but Tabs will surely pay the price as well. He does go down. Finally, the shutdown comes in from Jesus.
That's very important. The bonus gold from the shutdown landing in Jesus' back pocket as his very first kill. That was a poor dive from SK. They focused the support, Tabs was left uncontested, and all of the CC was blown just on Nif. Candy Panda was tanking the turret the entire time. So because Tabs, this is exactly what you're going to see playing out. Svenskeren comes from the sideline, and Tabs just melts his HP. Now the turret gets 1 and 2 hits onto Sven before instantly turning to Candy Panda. They wanted that turret aggro and rated first. If Candy Panda and Svenskeren had more time to deal damage without being shut down by the turret, they would have turned that one around. Good roams from both of the mid laners to get you in time, and you don't expect to ambush re-engage. I don't think Alliance could have prepared for that at all. So a nice turnaround at the end of the day to give SK, I think, the kill advantage coming out of that one. But again, they're still playing a little bit from behind, and it's not over yet.
Jezz is actually having to flash there in the mid lane. Shut needs to be careful though, although with the support of Tabs and now Froggen and Nif coming up from the river to this mid lane, they may even put a case forward that they're going to do some pressuring of their own. In fact, Nif waiting off to the side, the hook comes through, but he's missed there. Actually, they had vision of Nif because of the ward that was placed a little earlier on. Either way, 4 people beats 2 people, and SK have to back away from that tower. Actually, they may have to back away from the inner tower.
I think they can get down. Shook's gone in.
He has gone in. There's a wild growth coming down, and they kill off Jesus. Repel's going to get you nowhere, I'm afraid. It's a double kill for Tabs. After being taken down earlier on in the bottom lane, he comes back up with another 2 big kills. They're tanking up now the inner turret in this mid lane. Between them swapping out that aggro, they'll get the kill on it as well.
This is a massive advantage to Alliance. Their comp can do a little more earlier on because Orion's going to need some more of those items to get power, as is Jax, as is Twitch in many ways. And Alliance have got the kill advantage. They rotated earlier. They moved 4 members into that mid lane, and now they want to dive Candy Panda.
They're going to try and dive him. The play comes in. He can't even see him there. That was a blind play onto Candy Panda. The hook doesn't land, and Ro8's already gone in, but Alliance got nothing to lock him up with. They don't care, though. They wanted this turret. Kill would have been nice on top of it as well, but that is the 3rd turret of the game for Alliance down.
Now, Alliance are doing a similar job to what Fnatic did yesterday against Gambit. They are moving around the map more effectively and at an earlier time. Now, this is the most difficult point of the game, to break those inner turrets. Alliance are going to need to group up and either catch SK unawares to find those picks, or just simply siege. They don't necessarily have the strongest siege powers, but because they've got an advantage, a couple thousand gold, and they have a very strong dive squad with at Lee Sin, Shyvana, and Wild Growth, they can force objectives if they feel they want to. I'm expecting them to just go top lane, push that outer turret down, and get deep vision in SK's jungle, and then just try to slink in between SK as SK are pushing the lanes.
3/4 of a minute until that dragon does come up. Froggen here pushing out that mid wave. Not much vision down on the bottom side of the map there, actually. We see just a couple on the curve brush. It looks like N-Rated maybe looking to get something down of his own with that sight stone that he has in, as Nif finds himself a pink ward. However, that might find him a rat as well. No, Tabs is there, and he's pure presence there forcing away. However, the spider's coming in now as well. Nif gonna get locked up, but Jesus also being fought in the middle, and by fought I mean destroyed. Froggen will get that kill, and look at this, they've turned it around in the bottom side as well, and Rated now super low. Colin with the lantern taken, that's a good solar flare, but will he get them away? No! The Q at max range from Shook connects. Look at the timing there for Dragon as well. 2 men down for SK, and Alliance now get themselves the Dragon as well.
2 fights in a row that Alliance have pulled the trigger so quickly that the animation from Shockwave from Jesus is not enough to channel. They catch Jesus out of place, and Rated and SK felt that they were catching Nif. Unfortunately, they hadn't calculated where the rest of the members were. SK give up the kills, they give up the Dragon, and they are now 6,000 gold down. This is a very, very strong start by Alliance, but they still need to get deeper. They still need to get that last outer turret down and get more deep vision. Look at the ward placements here on the blue side of the map from Alliance into SK's jungle, and they're starting to do it in the red side as well. Wicked has a 2-level advantage over Jax, which is massive at this point in the game.
Yeah, and close to a 40 CS lead over him as well. And this is the thing, Wicked has already played against 2 Jax. Against Fnatic he played against Jax. Against Gambit he played against Jax. And that's Soaz and Darian, 2 extremely good top laners. The fact is that he's doing it again here against Freddy, having the better time of it.
Freddy's in so much trouble. There are 4 members of Alliance collapsing on him. Froggen is controlling the mid lane wave, preventing backup from coming in, and this is going to be a dead Jax.
Didn't really need to tank it there, Wicked, as Freddy's going to get a stun off, but he doesn't catch Tabs. There is the kickback, and in the end, an easy kill for Alliance. They took a fair bit of damage, but let's be honest, Wicked did just walk in there and aggro it.
Very good death sentence from Nif, once again landing it before the leap could come out. Froggen was doing the best he could to delay the minion wave, and he's not going to defend the tower. I don't think. One more hit.
Oh, wow.
Wow, they've got Froggen.
They've caught Froggen out, but there's the Wild Growth coming in. They're throwing everything at Froggen here. The Shockwave goes in as well. And yes, they're going to take down...
What?
Froggen? Are they going to take down Froggen? He's running away from it. The shield on him. Svenskern's going to try to dive. Froggen is turning around. Doesn't get the kill there on Svenskern. So very close, though. But in the meantime, the inner turret in the top lane was taken away, and now Wicked coming across the side. That's a brilliant repel. They managed to lock him up with the rest, and Wicked giving a kill up there for nothing.
Bitten off a little more than he could chew, but there was no way for Wicked to know that the rest of SK were there. You anticipate if Svenskeren goes that deep on a dive, you're not expecting the rest of his team there to back him up and play. It's kind of like, you're on your own mission, bro, deal with it. Unfortunate for Wicked, he burned his teleport, gave over another kill. But Froggen, with the nearly godlike escape there, really pulled SK on a loop, really prevented any further damage. Had Froggen just been bursted down quickly, SK could have used their numbers advantage to get an inner turret of their own. But because they chased the kill and because they couldn't kill him quickly enough, they lost both top towers just for that single kill.
So close to him getting away, and after I'd already resigned him to his death there, saying he wasn't going to get away. I was right in the end, though, so I didn't look like the idiot that I thought I was going to after he starts sprinting out with a shield on him. So where does that leave us then? We've gone past the 20-minute mark now. 11-7 Alliance leading the kills. 6,000 gold lead, 5-2 up in turrets. everything honky-dory for Alliance right now.
Really is, but if you actually take a look at the gold difference between the champions, Shyvana is 1,200 gold ahead of Jax. If you look at the AD carries, 2,200 gold separates Tabs and Candy Panda. That's basically a BF sort of Vamp Scepter at this stage. It is very, very high difference in combat stats. And I like the fact that Alliance are forcing themselves into these group engagements. They're putting themselves in the 4v4s. Now Candy Panda, he wants a bite of Tabs, but Nif knows about it. Nif is hiding just out of vision. So he's anticipating Candy Panda's movements and would have been there to help him if needed.
And that's something that we've seen all Twitch play. I mean, that's where Twitch, of course, excels. Once you get the Blade of the Ruin King, actually going Brutalizer as his second item, you're trying to sneak up on someone and get the damage in to win out on a 1v1 scenario. But this is dangerous for SK. Wicked is flanking off to the side. He can come flying through at any point with that Dragon's Descent. 4 men now there for SK, but it's 5 versus 4. Jax is finally going to join from the back.
This is exactly what we talked about. Alliance have got a lot of deep vision in the jungle, and they are brute forcing their way into this one. The culling used just for poke to try and force SK back. They've got Sven!
Walk on to Svenska, and they just about bring him into box range as Freddy comes forward. 2-man shockwave. Stun comes in as a wild growth. Isn't going to be enough to save Froggen, but the kill's coming back as well here for Alliance. No, they didn't get down enraged, and he was able to flash away, and that is not a bad defense whatsoever. 2 men taken, the poison there finishing off Wicked.
That's the problem. Alliance, they found a pick, but it wasn't on the most ideal target. Svenskeren is able to repel away. Even though Alliance had a strong gold advantage, they weren't strong enough to go for the all-in. And as soon as that 2-man stun came down from Freddy, Alliance realized they needed to back away. The key thing to note is just how much damage Sven's going to avoid. Shook is waiting on the sidelines. He's waiting to get involved. And as you highlighted, the wild growth, it kept Froggen alive for a few more seconds. But unfortunately, because he was stunned by Counter-Strike, he couldn't do anything further. He couldn't get more glitter lancers down. He couldn't get more shields out. And it was just a strong play by Candy Panda. The poison's actually going to tick him down and get that kill. Alliance, good attempt. And I think slightly poor execution. They shouldn't have gone in on Sven. They needed to look for a different target.
Wondering now then how that bodes for confidence levels more than anything for Alliance after trying to get in there on the inner turret. The final inner turret, we should also mention, that's left standing on SK's side of the map. Are they going to be thinking about stacking up with 5 men here once again? Problem is, we're now 22 minutes in. We look towards Freddy, whose Blade of the Ruin King was done earlier on. The Trinity Force will be done here soon. Candy Panda is going to stealth in there. They get the slow onto Nip, but that is a brilliant play, and that's exactly why the Thresh does so well against Leona.
Yes, and Enrated held onto his Solar Flare for such a long time. He really didn't want to commit that Solar Flare, probably because Dragon is up. Had he been able to guarantee lockdown Shook and get a kill on Shook, I think he would have thrown it in there. Get the smite out of the equation. Shook may look for a steal here, Joe. Dragon's going very low. SK going to look to burst it.
Q lands on Svenska, and is he going to fall through? Yes, he is, but it's taken already by SK Gaming. And close stuff there. In the meantime, Wicked is just saying, okay, I'm going to push this one out. Let's push the top turret all the way down to half HP. The inhibitor turret there left open for Wicked. Freddy actually came back here, and we can see that Froggen is around as well, but he may just be caught out. Cocoon will actually miss, and now they change path up to the top side. Froggen has to flash away.
Very quick flash from Froggen to get out of the danger zone. You were touching on Freddy versus Wicked a moment or two ago, and I want to highlight Freddy's build. He still has not gone tank. He's going for a Trinity Force as a second item. Tabs should kill Candy.
Oh, this is going to be close, I think, with a Blade of the Ruin King coming through, and it will be Candy Panda taken. That Summon Heal making a difference in there, that's for sure. That Blade of the Ruin King helping things out, and the Ghost Blade as well, complete by Candy Panda.
Two things. I didn't take into account the Summon Heal and the Blade of the Ruin King heal. It just gave him such a big chunk of HP. You've also got to remember the attack speed that he's going to get from the Ghost Blade. Candy Panda not only got the kill, but Wicked instantly responded with a teleport. By the time Wicked arrived, Tabs was dead. So now Wicked is without that teleport. SK have not made a very strong map-based play off of split pushing, off of teleport yet. But now we're getting to this point where Jax has his Trinity Force completed, has his Blade of the Ruin King completed. He should start to out-duel, I think, everybody except Wicked. And once he gets more tanky, he should eventually start overtaking Wicked as well.
And that's the danger here from SK. And he said it right at the start about Orianna, the fact that a good shockwave wins you a game, a bad shockwave unfortunately loses you the game. And they're at that point right now. We saw it in the last fight. 2 men brought in. They ended up getting 2 kills in the end. If they can get Freddy into the right people with the ball on his head and Candy Panda spray and pray, through the entire team as well, if they can pile their entire combo together, then SK can still have this game.
Yeah, I agree. This is by no means a done deal for Alliance. They've had a good job of controlling the blue buff. I think that's the 2nd or 3rd blue buff that they've put real concerted effort into securing and stealing away. And I do actually have a note that I'd love to hear from Deficio after this. Deficio was really praising Alliance's early game play yesterday, the way they pushed the map, the way they pushed minions. And I'd love to hear what his take is on this early game, because it looks as though Alliance and SK have just gone straight up, let's brawl, let's head-to-head in a straight-up fight, because the movement across the map, barring that 14-minute tower push, has been fairly standard, has been fairly run-of-the-mill here. Now Alliance, no teleport on Wicked, means he has to stick with his team, as you can notice, and it'll be up to Froggen to defend if SK ever get on the aggressive push.
Plenty of armor there in with Wicked, but we saw how much damage Jesus is doing to him. Taking a good 15-20% of his health away with just a small combo there as they clear out for wards, and Alliance are already over by the Baron, and with that scan scene, okay, SK have no wards in there. I don't think either of these teams are risky Baron teams, if we can categorize that kind of team.
Not risky Barons, but both of these teams can pull the sneaky Barons if they find an opportunity, especially because of the damage that both have. With Blade of the Ruined King on Wicked, as well as Tabs being as fed as he is, they can burn through that Baron very quickly if the opportunity presents. But I think neither SK nor Alliance will be caught out of position quickly enough. Candy Panda with the ambush, I think this is a little optimistic, but you can't blame him for trying. If anyone from Alliance stuck around, he could find the kill. For SK, they need to find a pick. That's the thing. They need to find a pick, allow Freddy to get some more farm maybe, get a little tankier, and now start playing the map. I'd like to see Freddy split pushing and pulling some threat, and then SK finding the pick with their, very strong Elise, Twitch, ambush, surprise, repel attack.
Think back as well to the Challenger playoffs from the spring split, when it becomes quite relevant since Woolite is now with the Copenhagen Wolves, but they use the Orianna Twitch combo as a kind of stealth bomber device to get the ball right into the middle of the team. It was moderately successful. The problem is that your Twitch is in the middle of the team as a hook lands onto N-rated. I'm getting excited for nothing, though. They're not going to follow through on that.
That's hesitation from earlier. Because Nif landed a hook on Svenskeren and instantly threw the box down, which basically cost Alliance that team fight. Had that box been used later, it would have been more beneficial. Smart call from Nif. They don't want to throw all in because they didn't have vision. Wards had been denied by SK, so blue buff gets taken away. Sven's in trouble. Alliance are committing to this fight. Look for the solar flare.
He's going to come down. There's a shockwave onto Shooker Froggen. It didn't really do much damage. Will hold them back. The solar flare used. Svenskun's dead. Jesus is dead. This is going badly for SK Gaming. Freddy wasn't even there. He was down on the bottom side and has not teleported up there just yet. He got himself the tower. Now will teleport in, but now it's about rescuing Baron.
This is a 3 versus 5 and Rated's gone in.
He's gone in. Froggen's gone very, very low. Can he finish him off? Yes, he can. It's Candy Panda that gets that. He's going untamed at the back, but finally they will spot him. Freddy doing a lot of damage as well. Candy Panda in the end gets the kill onto Nif. 3 men left alive for Alliance. They've done enough to stop it.
That's not bad. In a 3 versus 5 to end up trading 2 for 2. No, that was 2 for 1. And Rated got away with his life. That was a very good Baron defense from SK. But because they overcommitted on that blue steal, they didn't anticipate the hard engage from Alliance. The Baron, 3v5. Rated has a pretty good engage, and because they burst down Froggen quickly, he can't get those shields, can't get those little answers. He just gets so zoned out by Enrated. And I think very good positional play from Candy Panda. It shows a mastery of Twitch. He hit multiple targets with that Rat-a-tat-tat, got the damage down that he needed to with his slightly unorthodox build, and if Candy had been stronger earlier, and this had been a different build, that could even have been, more kills from the situation. But I think props to SK for defending. They needed to. They couldn't give up the Baron and run the risk of being engaged upon. And it's actually led to them grabbing a 30-minute Dragon, which is basically in max value. I mean, we're hitting average level 16s close to it. Yep. So that Dragon's going to be worth probably equal amounts of gold to Baron. So it's a very important objective this late in the game.
Let's see what Alliance go for next. They'd already started to recongregate around that Baron area. They've got Tabs just pushing that mid-wave back up. Wicked, of course, is off. Split pushing. He knows that Freddy will have to be drawn out to him. Can stop the teleport from happening, but you've got to keep eyes on Wicked that entire time, as Baron, as I said, is now warded up. Pink ward there for Alliance as a ward over, a couple of wards over from SK Gaming that have already been spotted, but they're playing this one very, very cautiously.
They are, but Alliance have the cards to play with. Because Freddy doesn't have that teleport, I keep going back to it because I think both of these team comps can win the game based on how their top laners split push. Freddy will now need a couple of minutes before he can rejoin that fight. And he's got the makings of a Randian's Omen, so look at this. He can 1v1 Wicked with no problems. He's gone all in.
He is absolutely hammering Wicked here, who did have his ultimate available, and getting him low is probably the best way to stop him, number one, going top, or number two, being as effective up there as another ward comes in. Will Alliance start things off now? Will they risk this one? They're looking for the hook. The hook comes through. No one lands it. And Enrage just walking away from that, and from Frogger, who came speeding out of that Tribush. And it's all about getting the gold here and keeping the control of that vision. Once again, Wicked healing up from the fountain has gone back towards the bottom. Freddy's already started walking up.
Freddy and SK are anticipating a Baron move. And because Freddy doesn't have that teleport, he needs to engage. None of the key pick abilities are landing. Zenith isn't connecting, Hook isn't connecting, but the moment it does, you can sure as hell guarantee that the team is going to go in. At this point, it is still a little risky for SK. I think if they don't land multi-man ultimates, they do run the risk of being run over, especially because of the mobility that Shyvana, Lee Sin, and Lulu offer. But for the time being, SK have found it. They've got those 2- and 3-man ultis, and Alliance are going to be the ones to pull the trigger.
Colleen coming through, half of Svenskund's health gone, not really what they would have been hoping for with that one, but it looks like they're going to go for his solar flare, slow in a couple at the back, but it's Nif that's been focused down, the rat-a-tat-tat coming through from Candy Panda, and now Wicked's going to be the focus. Cocoon lands, will that be the end of him? Stun up from Freddy, Wicked does get his ulti off, and there is Wild Growth. Not enough to keep him alive though. SK have got 5 men still up, and they're going to go down mid.
They're going to look for towers. Alliance were 2 split up. Freddy did such a good job of zoning Wicked from that mid lane. He pushed Wicked away, and the rest of SK then started the engage. So tower is secured for SK. It looks like they've set their sights on the inhibitor. There's a lot of beefiness, and they do have those spiderlings to tank up. Decide to back away because of the fact there are 3 members of Alliance standing, and it actually looks like a bottom inner turret is available. But I think the story of that fight is really just Freddy zoning Wicked, preventing that front line of Alliance being super, super impactful. And Alliance had like a 2-2-1 split there. 2 towards the top off of Baron, 2 towards that blue buff entry, and of course Wicked joining the party very, very late.
Games don't get much closer than this here. 33 minutes in, 5 all-in turrets, 14 all-in kills. The goal for this stage of the game, pretty much even. There's 1,000 gold between them, which is really nothing. However, recalls here from SK. Alliance are going to go for the sneaky Baron.
They need to get more damage on you and quicker. 1/3 of it's been lost. I think SK, I think they're going to be too late. I don't think they can make it. Alliance, they lose the fight. They lose 2 towers, but they grab themselves Baron. We are in for a hell of a game. With Baron buff up, I think the bonus stats that would give Alliance should give them confidence in team fights. It also tends to put a pause on your opponent's team. You don't tend to see teams engaging on a Baron up squad unless they are 100% confident on their engage. And I don't know if SK are there yet. I don't know if their fights have been that good. It's really about Alliance maybe misplaying and mispositioning. But nevertheless, gold advantage, now back with Alliance, as well as that buff.
Well, if you can even call it
minutely.
Gold advantage right now. Really not a big difference between them. See here, Candy Panda now got a Zeal and a BF sword added in, so not quite sure where he's going to be finishing off first on that front.
He wants to
He's, however, going to stealth in, and Tabs has already started to back away from him. He's like, no, I'm not going to get caught out by the rat once again. Candy Panda will even recall in the brush without being spotted there in the end. But as you said, Alliance, Baron Buffon, SK, do they want to fight? Probably not unless they get a clear opportunity where Candy Panda gets to jump on someone and maybe has some backup. From Alliance's side of things, fight's not exactly gone smoothly for them up until now. Even with Baron Buffon for them, they're probably going to be very, very wary too.
I think so too, and I think Alliance just need to have their core unit tighter knit. They need to be grouped more effectively. And this has been such an interesting game. From the consideration that it's like going back a couple of metas. Alliance have put so much emphasis on blue buff control. We've had straight up head-to-head fights. We've seen engages around Dragon. It hasn't been about catching your opponents unexpected at towers and pushing them around the map with vision and with wave control as much as we've seen from both of these teams up to this point. So, with the gold this even and with Baron, Alliance have decided they want to go for this quasi-siege, and they're going to repeat what they did 20 minutes ago. Deep vision in the jungle, they're just going to sneak a tower away. SK now caught unawares and now caught unable to defend. And Alliance, they've already got a small advantage from this Baron. What more can they do with it?
Well, that leaves just one tower up for both teams outside of the base, and of course that is with Alliance in the top lane there, the inner turret, but the rest of the map is wide open. 36 minutes into this one, and there we see it again, how much damage Wicked actually is going to be taking. They've gone on towards Orianna. Wild Growth comes onto Shook, but they may have thrown too much in there too early. Wicked going to go low. So let's go from the side, and there is a Shockwave coming out. Wicked able to stay alive from this one, and Spencer will have to repel away from the minions. So close there for Alliance.
It really was, and if Jesus didn't have his flash available, that could have gone so differently. Jesus instantly flashed away from Shook, who dove onto him with that Sonic Wave combo. And because Jesus wasn't kicked into the middle of the fight, or the Alliance team, he managed to get off a 3-man Shockwave, followed by the Solar Flare. This is the play. The flash was so good from Jesus reactively after the attack animation or the cast animation had come down. And this is the combo we were talking about. It was actually just 2 members of Alliance, but I think the key members, Nif being on the front line, he then does a great job with the box. That box was so good at zoning escape, prevented re-engage. Alliance at Baron, Dragon, they regen, they're on the siege again.
Going for Freddy there. Jack's not really tanky enough to be taking too much damage still at this point, and probably may have done a little bit more damage than it did the Cullen, but at the end of the day, still damage done there, and Alliance looking for an opening on this one. And we see something that we kind of looked away from here from this Alliance team. We saw it there on Wicked, that when you see the Summoner heal coming, shields from Nif with you know, the face of the mountain, with the Mikhail's heal coming in there, and the cleanse from that one. There's a lot to keep Wicked alive when he actually dives into the middle of the team.
There really is, but the problem is Alliance haven't been able to catch SK in the right positions. The 2 times and 3 times we've seen Alliance trying to force those fights in the bottom lane turret, they sort of overcommitted to that dive, didn't use their ultimates or their abilities ideally, and unfortunately lost the engage. The mid lane fight that just happened, that was Shook making an aggressive play. It didn't work out because it was flash trade for flash trade at the end of the day, but it could have. It could have been very good, and I think Alliance, they just need to try and pull SK. They need to pull SK towards them and then pull the trigger. They were trying to do it around Baron. SK played very patiently, very controlled, and they didn't make the mistakes that Alliance may be used to seeing from other teams. And I think that's a key to note. Alliance can use this tactic against some of the other squads in the LCS, but SK are just simply not putting themselves in that position at this stage.
And that's where it really tests how good Alliance actually are right now. How they're going to break through SK Gaming. We're almost at the 40-minute point of this game, as they have a bit of a war over wards side of the Wraith Rush there on SK's side of the map. Baron's up in 1 3/4 minutes, which something tells me that it's going to be danced around once again here.
Definitely. 4 sweeping trinkets on both sides, and considering we've already seen the extended Baron dance from these teams, it all depends on who gets caught out of position. It really does depend on which team makes the misplay in team fights, because Wicked and Freddy, I don't think they've made a concerted effort to split push. We've seen them pushing waves, but they haven't really been committing to that role. They've been needing to stick with their team for the most part. Freddy does have teleport available, so we're going to see him start now. But the question is, does he TP in super quickly, or is he going to actually commit to this? Because it hasn't been the focus, I think, for both of these teams. It's just little bits here and there.
You have to wonder as well, if they end up split pushing, Wicked, yes, he can follow Freddy in. Would it be even more valuable for Wicked to keep Freddy out of the fight completely and let the rest of them do the damage there? We'll have to see about that one. There's the kills. 56 kills in 4 games just seen. There's 28 kills in this game already. Shows you how high scoring this game was and maybe how low scoring and efficient the teams were that won yesterday.
It's a difference in styles. This game reminds me of a Season 2 and an early Season 3 game where it was all about team fights. It was 5v5s. It's like, look, bro, let's lane for 20 minutes and then get in your face. Yesterday, it was Season 4. Yesterday was 2014. It's like, look, I don't need to fight you to take towers. I just need wards, I need faster team play, and better decision making. And that to me is what's so interesting about this matchup. These two teams who are famed for their macro and their lane swapping and their minion wave management had just gone, come on, fists up, get the gloves on, and let's go head to head. Alliance were winning, SK's pulled it back, and Candy Panda is so scary, he gets played away.
Played away, Box actually going down. Wicked's gonna dive right in there, trying to get onto Candy Panda. They hooked Freddy as well, but this is a mess. This is a very, very messy fight. Shook in the middle of them, gonna try and kick Candy Panda back. Does do that, they're gonna take him down. The AD carry's dead. Elise will repel. Jesus is burning. Froggen gets that one, and that is 2 men down. The mid laner, the AD carry, and now the jungler down here for SK Gaming. Alliance will surely want to win the game here.
They've got so much damage and so much tankiness, they can get onto the Nexus turrets. You have to question, what was Candy Panda doing going through that area of the map? Ran the risk of being caught out, did get caught out. It's all on Enrated and Freddy. They've got so little to work with, but the Nexus turrets are down. I think Alliance have done it.
There's surely no way that those two can hold on to this one. We see them retreating off into the fountain as if to say, let's not give up any more points in this one. And it will be Alliance that break through after 41 minutes. A hard-fought match for them, but they take the victory over SK and go top of the European LCS.
5-1 after 2 weeks. A very stark contrast to the 2 and 4 from the spring split. And more importantly, Alliance have demonstrated an ability to win in a multitude of ways. They can win by towers, they can win by team fights, they can win early, they can win late. And that was a very good performance considering how much pressure they were under in that mid game.
You have to wonder though about that last move, if you can really call it a move at the end there. It was all a very, very messy scenario for SK Game. We saw that they spotted Candy Panda, the flay came out, Box instantly went down. They tried to keep him alive, throwing the face of the mountain shield onto him, but Shook got in behind him, and that's the key. The kick threw him against the wall. And once you lose your AD carry, we saw that Jesus off to the side was already completely destroyed. Froggen finished off that one, and those are the two players in your team that have to be there.
You go back to the Baron fights where SK were able to beat Alliance very early on and get more kills. Alliance was split up. They had like a 2-2-1, around 5 members of SK. The exact same scenario happened here. You had a ball of Alliance members clumped up, tightly knit, surrounded by a box. If anyone from SK wanted to engage, they needed to get through multiple members and multiple forms of CC before they could do anything. And just because of the positioning, because SK were caught out of place and split up, Alliance were able to get a convincing team fight, which instantly won them the game. At that stage, that's it, GG.
Must be disappointing for SK because they held on to it so very well. The other one that we have to talk about as well is the whole decision of, okay, we pushed down the mid lane, we couldn't quite get the inner turret, so we'll take the inner turret down bottom. Then they all recalled and Alliance went, okay, they've gone, let's get a free Baron.
So the thing about that as well, I kind of think SK, they played it safe. They were thinking about the inhib turret, they were definitely playing with it on their minds. And you could see Froggen, he was hovering in the mid lane. He was sitting there, he just killed a minion wave, so the information should have been there, but it could have just been, when you're defending and you're against that onslaught for such a long period of time, you almost forget, look, we do have to think a few minutes ahead, not just simply the next team fight. Overall, SK held on well, but Alliance were definitely making moves. They had a lead in the early game. They made the plays in the mid game. Even though they failed them, they were proactive in their gameplay, and I like to see that about teams.
Well, that was, of course, the first encounter between these two teams, and well, they've got to play each other 3 more times, sadly for us, because that was a real cracker of a game.
It was fantastic.
You have to see, you have to say after 2 weeks, almost 2 weeks now, I guess, since we've got 3 more games to go, that these are the 2 teams that are looking the best right now. Okay, this match was very different in style compared to what we've seen from them yesterday, for example, where they controlled the map so well. One team, Alliance, finishing off a little bit quicker than SK in that one, but this one was a change of style. I'm very excited to see how both of these teams actually end up going forward in terms of the style overall of their play. Well, guys, for now, Shox is over on the stage with Tabs from Alliance, so let's send it over.
Thank you very much, Joe. First off, Taps, congratulations. What an amazing first game here today. Talk me through that bottom lane matchup. It was very exciting. At one point, Candy got the best of you there in that one-on-one, but very solid performance from you guys.
Oh yeah, so in the level 1, we wanted to try and steal their blue buff because we thought they would lane swap the top and help their jungler at red. But then they came in our back because they expected us to do it. So we had a little fight level 1 and Shook had to come and we did some good trades. So it meant Candy Panda was really low. From there on, we won the lane and we managed to kill Leona at one point as well. Yeah, he managed to one-on-one me once. He built Ruined King and Ghostblade and he got like 2 crits. So I was like, no, I can't beat him. Like he did outplay me there a bit, so yeah.
But still, you guys pulled it out in the end. Why do you think it is that you guys are the 2 most of the best strategic teams in the league, yet in this game, it really came down a lot to brawling and fighting straight up?
Yeah, I think it's because we're so strategic. We're not willing to give up any objectives, so we don't really create openings for the other team, so we just like fight each other for the objectives all the time, so it creates a high action game.
Yeah, which is great for us, of course. Final question, Alliance doing so well here. Obviously, it was built as a super team, and it is kind of looking like that right now. How far do you guys think you can still go? How far till maximum potential is reached?
I do think that our play is quite sloppy sometimes, even demonstrated this game. We did make quite a few mistakes, gave them a bit too many openings to get back into the game. And yeah, well, we can still get a lot better, I think.
Well, that is a scary thought. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to take a short break, but when we come back, Millennium takes on Fnatic, and we're breaking down this game at the desk. Don't go anywhere. The LCS will be right back.
Ari is far away. Ari is far away. Stretch. Get Twitch if you can. I'm not. Leona.
Elise?
Ari is here now. Ari is far away.
Don't chase. Go and carry.
Stretch. Nice. Elise. Leona.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm here with Martin and the Fisio Lunga to break down Alliance's win in that last game. And what a game it was. What did you make of picks and bans for both teams?
Well, it shows, at least to me, Alliance. They are not afraid of giving up the OP picks. You move both Jax and Twitch went over to the side of SK here. And they're fine doing it because, again, as long as they get Shyvana for Wicked in the top lane, Lulu for Froggen, of course, and they can first pick Lee Sin for Shook, they've shown they're okay with giving these strong picks away and they're confident in their own play and their own comp. And obviously, SK's late game comp here was very scary, but the one from Alliance as well was actually very good, and also the mid game were better for Alliance.
You've mentioned the mid game. Let's touch on the early game first, because level 1, a lot of summoners blown, but no deaths, but it did set up a couple of things later.
Right, so SK Gaming normally, when they play very safe. Like, they don't want to take any chances, they don't want to give you any opportunities to exploit a weakness from them or anything. So when they in level 1 invest all the summoners from the dual lane, both N-Rated and Candy Panda, onto trying to kill Nif before minute 4, so you even get less gold from the first blood, was very weird, because it opens up now for, first of all, the lane matchup, 1 hook from Nif, like we actually saw happen on N-Rated, and you're dead. Second of all, if Shook had come down earlier, could also go in there for the kill on them. So it was a bit weird for me, and SK during this game actually had a lot of moves which were very, very risky.
And also something we touched on in the past as well is that SK individually sometimes struggle in the early game, something we did see again.
Yeah, it seemed to me at least when you look at just straight up laning phase, especially in the bot lane, Nif and Taps were just outplaying Candy Panda and N-Rated. In the early game, they got far ahead. Shook came in as well, made a lot of big plays in this game. He was very, very strong on Lee Sin. Definitely think you should band away from him. But yeah, they generally, early mid-game, heavily in favor of Alliance. We've seen it before. Started to play a little bit sloppy, gave up some kills. Taps talked about it here in the interview, said, yeah, we gave SK a chance. We opened up for them to come back in the game. And it happened. I mean, they were pretty even in goal actually going into around the 25-minute mark.
Yeah, and then you mentioned that SK normally plays very risk-free, yet here quite risky. We actually have a replay to illustrate that. If we can get that replay up on the screen, it is where they try and go in for the blue buff.
Right, so normally with SK Gaming, when they want to set up something like here, like a blue buff steal, they make sure either they already killed a member from the other team, or there's not all 5 of them at least around the blue buff, because they want to go in, take the blue buff, and just back away. They don't actually want to fight here, and that's also why you see them move like they do. First of all, if they wanted to fight, Jax would have teleported in by now. Leona then would have used her ulti, and they would just go straight in for the fight. There's no vision, of course, onto the side of Alliance here, because they're in the bush with the blue buff. And if you just roll the clip, you actually see Svenskeren just try and sneak in to try and steal it and then back away instantly. He doesn't want to fight this one at all. So Alliance now with their comp, with Shyvana and Lulu, this is why they love this comp here. They engage in with Wicked, Wild Growth, knock up multiple members, and then they can just chase them on. Jax is still down the bottom lane. He didn't even teleport. So SK, they go very, very aggressive here just to try and steal a blue buff when they don't actually want to fight for it. That's why they don't teleport. That's why the rest of the team is not there. They didn't have any wards drop down early on to actually see where Lions were just in this whole area here. So it's a bit risky and a bit weird. Normally when you see SK Gaming, it was very safe.
Yeah, so Alliance pulls out the win here. You mentioned it, Tabs mentioned it. Alliance still a little bit sloppy, but the potential of this team is looking incredibly scary at this time.
Well, again, yes, 100%, I agree. Because they didn't even have to do anything rotation-wise in this game. They didn't have to do any special moves. They pretty much just went straight in for some buffs, went in for the towers. SK were there, they started team fighting. It went in favor of Alliance. Early game, laning phase, went in favor of Alliance. Shook, I would say, out-jungled Svenskeren as well in this game here. So again, if you look at the individual players, very, very strong. And when they can win games without even doing anything special on the map, it's pretty scary.
Yeah, very scary. For now, it's time to check in with you guys, because earlier today we asked you to get on Twitter and let us know who's your favorite European LCS team and why. And here are some of the responses you sent in. The first one is from @GFI1993TV. I must say, Gambit Gaming. Ever since this Russian powerhouse pulled off the famous Empire move, they got me on the hype train.
we have to look at Gambit or M5. Which they were called back in Season 2, of course, and just look at the current players and say, we have to respect these players. Like, it doesn't even matter what state they're in now. Look back to Season 2, everything they achieved for Europe, and as a team, I mean, look at Genji, the builds he pulled out back then, people are like, oh, what are you doing? And all of a sudden, everyone started doing it. So while I don't always agree on Genji's build, he's definitely still pulled out some very good stuff, and all the players, we have to respect them.
Mana Moon Ash for the win. The second one is from @CheetahBotVLOL. Alliance, as an old TLG EU fan, seeing 2 of my favorite players playing with so much drive and energy again is beautiful. And it's also hopeful because teams that have been around in this scene for such a long time might find it hard to stay on top.
Yeah, it's great to see the motivation is still there, especially for Froggen and Wicked, play for such a long time, can keep it going and can keep improving. And I like the fact that Alliance now bring in the new rotations, the new strategies, so the rest of the teams in Europe can learn from it and then improve.
Yep, absolutely. The third one is from @DieToGaming. Super hot crew because they are considered the underdogs often, yet they have incredible performances. Sleeper OP. I concur.
Well, what I like the most about the Super Hot crew is the fact they have so many players who can actually carry games and make plays. Myanmar yesterday was very, very strong up in the top lane. Wicked even actually said on his ask.fm, I'm not sure how you call it, specifically, he actually said he thought Myanmar was one of the best top laners in Europe at the moment. And at the same time, you have Mr. Alice, We Will Fail in this bottom lane, making plays, Selfie making plays in the mid lane. I really love all these players here can do something for the team.
Yeah, cool stuff. And if you guys are wondering, my favorite EULCS team is our European caster team. But you guys, thank you for sending those to us. And you can keep tweeting with fellow LCS fans by using the hashtag LCS throughout our games. And now let's send it back over to Joe and Quickshot to take us into our next game.
Oh, so kind, Shocks. Thank you very much. Hello everybody and welcome back to the second match of the day as Millennium are about to take on Fnatic. Millennium started the summer split strong by going 3-1 in the opening week, but sadly for them at least, got demolished yesterday by Alliance. And they're going to need to step back from yesterday's heavy loss to look to turn around that 1-3 record against Fnatic from the spring split. That might be possible considering Fnatic lost to Gambit yesterday as well. Let's start with Millennium though. Was their week 1 performance a momentary success for them?
After seeing what Alliance just did against SK, I don't think so. I just think Alliance are playing that well. But this game will actually determine the answer to that question. Because yesterday, Millennium just got outplayed in every single role, in every single aspect of the game. Yeah. And by the 20-minute mark, Millennium found themselves 7,000 gold down. And not even Kerp on LeBlanc could do anything. He ended up 1-3-2. I do want to highlight that Millennium ran Kog'Maw and Nami, which again, we're seeing grow in favoritism here in EU. It theoretically could have become scary, but they never got a chance. We need to find out if they can just go even against a team like Fnatic, who are also struggling at the time.
So, while Fnatic are definitely not, I think we can say it, their strongest right now, it didn't exactly look bad yesterday. Gambit got off to a good, Fnatic against Gambit got off to a really, really good start by securing multiple towers back-to-back. One thing though, they never really controlled the Dragon, and that allowed Gambit to stay very close when it came to the gold.
Yeah, but that was the problem for Fnatic yesterday. They were unable to strangle complete control and deny all of the resources from Gambit. You know, Darien on Jax got all the farm he needed, and even though Nick struggled early, he made up for it later. And it's because Fnatic could not contain the key elements of Gambit yesterday. To expand on it, they just needed to get absolute map control. They needed to deny dragons, they needed to deny jungle, they needed to get more towers earlier than they did, and because they didn't get that meaningful control to deny gold and to deny map movements, it allowed Gambit back into the game with their late game composition. I do want to highlight Soaz, because I think when he's playing Shyvana, it's a very positive note for the team, and he'll be looking to get another comfort pick. Compare his stats, 3-3-15 on Shyvana, as opposed to 1-9-3. And I think if he gets his hands on the likes of Shyvana or something similar, it will be a strong case. Shyvana's currently 11-3 in overall wins and losses in the summer split so far.
Well, with the summer split starting off in nearly opposite places for these two teams, Fnatic look to re-establish their dominance against a Millennium crew that has really come out swinging.
I think even before, the players in Millennium were pretty good. Like, it always kind of was confusing to me how they were not performing. And lately they have been doing pretty good, so they seem like a pretty scary team to face now.
I think we need to play aggressive, we need to play smart, and we need to get a lot of control.
They are playing really good as individuals, and it's a bit more scary because at the end of the last split, it will feel like, okay, we are better than them as players, so we just have to play safe, win our lanes, and then not make mistake and snowball the game. But now that can be a lot different if they are actually playing like they played in Super Week. They might give us some trouble.
Fnatic's like the winners of every LCS, so beating them will be really good for us and confident boost because they were at All-Stars as well.
After playing against Koreans once again, I felt like EU was lacking something in the mid game, which makes our gameplay really slow. And now I'm trying to adjust and to abuse when we're ahead to play really aggressive. And I think against Millennium, which is not really abusing that as well, so we will try to pressure them a lot.
Interesting to hear that from Yellow Star after what happened yesterday against Gambit, because they had exactly what he said, a lead going into the mid game. They'd had all the towers down, and they couldn't pressure it enough so that they could keep a hold of that lead.
You've got to learn to do it. Until you have played against it or done it yourself, it's difficult to understand when you can make those play. But both of these teams saying individual playing ability versus teamwork is what's going to matter. I think Fnatic not the strongest individually right now, but their teamwork's good. Millennium are the complete opposite, so we'll see what comes out in this game.
Well, let's see. We're going to check out the starting lineups here. On the blue side, it's Millennium, with Kevin in the top lane, Cottonex in the jungle, Kerp in the mid lane, and the duo of Creatine and J-Ree.
And over on the red side, it is Fnatic, with Soaz up top, Cyanide in the jungle, Peke playing mid, Reckless as an AD carry, and Yellowstar playing the support role.
Well, the teams are about to choose their champion, so let's see how you guys voted on this match. According to your clicks, you picked Fnatic by 64%. It's a recurring theme that people are picking Fnatic. However, 64 to 36 for, let's be honest here, the winners of the spring split against the last place team of the spring split. That just shows you how things have changed.
It really has. And Europe in the summer split is once again showing just how equal all of these teams are, just how evenly footed they are. It is early days, and of course Fnatic winning early but losing late. That'll also make you, turncoat just a little bit. If you only support the winning team, you're not going to be voting for Fnatic in this game. For picks and bans, Millennium blue side, they're one of the few teams that banned Kassadin on blue side. They did it yesterday. I expect them to do it again. Even though Kerp, in theory, can play Kassadin, towards the end of the spring split, we got it out of the Millennium members in an interview. It doesn't look like he's comfortable or confident enough to play it at LCS level. So that does allow Fnatic a small advantage. Not only do they have the option to pick two OPs, but they can almost rely on Millennium removing Kassadin from the pool for them.
That's the thing. It's almost strange that a mid laner at this level is not comfortable on Kassadin. The other side of the coin is that do you really spend that much time learning a champion that's, even if you do get good on it, or especially if you do get good on it, it's going to get banned away anyway.
It's a difficult scenario to be in, but it does force Millennium's hand when they are on blue side. That is the very important thing to note. If you know Millennium, if you've researched them, you as Fnatic can run the risk of not banning Kassadin until your final ban, because if Millennium take it away, you get that extra one to play with. So it is something that Millennium either need to decide what they do or work around. I mean, if they know they're going to ban it, they're never going to play it. They were going to ban it red side anyway. Hell, maybe to them it's not a disadvantage, so to speak.
So what do we think to the bottom lane? Because we mentioned earlier on, Kog'Maw, Nami, a pairing that Millennium went for yesterday. I imagine that Twitch is going to be taken away from this one. Getting through, of course, for Candy Panda in our last game. We can stop theorizing. We'll just find out exactly what these two teams are going to go with. First ban out of the gate here will, in fact, be Lulu. Interestingly enough, not a champion that teams have really been banning against Fnatic up until now.
No, because they haven't necessarily been too afraid of it. Soaz and Lulu has not exactly been mind-blowing in recent weeks. Did play a lot towards the end of the spring split, so to speak, but no focus on those AD carries yet. And we know that Creatine and Reckless both like to play that Lucian. Reckless has been playing Graves recently, for better or for worse, and there are options available to them. But that Twitch is still up, as is the likes of Lee Sin, which is a jungler that both Cottonex and Cyanide have both played in the past.
You said at least gone. Eve gone as well, so a couple of big jungle bans coming out. Leaves, of course, the Lee Sin, the Kazakhs, two champions that, well, you have to play as a jungler these days. Cottonex, of course, has been favoring more the Kazakh side of things, and we've seen him so strong so many times on that Kazakhs as well. Yesterday, of course, not quite working out for them against Alliance, but I almost want to wipe that game away because the loss against Alliance was just not a game that Millennium showed as anything from. Either way, there is the Kassadin blue side ban that we expected from Millennium, and there's Kazakhs taken away. So two junglers aimed straight at Cottonex.
I'm much more interested to see if this is going to be a first pick Lee Sin.
Yeah.
In terms of your super high priority junglers, Elise, Lee Sin, Evelynn, and Kha'Zix are right up there. And with three of them being banned away, this puts priority on Millennium. Do they want to maybe take a Twitch for Creatine, who can carry games, or maybe give the Twitch to Fnatic? Do they want to lock in Lee Sin, which is what I'm expecting? And this could be a Twitch Lucian lock-in now for Reckless and Yellowstar. The question is, what does Cyanide run in the jungle? Does he want to go for a Jarvan? Does he want to run something a little different? Because the primary, the go-tos are no longer available for him.
Yeah, we said if we think back to Season 3, we had a holy trinity of AD carries for a while. Right now, it's basically 4 junglers. If it's Shaco, I would literally... Yeah, he's trolling us.
Yeah, I'm not going to believe it.
There's no way he's going to play Shaco. there's 4 junglers right now that most people are going for. Really, the only exception is maybe Yorick that we've seen come out a couple of times from Airwax. I don't expect it to be Skarner either, but
it really could be. You know, it could be. There's a lockdown. It could be a Shyvana we've seen run in the jungle before. There's options. My gut tells me Jarvan. My gut tells me Jarvan did receive some tweaks earlier. Mostly focused towards helping him in top lane with some damage. But Cyanide's got 2 seconds left. We still don't know. We still don't know what that jungle is going to be. And I don't even know where to theorize. I don't even know where to look. If I were Cyanide, I do think the Jarvan might be likely because Cyanide was a Jarvan player last year. So he does have that experience and that knowledge to fall back onto.
What we do know from Fnatic's side, though, that we're going to have Twitch in the hands of Reckless. Played Twitch once so far in the summer split against the Copenhagen Wolves, where he ended 7-1-10. Fantastic performance there. And they'll have Thresh for Yellow Star as well, which, you know, he's not been a big fan of Thresh in the past. He's admitted that openly. Played it against SK in the opening game of the split, but not really gone back to it since. On the other side, Millennium also taking their AD carry Lucian and the Shyvana lock.
What I really like about the Thresh lock-in is something that Yellowstar didn't do last week against Vander. He picked Morgana when it was available and gave Vander Thresh. They really struggled in the early stages of the game. Now this time around, the Thresh, while it may not be Yellowstar's go-to or preferred champion, it's denying it from J-Ree. You do not want to give the Wifesteal lane to Creatine and J-Ree. It is a combo that they use very effectively. I do want to touch on mid laners. LeBlanc is up, Needle is up, Ziggs is up. I'm expecting probably 2 of those 3 to be locked in, and I don't know where they're going to land for either Kerp or Peke. Kerp played LeBlanc first pick against the Lions yesterday, did not have the impact he was looking for, may need to find something else today.
Well, right now Peke going through a couple. Nunu, of course.
Yep.
Nunu in the jungle here, going to be coming out for Fnatic and for Cyanide. We've seen it before from them, of course, already in months past. I think we can say Nunu never really was a big pick here in Europe. Of course, so a lot more in Korea.
Right. I don't think we do it right. I think Chinese jungle Nunus are probably my favorites when I watch any of the regions. It has been played in Korea by a few specific teams, but I do feel that the Chinese teams do it better. Even if you go back to All-Stars, it was the Chinese squads that ran Nunu that did it very effectively. You have to play around Nunu so well, or patiently, because all of your damage is going to now come from Peke in the mid lane. I think maybe a Ziggs might be quite smart. If you get the Trundle Pillar and the Nunu Absolute Zero, it just buys so much time for Twitch to get damage out, for Ziggs potentially throw bombs around the map. I like the fact that Kerp is thinking about stealing it away, because in terms of this last pick for Fnatic, there needs to be a lot of damage. There needs to be a lot of damage coming in, because you've got Lee Sin, Shyvana, Ziggs that can melt through your teams, as well as Lucian, of course. And that's a last-second swap that I was not anticipating.
That was a very last-second swap, actually, for Creatine, for Kerp, of course, in the end. Karthus in the mid lane. J-Ree was hovering over Blitzcrank. I was wondering, since we're on 4.8 here, whether we're going to see a little bit more Blitz since his mana costs were brought down somewhat. Sadly, we're going to have to wait for that for another time. But it's Morgana locked in. Now we'll see what Fnatic go with. And it's a Nidalee, something that Peke, of course, has had mostly banned away from him in previous games.
So in terms of, like, team fights, Fnatic are going to have so much reliance on that Absolute Zero and those Pillars of Ice to line up Twitch for Rat-a-tat-tat and those Javelin tosses. They are also going to be looking to kite backwards. There is so many tools for Fnatic to hit and run, hit and run, hit and run. The Blood Boil, as well as the attack speed heal from Nidalee on Twitch, plus his ultimate, is going to decimate people. He is going to get so much free attack speed from those 2 champions alone that as long as he's not locked down in place by a Dark Binding or by Shyvana jumping onto him, he's going to deal damage. The one thing that I'm scared about for Kerp is how is he going to get into position to put Defile down and win a team fight. Fnatic are not going to want to stay in a single place long enough. Cyanide will, because he has to channel Absolute Zero, but nobody else will. Trundle's going to be moving around, Twitch is going to be moving around, Thresh is going to be moving around. So there's so much pressure on Kerp to get in the right place, to get the Defile, to get that Death-Defied passive down. I'm not a believer yet, but he has to convince me.
And the fact is you're probably going to get speared down to half HP before you even get close anyway. But guys, now that the champions are locked in, who do you think has the advantage? Let us know by tweeting hashtag MILWin or hashtag FNCWin to @LOLesports, and we'll see a little bit later on who you think came out ahead of Champion Select.
It's a difficult thing to read. because I think this Karthus pick is going to have a difficult time against the composition of Fnatic to really get in a key position. But I like the rest of the damage from the squad, so if Lee Sin, Siobhan, and Lucian do a good job, hell, you just press R as Karthus and you can win a fight that way. So I do like that tool, but on the same token, how good is Cyanide's Nunu? Because if it's not good, he's not going to have the presence.
Well, here we go, in-game Millennium versus Fnatic. A lot of questions to be answered with this one, considering the fact that Millennium had such a great week one, were outplayed and frankly obliterated by Alliance yesterday. I said after that game that Millennium probably just want to scratch that one almost from their memory and move on with things. We'll see if they've done that here today. Fnatic, however much in a slump or on a downward spiral or whatever you want to call it that they may be in right now, they are always going to be a threat.
Can't deny that fact. And they've got champions, with the exception of their Nunu, that are very, very scary. If Peke starts landing some good javelins down, that can completely control the tempo of a game. Absolutely loving the energy in the crowd today, celebrating the award placements. Now, Millennium are a team that do well at level 1s. They didn't go for a blue trinket invade this time, but they've got all five of the members of their team. If they wanted to try to control the blue buff and deny that from Cyanide, that would buy them a lot of time. Cyanide on this jungle Nunu is very dependent on that blue buff if he wants to have good wave clear. But he can, of course, go for some strong counter jungles, thanks to that Consume, and thanks to just the power of Consume Smite, now that, of course, Smite is on a lower cooldown. The only reason I say that, it has been a while since we've seen Nunu at the EU LCS level. And it'll be interesting to see how Cyanide handles himself.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen a new, if that's what you want to call it, or an EU new, something like that anyway. We'll find out how good Cyanide is on it at the moment and how effective it's going to be. Certainly will be better than my terrible jokes, that's for sure.
Yeah, keep a lid on the Panzer, because they could snowball out of control very, very quickly. It does look like Fnatic are going to try and do a counter buff because of the positional play Millennium did earlier on red. This is so smart. Millennium have baited Fnatic to come in, but they've gone a little quickly. They actually anticipated Fnatic to go for the bait. They caught Cyanide.
They caught Cyanide, but does he have the damage? They need Curb to come down from that mid lane, but he's just farming up a Storm right now, trying to get ahead. Oh, Peke finally he comes down. They land the Q onto Soaz, and in the end they have to back away. It'll slow down both sides here on the start in the jungle, and looks like they're probably going to both get their own camps for the first time in a while that we're seeing. Funnily enough, it was the ward from Millennium that was put down very early on that red that really caught them out, and now J-Ree's going to try and be a pain in the rear end and doing a good job of that as well. The blue, of course, did go over in the end to Cyanide, though. He was able to smite that one away, and look at J-Ree. He is not messing around here. All the way up on the enemy side of the map, putting down the pressure like an absolute boss. Where is he going? He doesn't care. I mean, there's two guys in vision. He knows that Niddle is in mid lane. No problem.
He's delayed and slowed down both Soaz and Cyanide. They've missed out on the Wolf Camp. It's delayed them getting to red buff. It's allowed Creatine to have solo farm experience, which will give him a level advantage. That was actually a very smart play from J-Ree, and maybe I got a little overexcited regarding the red buff invade, because it looked as though Fnatic were anticipating a buff steal of their own. Fnatic had started the lane swap and went for an incredibly risky steal. They were on the side of the map where Millennium had a numbers advantage, and they ran the risk of being surrounded. I think they were lucky to get away unscathed. Now this is the smart play. They've grouped up on the side of the map where they have the numbers advantage, and they're going to try and bully Millennium into giving up this ward. Double trinkets are best trinkets, and they're going to have this.
Said it before, the two wards are always better than one, and there's no exceptions to that rule. Blue Wolf going here over to Cyanide once again. And are we going to see a 4-man push on this turret? You'd expect so. I mean, Nunu gives them prime position to do that by getting the blood boil off onto Twitch to get that damage coming in. Mid lane being passive as we'd have expected by now. I just want to touch on summoner spells there. Kerp actually going with the exhaust. If we remember back to what Froggen was telling us about Karthus and how he really prefers to have Ignite and really basically throw your entire mana pool out there at level 1 to do the damage.
Look at J-Ree.
Not going to be the same here. There's a cleanse for J-Ree, for Xpeke, which we're going to see in action there, but will it be enough to get him away? There's a lot of damage coming in. No dive though, play it safe.
Yeah, if 1 or 2 more attacks plus an Ignite could have resulted in a kill.
Exactly.
Down to 200 hit points at level 4 plus Ignite, that would potentially have been first blood. At the end of the day, J-Re is doing very well with this roaming support Morgana. Millennium have responded to their blue buff steal by forcing the summoner spells on Peke and now controlling the map. You have to remember that Cyanide is not going to offer a whole lot in the counter gank scenario. He can run into a lane, allow someone to run away quickly and maybe slow down an opponent, but there's not a lot of turnaround kill potential on that Nunu unless Millennium completely and utterly overcommit. So I like the play by Millennium. If they continue this aggressive ganking roaming play, it might work out. But here comes the two members of the Freljord. Kirp's in trouble.
Well, there is the slow of the Wall of Pain. Kirp going to try and flash away from things after coming back around, and he's going to die here underneath. No! Yes, he is going to go down. It's Peke that gets it actually in the end. First blood after all that, going over to Fnatic.
That is what Fnatic will be looking to do over and over and over again. If they combine the slows of the Trundle and the Nunu, slows can be as effective, if not more effective, than snares or roots, for example. So very nice play by Soaz. He still hasn't gone to lane, hasn't put himself in a position where he can just be shut down by the 2v1s, for example, and grabs himself an assist off a very interesting combined gank. It's not often you see Trundle and Nunu ganking for mid lane at 5 minutes.
No, and I think Kirk could have possibly done that better as well. We saw how he did a circle back around the pillar before flashing back into the lane. We could argue about that all day, I suppose, and don't really want to say that Kirk did anything other than to the best of his knowledge there, but you always have to wonder in those little scenarios. Either way, it leaves Fnatic, of course, ahead now with that 1 kill, although that is not by a huge amount of gold. And for the reason that Kirp, despite his death, still out farming there. The AD carries a couple of CS difference. Karnex is leading on CS when you look to the junglers as well.
Yeah, you expect Karthus to win the CS though, especially pre-6. Those lay wastes do so much work in pushing the lane, keeping Pekka on the back foot, and it is quite difficult to CS with Nidalee, especially against larger waves, until you get that AoE of your Cougar form. But I do want to see how Fnatic handle themselves as this game progresses. J-Re is continuing to show a desire to roam. It's going to throw out the Dark Binding, which goes way wide, I'm afraid. But Cyanide, again, there's not a lot of threat here. There's not a lot of times you'll see a support literally bullying a jungler away. Nunu is going to be a lot more utility reliant. He needs to get the blood boils down. He needs to deny the attack speed with the use of those snowballs, and ideally get a good absolute zero placement. All of Millennium are here, and they're dealing with 4 members of Fnatic. Reckless couldn't join in for this next blue buff even if he wanted to, so we'll see how long Millennium do this blue buff dance.
Kevin's actually going to TP away here, going to have to keep this top outer turret alive. But that was pressured a little bit by Reckless, who, once again, we find it that a lot of these top AD carries are left by the rest of the team. When it comes to these 2v1s, the support say, okay, you really don't need me right now to share the XP and take away from you. We're just going to leave you alone. You're going to be safe anyway. You just farm up whatever you can in there, as Peke does get his blue buff. Similar scenario there as well at the moment on the other side for Creatine, who's actually slightly ahead here in CS. J-Re has now gone back down to help him out, but as far as those things go, it's pretty much been AD carry versus solo lane for quite a while in that top and bottom side.
Yeah, this is a super interesting start to the game. Oh, there's a gank on Peke in the mid.
Slow down, and again, the cleanse going to be used as he goes through it. Nice use of that, and Peke stays safe. No real problem for him, especially since he's now level 7, has the Cougar form as well to just pounce away from it.
So Summoner Spell blown, it is around about a 3-minute cooldown for Peke at the moment, so there is that window where he can get punished. And this is the interesting thing, both teams have been roaming around the map, and like if you've watched competitive League for a while, you go all the way back to Season 1, when roaming supports and jungle Nunu were the default. That was the style of play when Alistair used to reign supreme. The only reason I highlight that, the bottom tower will fall for Fnatic shortly. Creatine's done a pretty good job, but that's because Soaz has spent such an extended period of time moving around the map, trying to help the rest of Fnatic. Fnatic again with the roam in the lane swap. They're going to look to challenge blue. Looks like it's smited by Continix, so they've denied that from Kirp, which is very important. It delays his tier stacking, reduces the cooldown on Requiem, and it actually looks like Fnatic have done a pretty good job at pressuring mid.
Stops also the likelihood of a fast dragon attempt for Millennium, of course. The blue buff Karthus very quick at taking down both the Baron and the dragon, so not really an option, and I don't think either team's feeling quite comfortable enough that they've got enough real control over the map right now to be thinking of that big objective down on the bottom side of the river. But here's a bit more pressure maybe coming Peke's way. But as I said, he's already gone past that level 6 point, and he can jump away. No cleanse for him though, and there is the wall of pain coming down. The Q is dodged, and that will be the end of that.
Little uninspiring there. I think Cotnex anticipating the dupe, Peke anticipating the anticipation, manages to sidestep appropriately. This has become a war of attrition between Kevin and Soaz specifically. The solo laners are all, your AD carry and your mid laner have been doing pretty well to keep at a basically like league standard CS level. Around 80 to 85 is what you expect from LCS levels at 10 minutes. Now we see Cotnex, he's going aggressive.
Ooh, very aggressive as well. Onto Soaz, there's the kick against the wall. Spears come flying through, and in the end the turret goes down, but it's Soaz who pays for it with his life.
Look at J-Re, they want to play Dark Binding onto Peke.
Oh, he will land as well. Cleanse isn't available for him. They should surely get this one. Flash though is up for Peke, and he flashes back behind the turret.
Can Millennium get this tower? There's enough members of Fnatic to defend, and they're not even going to commit for it. So a kill for a tower is a trade Fnatic will take. And Soaz, I think, oh, there we go. Okay, so he bought an Avarice Blade and immediately sold it. So he's not going to lose gold for that one. He will have the buyback option.
I don't like that.
But I got panicky for a second. And because of Soaz roaming and moving around the map, and it actually doesn't even look like he wants to face off against Creatine, he's down 16 CS to Kevin. He has been involved in a kill, so he does have that assist to his name and some experience. But now all of a sudden, Fnatic, they are the ones trying to make the plays. They've really tried to deny this blue buff. It will be respawning in a few minutes' time. They've got wards down, and Fnatic again just trying to prevent Millennium getting hold of their own resources.
Tribush ward actually will spot out Cyanide. They'd already seen Yellow Star and Soaz moving in to this top outer turret as well. Nothing that they can do though. They're simply outnumbered there. Fnatic coming in nicely. They're going to let some of this CS go to waste so that that doesn't go over in the end to either Kevin or Cotnex. The turret goes down. That'll be Fnatic's second one of the game. That leaves them a little bit of gold in the lead. Not masses of gold though.
No, it's not. And you have to remember that Fnatic were 6 towers up to 1 yesterday against Gambit and still managed to lose the game. So Millennium are going to get their first tower on the board. This should also put them ahead in gold, I believe. And the one thing we have to keep our eyes on Soaz. Alliance kept Soaz down for a very long time, and it helped them win. This was, of course, a Shyvana versus Jax matchup. Soaz on Trundle will be able to steal the tanky stats of Shyvana, which is a great ability to have, and I think he's going to be very important from a utility perspective. Jerry, once again, once Peke, cleanse is available though.
Coming up behind him, no flash cleanse is there, no Dark Binding landing onto Peke in the end. Instead, Cyanide comes around and says, throw it at the Yeti, and all will be good. Doesn't lose any health. Peke was down to less than half, but not the scariest. Could have been a lot scarier if Cyanide wouldn't have been there at that moment, though.
So something that you highlighted was that Kerp was running exhaust earlier on. J-Re is also running exhaust, so it's a double exhaust team. That's interesting because of the limited number of threats from Fnatic. So if those exhausts are well timed, it will help them secure objectives. I don't think there's a blue steel possibility because it's going down too quickly, but there is a teleport coming in from Kevin, so there may be a follow-up fight.
Oh, they're going to follow through. Wall of Pain goes down. Whoa, Yellow Star. That is a box out of position, but in the end, no one was looking.
Yes and no, because the Trundle pillar was off to the right of the river and the box was off to the left. So what it meant is if Millennium wanted to engage, they needed to get through one or the other form of CC. I anticipate Fnatic will do that. I think they will layer their CCs. Absolute Zero Central, box off to one of the sides, pillar off to the other. You don't want to stack them all on top of each other because you don't create a zone of control to buy Reckless and Peke time to get the damage down. We'll see if it comes to pass in the next few minutes, but I think it's intentional.
Very possible. If it happens again, then I'll believe you on that one. I just still remember Yellow Star throwing everything down in the bottom Tribush in the Spring Split. So
he's never done that before.
Never done it. First time for everything here. Fnatic are going to be stacking up a couple of men in mid. Of course, the outer turret was already taken as their first of the game just a few moments ago, or a few moments, it's a few minutes by now. We are already here at 14 minutes into the game. What I want to just take notice of is the ward situation. You can see that again, Fnatic going to put down big pressure, deny Kerp another blue.
That's a third blue in a row. Fnatic have gone for an aggressive move on. And at 14 minutes on the clock, Soaz has finally overtaken the 1 CS per minute bracket. This is the first time that Soaz has got his hands on any form of creep score, and that minion wave does appear to be pushing towards him. So we need to see how Soaz is going to manage this, if he's going to decide to freeze it or push that wave down. He has teleport available, which means there are tools, but I think it's very important for Soaz now to get some experience on the board, get some gold on the board. J.Re playing with his life. One good spear will kill him.
And if it can come from anyone, Xpeke may just be that guy. That was real close to being max range. Yellow Star actually on top of a ward and will scan the wrong side of that brush, but he's trying to get some deep vision down. Will manage to claim a ward by the red buff as well, but they failed to spot the one there that's on top of Peke's trap. Either way, 15 minutes into this one, as you said, Soaz finally getting some farm, getting past the 1 CS a minute, which is still missing a 0. It's missing a 0 for what you effectively need it to be. Behind in levels, which is going to be the real killer to him for a while in this top lane, though.
It is, but there's not really a lot of kill threat. The moment Kevin jumps in there with his Dragon's Descent, all of the bonus stats that Soaz can steal and the lifesteal that comes with it is so good. Now, the Fnatic, they continue their jungle invades. J.Re lands a good Dark Binding, but there's no follow-up. And Fnatic have just put such a strong emphasis on this objective control. We do see Culling coming out. They've caught Creatine.
Hook comes onto Creatine. I don't think they've got the follow-through for it here, though. And Reckless actually catching the tower aggro there because of the poison that he's thrown down in Creatine's direction. But that's 4 men there for Fnatic. They've got Blood Boil on the Twitch. They just need to wait for that next minion wave to actually come across. In the end, it looks like they decided that they're not going to be able to carve an opening.
It is quite difficult to get through that Lightbringer queue from Lucian. It is pretty good wave clear, and I think if you combine the rest of the wave clear from Millennium with Karthus and with Morgana, it's unorthodox, but I do think it should be relatively effective. If you actually look at the side of Fnatic, there is no safe wave clear on their squad. So if Millennium ever do get themselves in a siege position, they theoretically could push Fnatic back. But SK showed yesterday against a Nidalee, they are very scared to siege up because they don't want to run the risk of being counter-engaged, don't want to run the risk of being jumped on. Don't really know if a Trundle and a Nunu can turn around a siege, but for the time being, if Millennium can go even, then force Fnatic to defend, I think Millennium have got a better composition to keep Fnatic at the towers and play a little safer.
Okay, pouncing a little bit too early as he's going to get hit by the wall of pain. And rightly so, choosing not to use his cleanse at that moment. Not really enough threat from Kerp. If Cornex had been there a few seconds ago, that may have been slightly different for him. But this mid lane, been pretty much as expected. You have a couple of ganks here and there, forcing a few summer spells out, but honestly, it's been more about getting the farm going, and with Peke currently having the better time.
It'll be interesting to see how Fnatic prioritize this next blue buff and the dragon. Because unless my math is totally terrible, they should be spawning within a fairly close time frame. Look at the vision that Fnatic have given themselves on the red side of Millennium's jungle. That is just littered with wards. The moment Millennium move through either for the buff or to get towards a dragon, Fnatic are going to have all of that information to play with, and they need that deep vision for both Nunu and Trundle to get in appropriate positions, and for Peke to land those javelins. Without having appropriate jungle wards, Peke is not going to be able to poke them down enough before a big team fight breaks out. So a lot of emphasis will be on positioning for Fnatic as this game continues to expand and become more about movement towards these objectives.
They're just getting caught by the binding of J.Re, but he's pretty much alone there, is J.Re. Lucian down in the bottom lane. Shyvana was back at base, and the other two actually in mid lane for now, so no real pressure back there from Millennium, kind of allowing Fnatic to come in and say, okay, you're going to push us away from it, get your wards down, we'll clear them out afterwards, but it's all going to be about Dragon, and we'll see how that all works out here, because that will be coming up in 10 seconds. Blue buff just picked up. Millennium will secure their own red, so those wards not in there for the invade, but for this impending Dragon, they'll be there in a couple of seconds.
I actually think it's very difficult for Millennium to break through a positional play that Fnatic may put together. We do see Millennium, they've got a numbers advantage, and they're going to be shoving down this outer turret, but they don't have the minions to work with. They've caught Peke.
Oh, wall of pain down, but he actually gets away and then takes a different route by the Lantern. The spear just dodged there by the Millennium team, and that spear going to be very effective at holding them back for making that positioning move. to get in position for the Dragon. There is a lot of damage from Soaz as well on the inner turret. Finally, Kevin does come back away, and that will be enough to send in packing. And should notice both TPs are available for the top laners should it come down to this Dragon fight as another spear lands.
That Javelin could have just given Fnatic Dragon. Because of the fact that the Soul Shackles is not available from J-Re, the opportunities and possibilities of a fight are lower. But Millennium, they want to contest for this. You touched on that teleport. Here comes Kevin.
Teleport coming down. It's going to be taken though by Fnatic. Cyanide going very low. Takes a lantern to safety. But it's Soaz now that's out of position. That is going to be a pillar that seals his own fate. And he's going to go down here. That's with Creatine picking up a kill. In the end, we did actually see Reckless finishing off, but it's going to be a Karthus Requiem that gets them a kill back. Can they find Peke? Where's he going? Peke was trying to get back, but Lucian surely going to block off his path. There is Creatine!
The lantern!
Oh! The double auto attack from the Light Slinger going straight through there and both landing for another kill for Millennium.
Very, very well played by Millennium. Fnatic tried to rush the Dragon down, but unfortunately, they didn't manage to stack their ultimate. Cyanide was on full retreat, so because he couldn't offer that zone of control with absolute zero and stack it with the Trundle Pillar and the box, for example, in a perfect world, it allowed Millennium to run them down. I said, how does Kirk get in position? And you're about to see the answer. Fnatic are split up. Completely split up. By the time Soaz arrives, Fnatic are in full retreat. Absolute Zero has done nothing. The box from Yellowstar, now yes, it blocks off the wall, the entry, but it's too late. Kerp is already in position. Kerp has already, got the defile down on absolutely everyone. And then just a good play there by Creatine. He's in trouble now.
Oh, he's dead. In fact, Peke will pick up that one. They're going to go for Kevin, who will use his ultimate to actually move away from it. The spear will connect as well, but he's tanky enough right now to actually get through from that. While the replay was going on, you saw in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen that the outer turret of Fnatic was removed from the map by Millennium. And look at this, Fnatic going for Baron. I'm not sure how aware Millennium are of this.
Now, if Fnatic use their poke correctly, they could work this up, but Millennium do seem to be aware. There is no Requiem nor Flash available for Kirk. Baron is down low. That's a great spear.
That may just be enough to stop them from going in. More spears flying through. Baron is down to 2,000 HP. Hook coming in, they go in, and it's Fnatic that do get the Baron in the end. But what are they going to pay for it? Right now, one man has gone down. Reckless also going very low. Will flash away. Kevin's going to try and chase him through from this one. There's a lot of damage. There is the stealth up. Can he escape from it? Millennium. Kevin trying to predict his path, does get away in the end, and it's Fnatic that secure Baron.
2 for 1, it's not over yet.
It's not over, Jerry's shields. Peke not going to be able to hit him, but he pounces away from the binding. That is sure death here for Jerry.
It is, and all of a sudden, Kevin's going to get chased down.
And it's a hook. A hook lands from Yellowstar. The play will knock it back. It's another kill. Is this a double kill even in the end for it, Peke?
Fnatic secure 4 kills. They secure Baron. They secure absolute map control. And Millennium, they just took too many skill shots and too much damage early on. Millennium commit to this fight. They have very little to work with. There was no Requiem there, no key ability. J-Re is on full retreat. The rest of Millennium are picking a fight, and J-Re is a little confused and in and out. Unfortunately, couldn't offer a whole lot to that fight.
Gonna go ahead and say Scumbag Peke. I'm pretty sure that lantern was actually meant for Reckless to get out of danger at the back of the Baron pit. In the end, Reckless did flash away and, of course, was able to survive as well after getting into stealth quick enough. And look at this Kirk now. Gonna take a bunch of damage as he tries to push forward. There's the turret finally going down the outer tower in this bottom lane. Leaves Fnatic ahead in turret kills at 4-3.
So I do have to say, Kirk has done a good job at getting into the right place at the right time. That black shield from Morgana is a definite help in that regard. But this is some of the wave play we were talking about. The piercing light from Lucian is doing a good job, and there's no lay wastes. So that minion wave that was, 2 or 3 minion waves deep has already been melted, but it's not stopping Fnatic. They're continuing the siege with their heals, their poke, and their good range.
Yeah, Pokecom is a pain in the rear end for Millennium to dodge away from the hooking curve. Don't want to follow through for it, but Spear's now going in. Actually, Peke, previous binding that came out, he almost pounced into it in Cougar form. In before it timed out of position of Fnatic tanking up the turrets. As you said, because of those heals coming out, they can afford to do that.
And that is super smart play. Yellow stopped position so he can pull away the tank who was on the front line. They knew Dark Binding was down, and it is a very high cooldown. Even at max rank, it is 11 seconds. So notice how Fnatic, they'll look for the Dark Binding. Once it's been thrown out, I do very much expect them to move forward. When they feel the threat is too great, then they can back away. That zone control is so good. Pillar of Ice is strong, and if Millennium continue to chase, you just put absolute zero down.
That was slightly risky by Peke there, going through the wall of pain, actually taking a lot of damage from the lay waste, and then you will of course always forget that heal from Nidalee at this stage of the game is considerable. There's a culling coming out from Chris and says probably had enough for this one, but he doesn't even finish off the entire minion wave. Meanwhile, as we speak of minion waves, the top lane is pushing heavy in favor of Fnatic as Chris gets hooked, but again, no follow through.
The question is, do Fnatic want to respond to that top lane? Soaz could teleport and try get some damage down, or they could just rely on the minion wave. The minions will do it. The minions are going to grab this for themselves. Somebody from Millennium has to respond, because that wave will start pushing onto the inhibitor turret. Fnatic playing the map fantastically with those minion waves. They built it up many minutes earlier and set themselves in this extended siege. They've got Baron, they've got heal, they've got sustain. It's on Millennium to make a play, and they're feeling forced to do it now.
And there we go, Cornex is going to come in. They managed to kick Reckless back, but he will take the Lantern away to Yellowstar. Dies anyway, as Kurt will be able to get that kill. Cyanide won't be able to escape either, and now Kevin has got right in the middle of the team. Peke trying to spear in from the side. There is a run with the speed of Soaz, and they lose 2 men for it. They got the turret, they got the top lane in a turret as well, so not the end of the world for Fnatic.
Fnatic should still be happy with the way that played out. Reckless did the best he could to get out of a danger position, but it was just a great play by Cotnex. Cotnex really landed a good collection of abilities to get Reckless into a dangerous position. They lose 2 for 0, but that's a very big minion wave, and Fnatic are still in control of the game. They are still in control of the map, and Baron has worn out anyway on the remaining team members. So good usage of that buff.
And Peke is landing some big spears right now. We've seen Jerry forced to walk away from the wards he was trying to clear out, and just 2 of them holding Millennium off the dragon area right there. Denying as much as they could from their own jungle as well, knowing that it's not very safe for the Millennium guys to be in there. And this is going to be a dragon played on position in the holding power of this Pokemon.
Yeah, Fnatic are just using their abilities well. I'm not as blown away by that sort of Absolute Zero and Trundle Pillar and Box as I thought I would be, because under that inhibitor turret, the moment Millennium engaged, there's so much dashes and movement spells from Millennium that they can almost negate the physical slows and the physical terrain that gets put up by that pillar. So as long as Millennium can keep finding those opportunities, they do have the possibility of turning the game around. And you got to remember, Karthus just keeps scaling over and over, like longer and longer and longer rather, because you can't stop his damage. He's going to deal that Requiem, he's going to deal that Death Defied, and you either have to buy a Zhonya's Hourglass or get a Banshee's and hope to luck out that it turns on as you get hit by Requiem, so it's a smart pick. Oh, flash by yellow.
Flash coming in, but again, we see the damage from the Saint Creaton at less than half HP in a flash like that. We've got a Baron coming up again in 1 minute and 3 seconds from now. Fnatic, of course, did get the last one. Millennium can't afford to let them have a second in a row.
They can't, and it's going to be up to Cotnex or Jerry to land the CC that gives them a play to get control back. Millennium are down to their inhibitor turrets. They have nothing else to work with in lanes, which also puts importance on their vision. They've got 3 sweepers right now, and I don't think they've got enough vision on their side of the jungle. So it's even risky for Millennium to be moving around and farming these lanes because they don't have absolute CS. And here's Cotnex trying to make something happen.
He's gone real deep from that one. The Lantern as Peke goes to the other side. Split up. Reckless going to be the target though, and they're going to get onto him. Peke though, unstoppable as he lands another one. Soaz has TP'd in, and that means the death of Jerry. It was the Requiem that came in there and wasn't able to finish anyone off. They did get Reckless in the end though, but they may pay the ultimate price here. This could very well be the end of Millennium for now, as Creaton will surely fall as well, trying his best to get away and finish off Soaz. That didn't, Cyanide, sorry, that didn't work out for him. Cotnex of course, went down right at the start, and that is, unfortunately for Millennium, got it the second time. No one saw it, Peke. You're all good. Baron for Fnatic here.
4 for 2 after Millennium tried to force the play, and Fnatic just responded fairly well. They had enough time to kite to get the damage down. Cotnex is going in!
Going in, there's 2 men available for him. Maybe he gets to one of them, or will he get away from Peke? No, he won't. Peke's godlike, showing why teams ban Nidalee over and over and over and over again against Fnatic.
Yeah, doing a very, very good job. 8-1 and 2, he's farming up a storm. He's been in the right place at the right place at the right time. And in terms of that previous team fight, he was the one that was jumped on. Cotnex tried to kick him back into the rest of the squad, and because Cotnex couldn't get a good Dragon's Rage, it actually allowed Peke to reposition and start throwing out those javelins. Millennium then became split. They were so focused on killing Reckless, it allowed the rest of Fnatic to back up. And I'm quite happy to see that Fnatic's Blade of the Ruined King Trundle actually is supplementing that slightly lower damage for the Fnatic squad, and they're playing to their strengths very effectively. Cyanide's Absolute Zero, while not game-changing, was still very powerful in those tight corridors, because all of Millennium had to run over him and past him to get into the fight, and he still managed to get away with his life.
Now Fnatic are on ward clearing duty here around Baron, doing a fantastic job of that as well. Not much going to be left by the time they finish here for Millennium, and by not much, I don't think they've actually got vision of the Baron itself. Here is the push through. Peke actually will join in and watch the spears coming in from the side. There's the first one, dodged by Cotnex.
Very good sidestep, Millennium. If they get caught by the death sentence, Fnatic may pounce. On the other side of the coin, Flash and Exhaust is available for Kerp. So if a teamfight were to break out, he needs to use those abilities to get in the center of the Fnatic squad. No Flash for Cotnex. So that's very important. Cotnex may be able or may get shut down. Reckless wants Jerry.
Reckless wants Jerry, and not risking it too much there. Not going to go too far forward, and Fnatic actually starting to back off. This ward has been a bit of a pain for them because it's meant that they could see each of those spears actually coming before it got over the wall. That allowed most of them at least to dodge that one. Jerry, in fact, walked into the last one as he stepped back a little bit earlier than he probably should, but the spears, as we said before, 8-1-2 Nidalee with a Death Cap, with a Void Staff, Morellonomicon, the Sorcerer's Shoes, and
that's
that
Exhaust.
Dean's Unholy Grail Exhaust is going to be used. The Wall of Pain goes down as well, and Peke's down to less than half HP. This could be the chance for Millennium. Kevin going to dive into the back. Peke going to go low. Zoa's trying to tank up, but in the end, he's fallen incredibly low as well. They do finally get rid of the AD carry. Kerp going to catch another spear. He's finished off by an auto attack out of Cyanide, but here comes Requiem. How many will it get? It gets just the one.
So that is Fnatic to a T. That is a kite and fight composition. As soon as Millennium engage, Fnatic are on the peel, on the retreat, all the while laying down damage. Reckless has got so much attack speed and move speed that he's attack moving as he's retreating. And Peke landed the Javelin toss that won them that fight. It chunked Creatine so low that the Absolute Zero got the kill, landed the damage. Fnatic once again trade 4 for 1 favorably, and are they going to secure the Baron? It is a very, very good fight for them, and it's just the strength of their composition. As long as they are on the retreat, Millennium are always going to be at a disadvantage. The moment Fnatic stop, Millennium can win team fights, but they haven't been forced to yet.
No, and controlling everything here on the map. Big objectives all going Fnatic's way. All 3 dragons, both Barons. 4th Baron will
Watch Creatine
as well.
Watch Creatine's HP. Peke's going to get pushed away. Not only does the Dragon's Descent push him, but the kick from Lee Sin, the Dragon's Rage, also knocks him further back. And this just threading the needle. Bang! And he just gets popped by Cyanide. If Creatine had been able to chase Cyanide and Soaz, 1 or 2 more auto attacks could have killed him. I mean, you've seen how low everyone goes to this Requiem. Watch the HP bars. 1 or 2 more hits from Creatine could have got them 2 kills, could have prevented Baron. Unfortunately, Creatine ate a massive, massive spear from Peke, and it prevented all that happening. So Fnatic now in good control. We've seen them siege. It took them a long time. Don't forget that. When they were pushing that bottom lane, it took a long time to get the tower. And now we need to see how they break those inhibitor turrets, because they're even more difficult to secure.
They are, but as it proved down bottom there, it only needs 1 big spear to land, and then Millennium simply have to collapse on themselves and retreat to the next safe place, which honestly there's not many of those safe places still remaining on the map. Of course, every turret outside of the base has already been picked off by Fnatic. The 6-3 turret lead, showing the control that they have over this game. We can see that finally we're seeing a few more Negatron cloaks coming out, so Banshee's Veils o'clock, I think, is the time for Millennium here.
There's no doubt in my mind. They need to get those up as quickly as possible. And I like the way Fnatic has grown with this comp. I think they're using the Nunu pretty effectively. The moment Millennium starts to engage, Cyanide has always been in a pretty good position, and that is a massive spear. Cottonex, he does have home guard, so he should be able to respond quickly enough. But what I really like, Soaz is building up the minions in the top lane. He has teleport available, so he can get to the top inner turret, or he can TP down if a fight breaks out. This is how Fnatic secured the bottom inner turret, and here goes Creative, he's on the front lines.
Yeah, they're gonna have to just kite back from this one, which they do expertly. Lantern being used nicely, and they've got so many slows and knockbacks there as well with the Flay coming out that they can definitely continue to do that, as we're going to see Kevin trying to hold back Soaz, but he is the troll and you're not going to stop him. He's going to take this turret without even losing half of his health.
Soaz with Blade of the Ruined King is just melting through the turret. He even has the opportunity to turn on Kevin if that fight were to break out. That is a very tanky Soaz. Creatin shows himself in top lane. That gives up the tower on bottom lane. Fnatic are just running rampant because Millennium have not made a play. Millennium didn't commit to one or the other, end up losing both.
And hard to as well, though. You have to give them that in their favor as well. That how do you really get in and engage on this Fnatic team? Yeah, you get a wall of pain onto Peke, but he just leaps back to the Lantern that was already there from Yellowstar. Yellowstar can flay them back out. Nunu throws a snowball onto whoever's going to get in their faces first. Meanwhile, you've got to deal with that pressure that Soaz is putting down on the top lane. And Kevin, as you mentioned earlier on, the whole Shyvana versus Trundle matchup, which I suppose if you do combine them,
collate them together,
something like that, he can steal all his stats away, and he's not even scared of sitting under the tower, taking all the damage from Kevin and probably tanking up the turret at the same time.
So the problem for Millennium, their composition needed to not fall behind. I know that sounds super generic, but because of the kite and fight team that Fnatic have put together, now that Millennium are behind, this 14,000 gold lead could be double in value because they need to get through so many things to get onto Fnatic. They need to get through that Trundle, the Nunu, the Thresh, and all of his disengage to get to two members of Fnatic who have all of the tools in the world to stay alive. The Pounce, the Heal, the Ambush Stealth. So in order for Millennium to actually turn this game, they need to have a Dark Binding result in a kill. That is the safest one. Cottonex can obviously pull a Insect, as we like to call it, get in, kick somebody in range, but I think it's going to boil down to a good Dark Binding or catching Fnatic spread out. The Cottonex are going to try again, but again, it's a half commit, and J-Rees instantly falls back.
They run away, J-Ree takes a spear to the face. Meanwhile, Soaz is on the Nexus turrets. Kevin's trying to deal with him, but the super minions coming in. The rest of the team are pulled away, and that's the second inhibitor of the game coming in. However, Peke getting caught, kicked in there, but he's got his cleanse available. That gets him away. Cyanide now with the absolute zero going down. Kurt trying to get into the middle of the team, which he manages, but it's a double kill for the Rat. Finally, the Requiem will start to be channeled through, but it's not enough to finish off the Rat-a-tat tank. It's 3 kills to the Rat, and now Fnatic are on to the third and final inhib turret.
It's not over yet. Reckless is going to deal the damage, but Soaz gets the killing blow. Fnatic, they're on the Nexus turrets. They have just won the game with a phenomenal kite and fight comp.
J-Ree trying to stay away at the back of the fountain there, and Soaz and the rest of Fnatic with those 4 men down will pick off the Nexus turrets. The Nexus itself goes down, and Fnatic beat Millennium. A much needed win, I think, for the confidence of Fnatic overall here today.
I really like Fnatic's approach to this game. They banned out 2 champions. They banned out Eve and Kha'Zix. Millennium themselves took Elise off the table and first picked Lee Sin. I would hazard a guess that from the opening of this game, Fnatic had anticipated the jungle focus, had predicted it, and put together a composition that they could play to beat Millennium. And they did execute it very well. So many jungle invades, they controlled Millennium's blue buff. As soon as we got to those team fights, they kited appropriately, and they did exactly what was required to win with this comp.
So I want to throw something out there. The last-second change away from Ziggs to pick up Karthus. You have to wonder whether the Ziggs would have helped them in a lot of these scenarios where they were just simply pushed away. If they could have, you know, utilized what Ziggs does best, which is wave clear at max range pretty much, those sieges could have gone on for a lot longer, could have given Millennium more opportunities maybe to get in.
I completely agree. And the power of Ziggs, he's not impacted by the slows. Ziggs bouncing bombs are not affected by an absolute zero. The Mega Inferno bomb, if you get fed and get some damage, is going to hit multiple members because Silent has to stay in place. Trundle needs to be on the front line running amok. So I think the Karthus is a difficult question. I do think, though, for the first 20 to 25 minutes, Kerp did a good job. Yep. I think the Dragon fights, he got into good placements, mostly because Fnatic misplayed, I think. But on Baron, he got into good spots as well. So I think he did a good job. I think there could have been better options.
And Millennium probably left scratching their head for a second time this week because, as we said before, we talked about their loss to Alliance yesterday, which was a one-sided affair, a game that they'll probably want to forget. There was definitely more to take away from this game, I think, from Millennium's side as to how they played it, number one, how they maybe misplayed it as number two.
Yeah, I also think their picks and bans were very good in week one, a little more questionable this week. You know, I do feel they were baited into that LeBlanc yesterday, and I do feel that today Fnatic had a very good strategy, very good plan that they managed to actually execute.
Taking Nidalee off the table, as a lot of people have, may just be an option there. We do actually have a replay, though, from that game. And again, it was Yellow Star's Lanterns that were so good this game.
Very impressed by Yellow Star and Thresh. Let's pull this replay up onto your screen. Peke almost escapes. So we're going to watch this magical runaway. Let's roll the clip out. And what you guys need to keep your eyes on is Creatin's positioning. You'll notice him just off screen. He's dashed over the wall, and he's going to cut Peke off. Peke goes into the bushes for the movement speed. It allows him to pounce and run away, and the 2 bullets fly through. That is just, it is actually really good play from everybody involved. Yellow Star did the right thing, Peke did the right thing, Creatin did the right thing. Unfortunately, somebody had to die, and it was Peke's head that got taken off at the end.
If it wasn't the light slinger passive that gave him the 2 auto attacks, actually would have survived that one. And guys, don't forget we want to see your highlights from the games today, so send them to us on Twitter at LOL Esports, of course, and stamp them up with the hashtag LCS. A fantastic win there from Fnatic. Still early days. We heard them say in the preview video to that game that as the LCS goes on in typical Fnatic fashion, they're only going to get stronger. And we also have to remember, we're only in week 2 right now.
I do want to highlight something that Fnatic said during the video. They were talking about Millennium on an individual player ability and saying how last split, we could just beat them 1v1. And this split, we're a little more nervous about that if they play like week 1. So put together a comp where you negate their 1v1 power. Put together a composition where you can sit back, just throw spears and say, nope, don't want none of that. Throw spears, and if anybody does engage, well, absolute zero, box, you know, pillar of ice, and all of a sudden you negate the theoretical skill. What that does show is a strategic depth to Fnatic's decision-making, which is great to see.
Also, just want to touch on very briefly, Peke, of course, finishing 8-1-8. Great spear performance there for Fnatic. Reckless, who for me stayed quite quiet throughout that game, mopped up in the end, and that's the thing about the right. Even if he stays quiet all game, he still does his job, and the right times, the rat-tat-tats are going to kill everyone.
His damage was never needed because of how well the rest of the team dealt with Millennium.
Well, guys, Shox and Deficio are joined by Fnatic's Xpeke. So, guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Joe, and welcome Xpeke after sparing that win with the team. Very amazing play from you guys. Well, the Nidalee pick really worked out for you guys. Tell us what kind of plan was going into picks and bans.
The main plan was to not do what we did last day, no? Like, there are a lot of picks that are OP, there are a lot of picks that are good. If you don't get one of the OP picks, you can at least get something that is equally as strong in its way. And yesterday we did completely the opposite. We took picks that were fine, but they took everything that was OP or really good. And today, when we went into the pick and into picks, every one of us decided, okay, let's at least try to focus on getting something strong. If they get something strong, we cannot just take something that might work, but if we are not ahead, their pick is stronger, like Jax, for example. So we were like, okay, let's do that. And we started just doing the pick and phase one by one, realizing what was open. They only can pick one strong pick, so we leave more than one open. They pick one, we pick two, and then we have an advantage. Then they pick 2 more, and we pick 2 more. And pretty much what we wanted is a setup that cannot get outscaled. In case we are if we are ahead, we snowball. If we are equal, we have chances. And if we are behind, we can come back. So that's what we look for today.
Yeah, pretty good comp. What about the Nuno pick here? Did you guys expect all the junglers to be banned away, or?
I had no idea he would even say that he wanted to pick Nuno. He hates it. And every time we play Nuno, he's kind of, God damn it. But all of them were banned. And I think he felt like he could play because we practiced it a bit. And even though he didn't like it or did that well, he knew what he had to do. And he's been like, okay, you just pick Nuno. Our setup is really strong right now. If instead of going for a more defensive setup, we go kind of for Nidalee Nuno. They have no way of going on us, especially with the engage they have. They have to catch me to engage, and I have cleanse. So it's impossible for them to ever win a fight because if they focus Nuno, it's gonna be their loss. They are gonna lose before they kill Nuno. And it worked pretty well. I was surprised that he wanted to play Nuno, and he did well on it, like that well.
And actually exactly the point you just made here with Millennium, the lack of engage onto you guys, how hard it was for him to catch you. The Karthus pick from Curve was very weird for me in this comp, especially because you guys could just kite him around pretty much for days. What do you think about the Karthus pick?
I felt really confident with it. Like it was perfect because it offers you a free lane, kinda, no?
Yeah.
It's this champion. He's really good if he has a good setup. The enemy laner doesn't outscale you, kind of. Not the enemy, you outscale him, but if they can kite you, they outscale you. And it opened it like perfectly. More having a Nuno, more having a Tres, and now the Nidalee is like, what are they going to do? What's Karthus going to do? I go for a creep, he Q me, I heal myself, I keep farming, and I hit him, and he cannot do anything. And level 6, I have more pressure than him, because if he makes a mistake, I can go Cougar form and harass. So I think Karthus' pick was the worst. I was more scared of other picks, and I was really happy when I saw their setup. I really thought on picks we had the game.
Well, you mentioned that you had all fronts covered and you really didn't want to get outscaled. Yet, at the end, it was sometimes very, very close. Can you tell me what went through the team at that moment? Because it could turn. It was very close at the end with the Karthus ults coming in.
In the end, there were a couple of fights that I think were more like brain damages and stuff. I don't know. In one of the fights, we split. The Dragon fight, for example, we split too much, and we, again, forgot what our setup is. No? Our setup is about poking. 5v5 straight. If we go like morons into Karthus and auto-attack him, we're going to lose. So we have to keep the distance, hit one spear, which is not enough, because I hit Morgana. And it kind of baited us. Okay, one is half HP, let's do Drake. But Morgana, she doesn't care. She can stay behind, seal someone, Q, ultimate. But so we should have waited until I hit 1 or 2 more spears. Hopefully one on Karthus and on Lucian. If we hit on one of those, 1 spear to half HP, then we can force it, because they are so low that if they try to go in, the moment they try, we can flash one skill and they're dead. And that's what we should wait for. And that's the only fight I believe we did like really bad, even though it was a 1-for-1 and we got Drake. I believe it was really bad. The rest of the fights, so maybe bad stuff happened, but I think we won them all anyways.
So, okay, you said yourself there were a few issues this game here. Looking back at Super Week, of course, you guys went 2 for 2. What were your take on Super Week, and what issues do you really feel you guys have as a team now that you need to sort?
I think our problem was sometimes not rating like the game the way is. The way the game is right now is really about picks. There are tiers, no? There are some champions that if you put them together with other champions are completely tier heaven. So we have to take them in mind. Like if they are going to get this champion, you can give away an OP champion like Jax, for example, but you have to know, you have to take something that is good with him and something that counters him, so he's not so strong, and then you have that strength. Even though Jax is going to be good, at least he's not going to outscale you, because you have really good picks versus it. And I think right now you just really have to have in mind before the game, what champions do you prioritize for a first pick? What champions are you willing to give for them to first pick in exchange of 2 more? And after that, because if you have a good setup, even if you're behind, you can win. One mistake, one guy taking something out of his nose, get caught, you win the game. So it's perfect right now, if you get a good setup.
All right, well, congratulations. Great win for you guys, and thank you for the informed explanation as well. We're going to step off the rifts for just a moment, and when we return, the Copenhagen Wolves will face Roccat. See you back here in 3.5.
Hey, Kevin, are you gonna eat some sauce today?
Coming he find Peke? Where's he going? Peke was trying to get back, but Lucian surely going to block off his path. There is Green.
Lantern!
Oh! He's gone real deep from that one. The Lantern as Peke goes to the other side. Split up. Reckless going to be the target though, and they're going to get onto him. Peke though, unstoppable as he lands another one. So has TP'd in, and that means the death of J-Reed. Peke's down to less than half HP. This could be the chance for Millennium. Kevin going to dive into the back. Peke going to go low. Soa's trying to tank up, but in the end, he's fallen incredibly low as well. They do finally get rid of the AD carry. Curve going to catch another spear. He's finished off by an auto attack out of Cyanide, but here comes Requiem. How many will it get? It gets just the one. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've lane swapped quick shot here and got Deficio up on the desk. And we'd like, of course, to take a quick moment to let you know that the preview show has recently been added to the top of LOLesports.com. You can head there and watch current and past episodes to catch up on all the league action with Riv, Jack, Quick Shot and Shocks. But for now, of course, it is time for the second half of the day with the Copenhagen Wolves versus Roccat. Yesterday, the Copenhagen Wolves had another problematic match. They took on a great-looking Super Hot crew, and a lot of elements didn't work for them again. Quite similar to week one.
Yeah, and if we start with Youngbuck up in the top lane, he played Vladimir again, and It's a risky pick in my opinion, because it's hard now with all the lane swaps going on here. You have to jungle, it's hard to get the farm needed, to get the items, and also there's a lot of champions who can one-on-one you in these one-on-ones. Like with Shyvana, for instance, in top lane, like we saw yesterday, he lost to Mima one-on-ones pretty much throughout the entire game. And Vladimir itself is not a bad pick, it's just a very risky one, and it's not what Copenhagen Wolves need at the moment. And also looking at the game yesterday versus Super Hot Crew, in general, they just played very passive, because they were waiting for this Vladimir to scale up. They were waiting for the jungle Yorick as well to get to the point where you can really start going into team fights and actually have an impact. And it just didn't happen. So they played very passive, and Super Hot Crew just had full control of the map.
And I have to ask you, while we're on that topic, what do you think to Airwax on jungle Yorick? For me, it doesn't seem to have the strength of the core 4 junglers, Evelyn, Elise, Lee Sin, and Kha'Zix.
Well, I like it in the case, I think it can work. Definitely think it can work. According to himself, I actually talked with him. According to him, he's very, very strong one-on-one against the enemy jungler. So if he goes in and trying to find him at the red buff or Wraith camp or something, he can actually kill the enemy jungler. However, the ganks, of course, are very weak from Yorick. And my issue is also the way he builds it. No GP10 items, no jungle items for him. And also he goes for the tier, to stack it up. And it takes a lot of time for him to stack it up. It's a lot of time and money he invests into building this Yorick up. And once you're in the jungle and you farm somewhat slow without a gold item as well, it takes a lot of time before you hit a point where you're really, really strong. And in general, it simply means unless Copenhagen will snowball early game, you won't actually do anything on this Yorick. And that's what we have seen in the last 2 games where he actually played it. But of course, we have to say he's still a new jungler. He's playing his comfort picks because he's new to the LCS. Ro8, of course, the new AD carry. The synergy on the team still needs to be built up here. The teamwork needs to improve, and that's maybe why they stick to these comfort picks for someone like Airwax.
So on the other side then, Roccat versus SK Gaming. Roccat, again, a similar scenario to so many games that we saw yesterday, where they fell behind too quickly, never really had a chance to show us what they had up their sleeve.
They got completely out-rotated on the map by SK Gaming, and there was pretty much nothing they could do to actually get back, because they ran this poke comp here without any engage or any proper wave clear. So once they fell behind, they could just try and pick up some farm in the lanes and just wait for SK to push them down to them, and SK just move into the jungle, take the buffs, take the dragon, take the baron, take everything away on the map, and then we had just had Roccat waiting at the tower. The farm came down, pick up some of it, and if SK were there to actually push with the wave, the tower would just go down. So they were actually never really in the game, and also credit to SK, of course, for playing very safe and never really give them a chance to come back.
So then, with both teams trying to climb out at the bottom of the table, the Copenhagen Wolves will really need to work together with their 2 new members as Roccat come into this match looking to exploit any of those weaknesses.
Overall, Wolves aren't that strong as a team right now because they changed 2 members, and I think they are weaker.
So they have 2 new players now, Ro8 and Airwax. I think the jungler is not performing that well yet. Ro8 is doing fine, I think. He is doing good.
I always saw Roccat as a wild card. They can pull out any strategy and they can play very differently. How good they are varies a lot from day to day. I can expect them to do basically anything, especially Overpow has a really weird champion pool, so you never know what champion you're going to play against.
Well, the last split we always wanted to lane swap against them because we felt that was their weakness. Especially lane swapping into mid lane because we thought Overpower was the strongest link. I think we will revise our strategy and probably go for a normal strat this time.
We will do our best to win because we are right now really in bad spot, and every single match matters, so we need to start winning.
Interesting that we hear there that the Copenhagen Wolves lane swapped Roccat last split because they thought that was a weakness, but we're at a point in the game now where lane swaps are practiced a hell of a lot by every single team.
And we very rarely see people actually go mid lane with it. It's always up in the top lane or the bottom lane, and then you start roaming around here. So we need to see if both teams can adapt to it, because it's actually been the weak point for both these teams. The play on the map is not good enough for both of them.
Well, now it's on to the lineups for our 2 teams for this game. On the blue side, for the Copenhagen Wolves, we have Youngbuck in the top lane, Airwax in the jungle, Kautard in the mid lane, and the duo of Ro8 and Unlimited.
On the red side, we have Roccat with Sasos in the top lane, Jankos in the jungle, Overpow is the mid laner, Celavice AD carry, and of course Vandalife on support.
So let's take a quick look then at your votes over on LOLesports.com, where it looks like you've picked Roccat to win this game by 67%. And as far as the votes go, I think that is actually pretty spot on for this game, just from what we've been seeing and really feeling from these two teams in the first 2 weeks.
Yeah, so while Roccat have lost 4 games already, we have to remember they got 3rd place in the playoffs, last split, so they're definitely a strong team. They just have some issues now actually finding the right playstyle for them. On the current patch, of course, we need to see champion-wise. For me, it's a bit weird. They've banned Twitch now in all 5 games they've played. Not a single time have they actually just let it go through or try and pick it themselves. Either Silver needs to learn to play Twitch, or Roccat at least need to, I wouldn't say respect it less, but find some sort of counter to it so they don't always have to ban it every single game.
Well, we'll see if they continue that trend here as we head into Champion Select for Game 3 here on our second day of Week 2 in the European LCS. First bans out, though, will be LeBlanc for the Copenhagen Wolves and Nidalee taken away, so both aimed at Overpower. On the other side, Yasuo taken out, and there is the Twitch ban that you were talking about from Roccat.
Yeah, so Twitch ban again. Expected at least, and also with the Yasuo here taking away from Coutard. I actually like that because Coutard has really shown he's so good on this champion here. He's actually carried games for the Wolves, so I like the fact they banned away.
So what will the next one be? Jax taken out. Zazas, of course, has already showed us his hand when it comes to Jax in the spring split and into playoffs. Kassadin, 3rd and final ban out here for Roccat. Red side Kassadin ban, who would have thought it? Leaving Evelyn open here, though, for the jungle for Airwax. He's going to take that away this time. Of course, not going for Yorick. And I think Roccat, yeah, they may be trolling slightly with this one, hovering over Vladimir and Yorick.
A little bit. He should be Lee Sin here, or, of course, the least pick for Jankos. First picking Evelyn is actually something a bit strange now, where there's so many teams who really favors Lee Sin as the first pick when you want to go for the jungler here. But of course, Copenhagen Wolves, we saw Airwax actually play Evelyn in Week 1, where he managed to flank around and actually start a very good team fight and win the game for the Wolves.
Win, yeah.
Exactly, and the only win for the Wolves. He actually played Evelyn. Could be the reason, of course, for the lock-in.
See about that and what Roccat are actually going to go for here. And Ziggs as a first pick could be interesting, considering that Roccat have final pick and could counter what Coutard goes for. But we know that Coutard himself likes to play that Ziggs, and with a couple or 3 mid lane or 4 mid lane bans, I always forget about Kassadin because he's banned out so often. Ziggs taken now, priority for Roccat, along with the Lucian. The AD carry locked in here for Roccat on their first round.
So very safe picks, a lot of wave clear, a lot of poke potential from Roccat from the start here. Really already showing what their comp is going to be about. We can group up now. I would expect someone like Zazus to go with either Shyvana, Renekton or Trundle and focus on split pushing up in the top lane. And then you have 4 members with the Ziggs, with the Lucian in the mid lane to just start poking, sieging down, which is a comp that always works great as long as you're not falling too far behind. And even if you do fall behind, you can always just extend the game and farm and therefore try and look for the comeback.
So what will the Wolves add in now? Will they be locking in for Youngbuck in the top lane? We've been a little unimpressed, I think it's safe to say, with the picks that he's brought to the table so far. Vladimir a couple of times. Lulu didn't really work for him. Looked like they were really trying almost too hard to crowbar that one in. The only win, funnily enough, that they had was with Trundle in the top lane, a signature champion type for Youngbuck, and he's going to go back to that here with the Shyvana, also taking the Thresh for Unlimited.
So Youngbuck is really a Bruiser player, much like Wicked, much like Freddy. Loves to play the Bruisers here. AP champions didn't work for him at all, and in the past as well. I mean, yes, his Vladimir actually has been his main champion, or one of the main champions for him for many years, but still, right now, Copenhagen Wolves need him to play a Bruiser where he can first of all be in the front line and tank a lot of damage, or he can focus on split pushing and applying pressure for the Wolves, and then they can do something else on the map. Last split, it was pretty much all the time someone like Ziggs, Caitlyn, or Lucian, and they would just do this 1-4 split push and it worked for them.
Also want to say that Thresh is not a champion that Unlimited really plays. We've not seen it on him so far. I think he didn't even play in the spring split overall, maybe once or twice, but definitely not a player who really prioritizes that Thresh pick. On the other side though, the definites that we have, Irelia for the top lane for Zazus, Lee Sin for Jankos in the jungle.
Yeah, so if they get the Lee Sin here, Roccat could even delay the pick, of course, because due to the fact that Evelyn was first picked, could take it later here, of course, get, in my opinion, the best jungler at the moment. Lee Sin over to Jankos, of course, a champion he enjoys playing a lot. Irelia up in the top lane against Shyvana here. Both of them actually follow each other pretty well. Going up in both of them also very strong when it comes to team fights.
So for the Wolves on their final 2 rounds, looking for a mid laner and an AD carry. Lulu and Cogmore, really wouldn't be surprising me to see that one, or that combo being locked in. Of course, you've seen 2 champions for Coutard so far this season. First 3 games, he played Yasuo, that's banned out this time around. The last 2 games he played Ziggs, that was already first picked here by Roccat. So going on to something new, at least for this split, that'll be the Lulu for him. And as I said, Cogmore the choice here for Woolite. The second time we'll see him on that as well. They opened up the season with a Cogmore against Alliance.
And this is really a comp you would actually see Alliance play, because we have the Lulu Shyvana coming in here, so Shyvana can jump in, get the wild growth, knock up multiple members. That's your engage, followed up then by, of course, Evelyn flanking around with her ulti, and that's how you start the fights. A lot of slows coming down onto Roccat so you can start chasing. And then also, of course, you have to peel with Lulu and Thresh in case it's actually Roccat engaging onto you here. So very nice comp here from Copenhagen Wolves, and one we've seen from Alliance, and they really make it work.
On the other side, Roccat are looking for their support here, and if you look at what Vander's already played, Zyra and Leona, Thresh, Nami, I think it's going to be the Leona in here. We did see it with Illusion in Game 2 of the season when he picked up the win against Gambit, and as the time ticks down, we see that Vander will in fact lock in the Leona.
So Roccat wanted some hard engage in the comp here, and of course with Vander on Leona, he will be the one to start the fights, followed up by both Aurelia and Lee Sin jumping in. You have the bomb from the Ziggs, everything. A lot of all-in potential here from Roccat, and only actually the Lulu and the Thresh then to peel and kite away. There's no Nami, no Zyra to knock them up. They have to be slowed down, and then you just kite backwards with the rest of the Copenhagen Wolves team here. So it can definitely work for them. Both teams here providing some decent wave clear. Both of them with the Bruisers, of course, in the top lane. Both are going to bring teleport, no surprise at all. Aggressive early junglers, 2 good AD carries. One of them, of course, Woolite, is going to scale better when you come to the real late game. But then, of course, Lucian has his early game and mid game power.
And will we see the Cogmore get to the late game? That's the question.
That's the question.
We've not really seen answered so far in the games where we've had that Cogmore in there. But guys, now that we know the champions, do you still think that Roccat are going to come out on top of it? Let us know by tweeting at LOL Esports with hashtag CWWin or hashtag RockWin, and we'll see if you guys change your mind a little bit later on. Did change your mind in our last game, but actually it just became even stronger of a vote in favor of Fnatic.
And again, looking at comps in this game, it's so hard to predict. I mean, they're very even with each other here. Both have pretty much the same kind of playstyle, except for the support picks, where one of them, unless you land the hook, could be the engage, but otherwise you have the hard engage support, and then you have the peeling support instead here to help out Woolite in the team fights. So that's the only difference actually for them. We need to see how Copenhagen Wolves will handle here the early game, where of course they need Woolite to farm up in the start, where Selva can be more aggressive on Lucian and try and set something up with Vander.
And it's interesting as well because the Wolves have had trouble late game, finishing off games. Cogmore, of course, the later we go, the stronger he's going to be overall. We'll see about that one here as we head into game for the Copenhagen Wolves versus Roccat. A bottom-of-the-table clash. These two teams really looking for a win. Of course, they between them only have a win apiece. One against Millennium for the Wolves, and of course the Gambit win for Roccat.
And both these teams here in the last split, people were talking about how the potential was there. They could become great teams. Both of them could actually move up the ranks in Europe as well. Roccat, of course, with the third place. Copenhagen Wolves had to play promotion tournament. Still managed to re-qualify without any issues, to be honest. So people are still talking about how these teams could actually step it up, become even better, maybe even challenge some of the real top teams here in Europe. Didn't start well enough for them. As we talked about, big issues when it came to rotation, focus on objectives as well. Laning phase has actually been decent for both teams though.
Laning phase not been a problem for them whatsoever. And you have to wonder then, especially from the Wolves side, is that all about the synergy when it comes to these team fights, having the 2 new members in? And then you say the same about Roccat, a team that's been together for such a long time, managed to finish 3rd when it came to playoffs.
So Roccat is, for me, shot calling is a big deal. Also, the pick and ban phase in some of the past games has been a bit weird, where they often would either get outscaled or just be way too weak early game with their champions. So they didn't really find a match here.
Look at that vote, really coming back down and, in fact, changing in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves here. 51 to 49%. Doesn't get much closer than that without the 50-50 draw coming in. So, very interesting game. As you said, bottom of the table clash, but just as important as the top of the table clash that we saw in game 1 between Alliance and SK Gaming here today. We'll see who can get off to the better start out of these two.
every single win matters here in Europe. With all the tiebreakers, again, think back to last year in the summer split where we had the 5-way tie or something. One win there for any of those teams could have changed and actually moved them up to even just second place in the league. So every single win here counts. Of course, you want to get to the playoffs and then you have a chance of going towards World. But you also want to use these games to really step up your gameplay. And they're going aggressive here early on to Woolite.
Yeah, and actually is going to be moving in there. A bit of damage exchange between the two of them. No real major problems coming out there as Vander decided to go in. Sullivan taking damage. Actually, Vander going very deep once again, but it's almost like a game of chicken between these two supports right now as who's going to go deeper.
Just poking a little bit back and forth. Of course, Opa as well in the mid lane. He's actually still only level 1, so Karta got the early level 2 and therefore got a good poke onto Opa, but both of them actually down to 50%. Now Opa, of course, still has to last it a bit on the tower. He's going to miss some of these minions.
Yeah, credit to Overpower though for actually managing to get some of that damage back onto Kautard, still whilst being level 1 and landing that bouncing bomb in there. See how that mid lane all develops and where the junglers really are going to put their focus in this early game. Who they're going to be going for. Just want to look down a couple of these summoner spells here, specifically in the bottom lane, the cleanse for Woolite. Never to be underestimated when you've got a slow, squishy champion like Cosmo.
I like it against Leona and also against Aurelia. When they go in towards him, if you land a stun onto him, he needs the cleanse, of course, and then he knows he will get the movement speed. You'll be able to kite with the help of him, but Jankos come in towards this top lane here.
Oh, actually flashing very, very early on from this, and Jankos is going to get the slow. Not got the damage just yet. Obviously got the secondary slow as well with the auto attacks and red buff on. That didn't offer him too much. Airwax here though with Evelyn. This is a real chance for him to shine as he did the last time we saw him on Evelyn against Millennium in that winning game. Actually ended 9-5-15 from that one.
It was a bit of a slow start for him in the game, but then he just, as soon as it came to team fights, he just picked up kill after kill after kill, and he was really, really good at flanking around the enemy team and engaging onto them. And of course, if Copenhagen Wolves can be the aggressive ones when they actually start the fights, it's going to be even harder for Roccat to get towards Woolite.
Saw that he missed Flame from Unlimited and talked about that earlier, that he's not been a big Thresh player up until now, and obviously that's something that the team maybe wanted to add into their repertoire for this bottom lane, because Thresh can offer you so much in all stages of this game. Kautard pretty much going to face check in here. Will flash. Jankos goes off to the ward. A Q is going to have to land if he wants to kill. Flashes in, and that is an easy Q and an easy first blood. And now Airwax going to try and escape. This one gets bounced around. Overpower coming in, and he's dead. The Ignite finishes off, and down in the bottom lane it's all going off as well. Vander going towards Woolite. Cleanse already going to be used. There'll be no kill down here unless something terrible happens for either team. And right now it's Unlimited trying to get in range to Vander. Doesn't happen, but Roccat, what a start in that mid lane. Gonna also say at the same time, a face check pretty much from Kautard to go into that brush.
So Airworks was actually around the mid lane, then he walked up towards top and whoa, flash forward from Vander.
A slow reaction actually from Vander going in after his flash, allowed Woolite to flash away. Unlimited and Woolite here are very, very low, but I think Roccat wanting to be a little bit safer. Although I say that, the dash forward comes in, a good play from Unlimited. Vander not got the range on the Zenith play.
And Roccat really needs to punish Woolite for picking Cleanse here early on in the game, where there's no heal, of course, no barrier for him. And they have the advantage on Celavar, so they need to get in, poke him again and again. So whenever he's actually low like this, he can't stay, because again, there's no barrier, no heal, so he can't try and bait it. And therefore Roccat can take control and now push the wave out, and he's gonna lose a lot here, Woolite.
Yes, the turret's going to soak up most of that, and he's coming only now back into lane, waiting for a bit of gold, I think, to add in with the pots and ward that he picked up. Also got himself a Vamp Scepter on top of his Doran's Blade start, but that is a full, I think, wave and a half, really, even, that was down in the bottom lane. That's going to be gone when he gets there.
Entire wave is gone here. Overpower.
Oh, he's hit 6. He's hit 6. This is real dangerous for Kautard. Ulti going in. Kautard just steps away. Overpower tanking up the turret there. That is not good news for him. In the end, they can't get around. Airwax may be able to craft something if he can sneak in there. Meanwhile, Zazas having a good bash onto Youngbuck in the top lane.
A lot of early fights in this game here. Both bottom lane, mid lane, of course. Now top lane as well, going hard on to each other. Evelyn's going to join in though.
Evelyn coming up there and won't be spotted, of course. Zadus actually diving onto Young, but once again, ulti going to be thrown down. He's going to get the kill, and now he's going to head south as Airwax will try and chase in. He's not got much health remaining here, but Airwax not got the speed. There's the flash to go in. Stun comes down. Here comes Lee Sin to back things up, and that will mean that Airwax backs away, and he's 3 kills now on the board, unanswered for Roccat.
Beautiful, beautiful play by Sasus here. Knew he could actually go for the kill, even though Airwax showed up in his lane. Flashed in with the last ult hit as well. Got an auto attack and then backed away, and Jankos was nearby to help him out. Very, very strong play from Roccat here early on. Of course, Jankos been part of 2 of the kills, and then Sasus by himself on his top lane.
Mid lane. So close. As soon as I saw Overpower being aggressive there and the minions low, it's like he's going to hit level 6 any second now. Does, but good read really from Kautar. There's a great play to get Vander back away. Is he going to keep chasing? He is, but the hook will land. This could be real dangerous for Vander to slow out of the Voidoo's. Not enough to keep him in position for the Wolves to finish him off though.
Still has some potions though, so can regen some of the health and maybe go for another attempt. For now though, he's too low and therefore he needs to back away. Good job by Unlimited, however, with the Flay to actually stop the first engage there and prevented the stun onto Woolite.
Very action-packed start to this matchup, which I wasn't sure what to expect, honestly, from this game. Whether it was going to be such a slow, calculated start from both teams, considering this is the bottom of the table clash. The winner of this will head up into 7th position. The loser, of course, staying down in the 8th spot. But Roccat really opening up aggressive. The bottom lane of the Wolves, Woolite and Unlimited also showing that they're not scared of getting their hands dirty there.
And Jankos needs to be careful here because there's a ping ward actually from Copenhagen Wolves. Didn't know he's on it. However, Airwax actually is far, far away. He won't be able to join in. Should be a blue buff. Kautar won't be able to try and take it away from Jankos here. So nice blue buff steal actually. Still need to go back and defend his own.
Yeah, needs to defend his own. There's no ultimate now, of course, from Overpower after he used that one. And Kautar actually going to put some pressure on him, try and hold him in position. As Jankos comes across, Wild Growth is available for Kautar as the Q is going to land. Airwax is there, not spotted there as the bouncing bomb landing in onto him. And Roccat feeling like they could do a little bit of chasing from this one. Bottom lane is going to start to move into position. Kautar at less than half. Airwax is going to walk in, but he takes the Lantern back to safety. And now Celiver in a bit of a 1v1 against Woolite. But there is the cleanse used, which will get him back. Or will it? Lee Sin comes in. Wild Growth being used. Everyone's so low. Hook lands onto Vander. Airwax goes in to get the kill onto Jankos. But he get one back for Overpower in the end. Massacre, a messy fight really that so many more people could have gone down there.
And everything starts from the chase in the mid lane here where Kautar went aggressive onto Overpower. And Jankos is there, they chase him down, Airwax joins in, the bottom lanes they join in together here. Nice cleanse from Moonlight as well, and then they baited out actually to jump from Jankos, and now they're going towards Celiver.
Double flash actually, Celiver flashed away from the flash out of Kautar. And actually, that will actually was the dash away. He'd already used flash just previously to that one, but good try out of Kautar, trying to get a little bit of an edge from that, but it still leaves Roccat in charge of this game. 4-1 up, close to a 2,000 gold lead now.
Still pretty good bait actually from Copenhagen Wolves when Jankos jumped in. Wild Growth there, managed to keep Woolite alive and just turn around and pick up a kill. Of course, still lost a member for it, but it was good play, especially by Kautar himself with the Wild Growth.
Blue buff actually will be given over there again to Jankos, so he's keeping hold of that, and that's because Overpower got himself a double buff after securing that kill back after they got the buffs from Jankos. So that worked out fine for Roccat in the end in terms of transferring those buffs across to the mid laner, and keeps Kautar now such a hard time in this mid lane. Behind on levels, up against a double buff Ziggs.
We actually need to see if Roccat want to keep playing this aggressive here. Jankos going in, they definitely want to be.
Kautar in trouble, down to half, he's going to get bounced against the wall, but Jankos had already used his moves really to try and get in behind him for the kick, and Kautar will be able to walk away. Did have Wild Growth as well available, should that have been needed, and Colin is just going to come out to annoy the Copenhagen Wolves who are trying to recall.
So they actually stopped him from recalling as soon as Roccat starts the dragon here, but because Woolite is out of mana, Roccat don't really care. They just want to keep him there so he couldn't recall and come back and pick up some farm later on. Airwax is still here. He can try and smite till this one and then take the Lantern from Unlimited to get out.
So dangerous. The Lantern is there. Can he get in? No, he can't. Airwax now going to be spotted and killed. Destroyed by Lee Sin in the end. 5th kill of the game for Roccat. 2nd one overall. for Jankos. They get the kill, they get the dragon. Airwax feeling obviously that he needed to do that to try and bring the Wolves back into this.
Had to try something at least. The Lantern was a little bit too early as well, so gave it away for Roccat. They spot Lantern and see, okay, we know Evelyn's gonna try and steal this one, so let's just turn around as well, pick up an easy kill. And top lane wise, I mean, yes, Sasus, he picked up a kill, slightly ahead in CS as well, just used to teleport. Youngbuck still has his teleport, but now the dragon, of course, is gone, so it's gonna be hard for Copenhagen Wolves to make a play.
Youngbuck's gonna get some more pressure from Zazas. Half of his health stripped away just like that. No real follow-up from Zazas on it though. We'll see how that one all develops. As you mentioned, there is the lead from Zazas. Building very aggressive as Overpower going to get caught out, tries to jump over the wall, uses the flash in the end. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? No, Jankos can't get in to give him the help of the shield fast enough, and now Jankos might be the one that's in trouble. He's got a flash here if really needed. Zazas came down to assist from top as well.
So they actually managed to pick up a kill in here. Of course, the satchel charge didn't work for him. The jump from Overpower just straight into the wall, had to flash away, and then it was easy for Copenhagen Wolves to follow. Pick up a nice kill for them, and also they can push down the wave now. Deny some farm from Overpower, and Kautar can actually catch up.
Oh, Youngberg going aggressive on this one. Actually will use the Dragon Descent, clears out that wave, and I think he's probably going to go home shopping after this. Is Unlimited going to get locked up here. A lot of damage coming back out from Silver, but they're trying to turn it around with Woolite, focusing onto Vander from that one. In the end, it's both supports that go down to about half health.
And Silver here, despite been farming pretty well, has 2 assists. Actually doesn't have a BF sword yet, because first of all, the first time he went back, I believe he actually upgraded his boots. Second time he got now the Scepter on Vander again, going very aggressive.
Oh, Solar Flare will come in. This could very well be the end of Unlimited. The Culling coming out. Woolite actually will tank up most of that damage, and Vander is so very low, spotted in the brush. This should be an easy finish for Airwax. Oh, the stun comes out, and then the flash. That is some pretty sick mechanic from Vander right there.
Yeah, very nice play. The stun flash instantly away. Didn't want to take any chances, of course. Beautiful play. There was no ulti for Airwax. It was still on cooldown, so he couldn't actually slow them down, therefore couldn't pick up the kill. And it means for Jankos now, again, as soon as he spots Airwax somewhere, he just moves into his jungle, picks up some farm. And so far, both junglers have been very active when it comes to ganks.
And more wards to blue buff as well. Let's not forget the last one was taken by Jankos, who will spot Youngbuck. Actually lands the Q, but does he want any more than that? He did, apparently, but also then just walked straight off from it as he realized actually Youngbuck does decent amounts of damage here. Double Doran's Blade Shyvana. Also the workings of the Sunfire Cape in there. Meanwhile, Unlimited, who I have to give him his due. I wasn't sure how he's going to play here on this Thresh, as Youngbuck once again, he's going to get pressured from Zazas. I wasn't sure how Unlimited was going to come in here with his Thresh, but his plays have been pretty much on point throughout this one as Leona goes in onto him every time.
Yeah, but we need to see what he can actually do when it comes down to team fights.
That's true.
Set up a good hook or save someone with the lantern going into the mid-late game where you really need to see him shine. And we also need to see if Roccat wants to start putting more pressure on to Woolite down this bottom lane, because he's actually been farming pretty well. He has the cleanse, of course, already for the team fights and been picking up quite some farm. Already got his Blade Zone King. So for him, at least, he can be happy. And Copenhagen Wolves, they need him to be very farmed.
Oh, this could be real bad for Youngbuck. Zazas let's pick up a couple of hits, and the minions gone means that they would have slowed down any pressure they could have put in. Meanwhile, Airwax was spotted there. But here is the blue buff. As I said, stolen last time by Roccat, and they're going to put a lot of resources into it again.
3 members are here also. Sasus with teleport close by also in the top lane. They can either take this blue buff and then go towards the top and try and kill Youngbuck, or just be happy with the blue buff and then back away. Team Youngbuck is the target.
Oh, actually fighting here. There is the bomb coming out of Ziggs. Airwax going to go low. Will be finished off here, surely. He does actually get a kill before, and it's onto Zazas there before. Actually, didn't even go down. What am I talking about? The Wild Growth saved him, and he was able to walk away from it. Youngbuck did die. In the end, it's both top laners that fall victim to that fight.
Jankos managed to just kill him under the tower here. Had to flash in for it for the last hit and then moved away. And now back to this blue buff. Airwax is still very low. He won't be able to fight at all.
He shouldn't fight, and he's not going to fight. They start to back away. Smite comes in again from Jankos. That will be another blue buff secured for Roccat. Theirs is actually already spawned, so they can head straight over there and Overpower get his.
And Roccat put a lot of focus on the enemy blue buff in this game here. Jankos took the first blue buff by himself. Of course, now they picked up this one as well and going towards their own. Look here for the fight. Notice Youngbuck is first. He's actually pretty much starting the fight. Starts flashes down to his team down here. A lot of damage from Overpower. Good hook coming in from Limited. And then Wild Growth. And also the Lantern actually for Airbush when he jumps out. Youngbuck left to die pretty much by Yanker's feet, and there's nothing he could actually do at this point.
I was a little confused as to where Airwax actually went. That's still looking. All right, where's the kill notification? Well, of course, as you said, was the lantern that he took to actually get out of danger there. Roccat here moving towards the bottom side of the map. Are we going to put some plays down towards... Oh, this is bad news for Overpower. Getting caught out in the enemy jungle. Vander's going to have to throw everything his way for the help. And actually, Vander now going very big. Woolite gets the kill. And that's a blue buff over to the Cogmore, which certainly doesn't help them with 15 seconds to Dragon.
It should mean Dragon for Copenhagen Wolves at least. Teleport is ready on both top laners, so they can both join in case. And Roccat, of course, only 4 members left. Shouldn't be able to contest this one. So Dragon now for Copenhagen Wolves, a kill on to Woolite. It couldn't be any better.
So that's the start of the turnaround here. 6-4 in kills. No turrets actually gone down in this game as of yet. 17.5 minutes in. That will be the second Dragon, of course, of the game. 1-1 in terms of totals on that one. For Wolves there, and that previous one, of course, going over to Roccat. And it leaves us with 1,000 gold being the difference here. Still Roccat having the lead on that one. Youngbuck now feeling more comfortable, that's for sure, in this top lane after finishing off his Sunfire Cape. However, Zazas is close to his Trinity Force as well.
Yeah, top lane has been a big issue for Copenhagen Wolves this game here. Celavar managed to dash away, didn't want to get hooked here by Unlimited. But at top lane, because Youngbuck has been behind in the lane one-on-one, it's opened up for Roccat to take blue buffs and also to go up top lane and start fights even under the tower here to kill Youngbuck. There's been a big issue, and it's just going to continue to be an issue because Zazas then will be able to kill him one-on-one with this Aurelia.
This tower is going to be going down, I think, as we see Vander go aggressive onto Woolite. The Oakland. Here comes Airwax from the side, flash from Vander, and a TP to the turret coming in out of Zazas. They may just hold on to the turret, but they've lost a lot of health from that.
I'm not sure why he didn't cancel it, because he's now actually going to recall instantly and just run back to the top lane. So he should have cancelled the teleport here as soon as he saw Copenhagen Wolves back away. And now with Copenhagen Wolves continue to push. If Airwax comes down once again, they can take the tower. Maybe they can even get it by themselves.
Youngbuck actually recalling there to get his health back and also pick up a Vamp Scepter and then teleports back into that top lane. Just in time, actually, to stop that one from taking too much damage from Jankos, who was already pushing those waves out. A bit of ward clearage going on in this mid lane, and I think Coutard is now feeling a little safer with that Themes done, having his needlessly large rod in. On the other side, though, Overpower has gone first item Void Staff.
So with the Void Staff here going for very early magic penetration, trying to get to the point where he can do true damage, and of course also he wants to be able to kill Youngbuck. Once Youngbuck actually jumps into his face, Airwax comes into his face, he wants to be able to blow up the tanks here as fast as possible.
Vander and Jankos moving around. Will they get on Coutard? He actually already started to trot off back. They do have a ward just outside of the Dragon Pit anyway, so Coutard will have seen that one coming early enough to not be phased by it. This top lane, interesting now how that all is going to develop, with Youngbuck obviously feeling better about things and starting to claw back in terms of the CS. 173 to 162. And as I mentioned, Zazas has got himself the Trinity Force and also picked up Alacrity Berserker Greaves.
So it's something the Aurelius here in Europe really like to do, so you're so mobile on the map, and also means if you actually go for 1-1, you can chase Unlimited though, he's in trouble.
He's calling out a position completely, the kick coming in. Actually, Wild Growth comes down. That's a lot of healing, but is it enough to keep him alive? The bomb only really catching Coutard. Unlimited still being pressured.
Wow.
Celeber in the middle of the team is going to go down, and I'm not sure he's the last here. Vander pressured and finished off by Airwax, who flashes over the wall right in front of Overpower. And Jankos, slow comes in, Coutard joins around the corner, Airwax going low, the shield, the Hawk's coming out, and that is another one. Will they be able to finish off Overpower? They will. Woolite picked it up. 4-0 for Copenhagen Wolves. Roccat destroyed in the enemy jungle.
And this was Roccat who started the whole fight. They went on to Unlimited. Rest of Copenhagen Wolves joined in. See it in the replay here. Unlimited, he's the first target. Celavar and Overpower running from the mid lane to join. Wild Growth coming in from Coutard saves him. And then look at Celavar now. He's actually going to flash into the hook from Unlimited. Right here, he flashes forward. Boom, instant hook. He's going to be an easy target now for Copenhagen Wolves. And once he dies, damage is gone. Woolite in the bottom of your screen, just dealing damage the entire time. Nobody's touching him, and they can just chase on for this one here. The flash from Celavar, way too aggressive, and then Copenhagen Wolves with great turnaround here, picking up 4 kills. Didn't even lose a single member. Of course, the last hook coming in as well for Unlimited.
Really impressive turnaround, and Cogmod just showing why he's so dangerous. Superb range across the
Flashing
entire
into hooks
river.
are dangerous too.
Well, yeah, flashing into hooks is something that you could probably take out of the Joe Miller playbook rather than anything else. Either way, that's going to leave Roccat reeling somewhat. They were up in kills. The start of the game, let's not forget, was 4-0, I believe, for Roccat. They looked to be doing everything right. Seemed to be really going their way, but they've fallen behind not only on kills now, but 3,000 gold with the towers going down. And now Roccat trying to finally get their first of the game. They'll succeed in that mission as well by taking down the outer mid turret.
And this is still one thing Roccat can do with the comp. Push down a lane very fast, get some damage on a tower, back away, because they have so much wave clear. And also if Copenhagen Wolves decides to group up and start pushing towards the tower, it's easy enough for Roccat to either clear with the ulti from Overpower or just basically kill the wave very, very fast before it even reaches the tower with both Overpower and, of course, Celavar. So they can still extend the laning or extend the game for a long, long time here. And it's going to be hard for Copenhagen Wolves to actually push onto the towers.
But how long do you want to extend the game with a Cogmore in the back?
Good point.
You see that he is pretty much a full item ahead at this stage. Got himself that static shiv on top of the Blade of the Ruin King. Only Bloodthirster and the Phage for the flash into Hook Master, at least so far this game. Celavar, and this outer turret in the top lane is so low. It'll be easy pickings for the Wolves. They decide to tank that one up as the minions go down for their third of the game.
And that was a very, very smart move because Overpower was still moving from the mid lane. His ulti was on cooldown, so the wave clear wasn't there for Roccat. Ulti wasn't there either, so Copenhagen Wolves could move up, quickly pick up the tower here. And we have to highlight, it's actually the two new players for Copenhagen Wolves with all the kills here and playing super well, both Airwax and of course Ro8.
That was a similar scenario to their win over Millennium as well. 9-5-15 for Airwax in the end of that one. Graves picking that match for Ro8. He ended up 9-3-13. We also had Kautar doing the business with his Yasuo in that match as well, so that's certainly not something we should forget. But you're not wrong in your point that both Airwax and Ro8 coming up good for them this game. However, we see that the Dragon is live and both teams not going to give this one up for free. Top laners both got TP up.
Both got TP, so we should be seeing the first big team fight here with everyone involved. Unless, of course, they want to keep both top laners there. And Copenhagen Wolves starting the Dragon. Roccat, though, they should be able to engage this one.
Jankos, he's the one, of course, that you'd be in prime position to steal. And as he starts to walk forward, the Wolves like, probably should let that Dragon start to reset as the damage comes across. TP coming in at the back. Vander gets hooked on. Limited is out of position here. Gets the wild growth. It gives them no knockup. And Airwax is shut down as he goes right into the middle of the team. Youngbuck has split them up somewhat. And now they're going to try and focus on the low HP Zazas on Overpowers at about half. And a messy fight. I think Airwax biting off a little bit too much there. But the Wolves keep chasing this one with Ro8 doing masses of damage from the back. Gets a big group slow. This is going to be a double kill for him. Is he going to fall? No! Oh, big mess there as well as Jankos comes through. The hook lands onto Celavar. Have they got the damage to finish? Yes! Youngbuck gets that one. That will be a 3-for-1 and a flash 4-for-1.
So the fight actually started out pretty bad for Copenhagen Wolves. Airwax was in a very good position if he got wild growth by Kautar, knock up multiple members, but it was already used on Unlimited, yet they couldn't chase on here. Now they start the Baron. Cogmo, of course, will destroy it. Overpower still nearby. No ulti though.
No ultimate. They need to deal with him quickly here. Ro8 got no real mana, but he's got a play to the Ruin King. He gets the shield as well. The Baron is down to half. Overpower got to try and run this one. Everyone else starting to come in from Roccat, but that Baron is falling quickly. There's a flay coming in. Overpower's dead. Ro8 will take that kill. Now dominating. They get the Baron as well. Superb from the Wolves.
6 kills onto your hyper carry in the late game. Baron buff as well now. You have Kautar, you have Unlimited to peel for him in the team fights here. Things are looking great for Copenhagen Wolves. They can group up here and start forcing fights. Roccat actually want to start a Dragon here.
Oh, this is possibly dangerous for them. Zaz's already falling very low.
Isn't there.
Couple more hits will be doing it. And it's actually Airwax that finishes that one off. Kautar getting the slow onto Jankos. And he kicks one away, but he's got 4 of them coming back in. Surely will be finished off. It's a double for Airwax once again. And the Wolves say, thank you very much, Roccat. We'll take those 2 kills and we'll take a Dragon as well.
So first of all, Roccat, they were split up. Overpower was also dead, so it's only 4 members here. Copenhagen Wolves move 4 of their members towards the Dragon. Ro8 already gone back to base. And yet Roccat actually went in for the fight here. Baron buff, Copenhagen Wolves as well. Very, very weird decision here, and of course, they get completely punished for it.
Good lead now the Wolves hold on to. In fact, we're not that far away from a 10,000 gold lead. One question that we always have the Copenhagen Wolves is, when they've got a lead, can they finish the game, number one, without throwing it away, and number two, maybe how long will it actually take them? They've not been a team that have done that so efficiently in the past, but they've got all the right ingredients here. We've seen how much work those shields do for the Wolves in these team fights. We've seen, well, we've got a 605 Cogmore, which is exactly the opposite of what every single Roccat fan in the world will have been hoping for.
Of course, but still we have to remember Ziggs can extend the game for a long, long time. He can defend even against the Baron Buff team here. So Copenhagen Wolves need to push all the lanes. So they force the ulti from Overpower in one lane, and then they can rotate up to the next one and start pushing in there before Overpower can join into the lane and actually clear the waves. Otherwise it could be hard for them, unless we see them simply just dive onto Roccat and just start a fight and don't even care about the tower.
Stealing away a red buff as they go here. Actually, a little bit of vision was down, and Roccat knew that Lulu was there after seeing the glitter lance coming out of the brush. But look at this, they pushed up middle. The entire team is going to come around. They're going to take the decision to tank it, which becomes a lot easier to do when you've got all those shields coming out. And Youngbuck and Airwax stalking through the jungle as well. Airwax actually spotted here, will be connected onto by the Q of Jankos, but it's all about the turret for the Copenhagen Wolves. The wave clear of Ziggs, we all know how strong that one is, but it's not strong enough to hold them off.
Yeah, and they're doing a very good job keeping both Youngbuck and Airwax a bit away from the team, so they're standing on the side here and can always flank around Roccat if they try and stay at the tower to defend it. So Roccat, they get scared and start backing away. That's why Overpower wasn't able to clear the wave. So very good move and very good job keeping the Evelynn out of sight.
So here comes Airwax. They're going to try and finish off Jankos, who will simply get over to the wall. Half of his health gone, the hook not quite landing. Not enough damage from Kautard to finish off the kill, but it's not really about kills even there. It's about positioning. They get them away from the tower. They can tank it up with Youngbuck, who's already very tanky. Throw a shield on top of him and he can go into those turrets all day long. Another inner turret down for the Wolves, and they simply ping that bottom lane where, again, do they need to wait for the minion waves? Not really.
It's the Evelynn doing so much work because he just roams between the lanes, and it's so hard for Roccat to predict where's he gonna go. And then, as you talked about, the shields from Lulu, the Lantern of course, move in, get a few hits on the tower, back away before the minion wave even arrives. So Copenhagen Wolves are really playing this one smart.
Kite them back heavily. The Glitter Lance, not the hardest skill in that kind of scenario to hit, and will slow everyone to an absolute crawl. They can't really chase unless Vander gets going and is able to lock someone up from the team. And you can probably bet that that won't be Ro8. You see him stepping back as soon as anyone comes anywhere near him on those steps from the Roccat team.
I'm really impressed. This is how you actually make Ziggs wave clear. I wouldn't say useless, but you make sure he can't just farm away a wave every single time you move in. And Roccat, they pretty much have to just engage, otherwise they're gonna lose the tower.
Forgot about the Voidoos as well, which is a massive slow coming out of Cogmore there to stop them pushing even further forward, as you saw Vander pushing up. The bottom lane actually has about a wave and a half, I think, with the size of it, pushing in the Copenhagen Wolves' favor. So everything going to plan and then some here.
And of course, remember still, cleanse onto Ro8, so even though he gets stunned by Vander, cleanse, back away, wild growth, everything is there to help him out, and just move backwards, and it's going to be so hard for Roccat to actually go. Here we go though!
Jankos coming in, they're going to kick Unlimited into the rest of the team, but how are they going to deal with the rest of them? Kautard and Ro8 at the back, and there is Youngbuck diving in. He's gone very, very low, but they've got 2 kills already. They do get 1 man down. That was Youngbuck, who, as I said, dove right into the middle, underneath the tower. But the Copenhagen Wolves, a couple of them still above half HP, and Ro8 with his lifesteal sticking around there for a while, but they're going to go straight to the bottom lane. That's where that wave, as I said before, had already started doing the work for them with the cannon minion in there. This will be the 6th turret of the game for the Copenhagen Wolves. Roccat only their base to play with.
We just saw the team right here. Jankos went in, he actually wanted to get towards Ro8, couldn't get to him, had to kick back Unlimited into the team. Not exactly the target you want to get in there, not the guy you want to kill. So Ro8 was left in the back line, only got hit, I believe, by Overpower maybe from his bomb. And then he just picked up a double kill again. Roccat, unless they can get straight onto him and just blow him up instantly, he's going to destroy them.
And you have to wonder where the tankiness is coming from Rockat's side as well. The Randuin's not done yet for Jankos. Got himself a Hex Drinker. Top laner Zazas, after Trinity Force, you've seen that A lot of Irelias will go that more tanky route and pick the likes of a Randuin's up, but he's gone Zephyr as his
Should
second
definitely gone for Randuin's here to slow down the Kog'Maw, of course, get towards him, even if it takes a hit, slow down some of the attack speed and everything, or just basically slow down the Kog'Maw so they can actually get to him, kill him, even though they don't lock him up with the first stun.
Although, at the same time, the tenacity, you could also argue with the multiple slows that are coming out.
But you're Irelia, you don't
walls.
actually need it. I mean, at this point, it would have been better if Status could actually gone in there and survived for just a few extra seconds to try and take down Woolite or just take down any of the members from Copenhagen Wolves, instead of now where Woolite destroys them.
And he continues to do so at 8-0-5, closing in on 300 CS as well. Looks like his Infinity Edge will be coming up next. Already got the Blade of the Ruin King static shift from earlier. Last Whisper was his last big item that was completed, and he's done so well of staying out of danger more than anything, which, you know, you can do a lot easier when you've running Cleanse yourself, when there's a Mikhail's Crucible as well from your support to really make sure that you're double safe. Oh, Jankos. Baited. Nicely baited.
Expected, yeah. So just jumped away. He also puts down a ping to clear the ward though. Youngbucks though, staying around, making sure now they won't get too close with the ward here. And once they actually get into ward, there's of course the ping from Copenhagen Wolves to just clear it away instantly.
Well, Fireworks getting closer to Roccat here, and I think realizing, okay, we still have to back away from this one. Limited's going very close, and they're going to try and dive on him. There's a Wild Growth coming in, and look at the AoE splashing through the wall. Zazas, Celeber both down to less than half, and Airwax is just running rampant at the back of them. He's going to finish off one, does get taken down by Lee Sin, but the cleanup crew comes around. It leaves just 2 men left alive, one of which is Overpower, who finally gets the shutdown onto Woolite.
But still, Roccat, they're too squishy, they're too far behind on items, so as soon as the fight breaks out, even though they catch out a target, Copenhagen Wolves can just turn it around and just do so much damage. Sasus in this fight here, he went in, and as soon as Copenhagen Wolves actually went towards him, he had to back away, because he just went down so fast. Going to Unlimited, notice the health here from Sasus. He's a bruiser, he's supposed to tank damage here, has to just flash out instantly as the fight starts, and therefore it's just a chase. It's not even a big team fight, it's just Copenhagen Wolves chasing on towards the kills. Woolite here, down to 50%, Overpower still. Woolite actually picks up the kill here. Managed to land a Q when he actually flashed into it as well and picked up the kill.
So that leaves us with Roccat still really trailing when it comes to gold at 10,000. They've only got one tower here. One single tower is all Roccat have to their name, which is in that mid lane, the mid outer turret, which they took down very early as well in this game. And miles behind in the kills, of course the gold reflecting that as well. 9-5-6 the score for Airwax. So of course the AD carry though that's pulling on the really impressive numbers for the Wolves. 8-1-8, the Infinity Edge is now done as well for Woolite. Also picking up the Elixir as well. So really wanting that power right now, spending the money as as effectively as he can for the fight that's surely going to be coming their way with that Baron in the map.
Also with a lot of wards from the Copenhagen Wolves in the jungle of Roccat here, so they can see everything going on here. They can start the Baron, back away if they see Roccat moving in with all 5 members to try and stop them, or they can just try and find the target here, land the hook from Unlimited, and then go in for it.
Bouncing through, there's the hook, lands on towards Vander. He's going to be focused down very quickly as they dive in there, and look at Woolite, so far away from danger, still able to get the auto attacks off. That's a support down, all the CC that goes with it as well, and they're almost hooking Jankos. That leaves them in a 5 versus 4. Bomb is still available crucially for Overpower, and Jankos of course still has his smite in case he can get in there and have a chance of stealing away.
That's exactly why Copenhagen Wolves don't actually start the Baron, because they don't want to risk Roccat trying to steal it away. So they're just baiting them in here, land the hook, go for the kill, do the same thing again and again. Unlimited just missed here, but still, if they can take down either Jankos or Overpower, they might go for it.
Wax is onto the side, and clumping up as a 3 is a juicy target for even more shields. Jankos just baiting time and time again. Bit of aggro on Baron there will lose a little bit of health for the Copenhagen Wolves team. You see now that Vander has respawned into the game, so that's how long it's currently taking them. And you see there the difference in Woolite. 3 KDA against Alliance, 17 this game, and they're going to catch out Unlimited. He's a bit of a mile away from the rest of his team, and the Copenhagen Wolves now trying to focus Vander at the back. Bomb comes around. Woolite crucially though, is still alive, and that means sure pain for them. Overpower's at the side. He will finish off Woolite. Youngbuck will go down as well. Can they get the damage onto him? Half HP taken away with the surprise at the end there out of Woolite, but Jankos is still going on this. Shield for Airwax. The slow comes down. The Q already in there. Overpower now joining the party. Knocks him back into them. Even the slow of those mines, but still not fast enough. Airwax will run away on the north side.
Hiding them away, but such a messy fight here. Unlimited walked all the way behind Roccat to just start the fight here, but the rest of the team, they couldn't follow. So he was just left by himself, actually ended up dying for it. And then once the fight broke out, Woolite again was in the back line here, killed Vander first, who went onto him, and then he just did all the damage. But very smart move by Overpower, actually staying at the golem. Didn't have any wards on him, we can see it again here. Fight starts, Unlimited by himself. Airwalks trying to join in, teleport comes, backs away actually. It's a bit miscommunication from the Wolves. They need Youngbuck as well to join in. Down here, Kaustad and Woolite of course. Kaustad actually almost died from the bomb without using his ulti. And then of course Overpower at the golems. Sneaky from him, I should say sneaky, to actually pick up the kill onto to Woolite here and making sure at least they trade 3 kills for 3 kills.
In the end I thought, okay, Unlimited's dead before anyone could really react to that one. Funnily enough, he drew out quite a lot of ultimates. So it wasn't all that bad, I think, until the moment that the bomb was perfectly placed on Lulu and on Cogmore at the back. And it looks like we're going to have a bit of deja vu going on as the teams once again get back around Baron. This time, though, the Copenhagen Wolves, I was going to say starting it off, but that would be very untypical from what we've seen so far.
So the Wolves could actually done the same they did earlier in this game, where they just go up towards the tower, shield Woolite, get a few hits on the tower and back away, and just keep doing this because this Baron dance, it's not been working for them yet. Roccat has managed to hold them away from actually taking it. Now the minions in the bottom lane is going to give the tower to Roccat as well. So Copenhagen Wolves are giving Roccat time to get some farm, get into the late game here where at least there's a higher chance of a comeback. And we need to remember, the longer death timers late game here can be very scary. Even though you're far ahead in gold, one mistake in the team fight and all of a sudden your Baron is gone or your base is pretty much gone.
I think base would be the ideal target for Roccat, although there's a lot of towers still in this game for the Copenhagen Wolves. And that sweet sound of free money for a Lulu there. Big wave builds up in the bottom lane. However, well, I mean, there's no teleport on Youngbuck anyway, so even if he went down to clear it, he would have been unable to join the fight. But his Kaltar that was sent down there, and Roccat don't want to start a fight off here just now by the looks of it. Limited again, doing the job of clearing out, and Roccat will just continue to throw in. They've landed the hook onto Jankos. Unlimited gonna go very deep as Youngbuck dives in there as well. Celiver throwing out his ultimate into the middle of nowhere, and there's a lot of damage done here onto the Roccat team. Here comes Airwalks from the side. Is he gonna get down into a good position? He gives him a big shield, and they're gonna get overpowered. That may just be enough to secure them the next Baron in this game. They may even go for more than that. They force Roccat out. 5 versus 4
here
for a minute here. There's a minute spawn timer on Overpower. This is going to give them surely an inhib. Will they keep going or will they back off for the Baron?
At least take the inhib, then they can decide from there on. They won't be able to finish with all 4 members here from Roccat unless they want to play it very, very aggressive. Can back away and try the Baron. Jankos, of course, still has his smite. There's a chance he can steal it, but unless Copenhagen Wolves, they actually need to really mess it up here. They need to see the Sonic Wave and just keep doing damage, and then Jankos can steal it. Or they can just line it
up. They can just set the trap, which Jankos will fall hook, line, and sinker into. It's Youngbuck that gets that kill. That's the jungler now down for a minute. That means that a Baron relatively safe for them. However, 13 seconds for Overpower to come up. His ulti will be available. I think Baron's already gone by then.
It will be gone by then. So finally it actually pays off for Copenhagen Wolves. Been baiting around this Baron for such a long time. Needed the one hook onto Jankos. He actually jumped into the rest of his team. Unlimited followed. The rest of Copenhagen Wolves came in towards them. Airworks, of course, flanked around onto Overpower. 5-man ult from his Evelyn and managed to get the kills they needed. Took Jankos afterwards, so they got both mid inhibitor and also the Baron here. Well played by Copenhagen Wolves.
Answering with a dragon pickup, which worth at this stage of the game certainly a good chunk of gold, and they'll take every bit of gold that they can have right now. If you look at the AD carries, what a stark difference there is there. With the Blade of the Ruin King, Infinity Edge, Banshee's Veil now, Static Shiv, Last Whisper, full item build for Woolite. On the other side, a couple of items behind is Celiver, to be frank. He's only got the Cutlass in. He's working up towards that Blade of the Ruin King. Meanwhile, Coutard here speeding up through the jungle. Airwax is going to reveal a ward, which will be taking a ward for them as well. Overall, Copenhagen Wolves are definitely in the driver's seat. Here is Coutard, going to go aggressive onto Xazas. That is a lot of damage. Can they pop the GA? No. Xazas walks out.
Youngbuck is down this bottom lane here, pushing the wave up. Xazas will have to go down and try and deal with him. Both has teleport ready, but still Youngbuck can apply some damage onto the tower, back away. He's tanking off. He got the Baron regen as well to get some damage and back away, and then Copenhagen Wolves can focus all the pressure on this top side.
But now, again, the shield's coming in handy as they tank it up. Unlimited. Nice. So much health. They hook in Celiva. Don't follow through though. Vander getting ripped to pieces by Woolite. Doesn't matter how tanky you are with this Cogmore hammering away on you. Jankos actually going to fall relatively low there as well. But you look at Youngbuck in the bottom lane. He's still pushing onto that inhibitor turret. He may even take it here. In fact, I think he will. He's not going to be too scared of Irelia. That means the top turret is also going to be taken down as they draw one extra player over. The inhibitor worked on now by Youngbuck as well. Xazas dives aggressive for him, but he's simply far too tanky. The Wolves going to take the top inhib. They're going to simply circulate around for the bottom inhibitor as well.
And they can pick up the third one for them. Unlimited just missed the hook up here in the top of your screen. Roccat, there's just one thing they can do, and just go for a fight and see if they can win it.
Well, I'm not sure that they can. Vander went all in onto that one. The Wild Growth goes onto Airwax. This should be a whitewash for the Copenhagen Wolves. Jankos tries to flash away. Actually, Celiva dies as he tries to get to the fountain, and that is going to be it. The Copenhagen Wolves come in, take down the two Nexus turrets. The Nexus itself will follow, and after 43 minutes, they break through the defense of Roccat. And while it was a long game and certainly at points not a pretty one, some real messy fights in there, the Copenhagen Wolves will take that one. They played it well in the later stages, baiting them into that Baron time after time after time. And you saw the one time that it goes right, that's where you turn it into the win.
It was starting to worry if they did it for too long, if Roccat had too much time to farm up, but then the hook landed onto Jankos here, got into the big team fight. Airwax came around, flanked around them, hit the 5-man ult of course, and the fight was won from Copenhagen Wolves. It was just what they needed to actually take the game as well. And Woolite, Airwax, both of them picked up 11 kills. Airwax 11, 5, 12, and we have Woolite up on 11, 2, and 13. Both of them, it's fantastic in this game.
Yeah, and that's also a much needed boost of confidence for the Wolves, I think, because they tried a couple of different ways to get around it. That man on the left of your screen there, Youngbuck, I want to give him some real praise for the things today, because whilst we've said and whilst we've given him a bit of flack, I think we can safely say, about his choices in that top lane, the Lulu, the Vladimir, they really tried to crowbar into their setup and it never really worked out. Played the Shyvana well, yes, he did have some troubles a little bit earlier on in that top lane where he was just constantly bullied out, but once he got later, he was in the right place at the right time, diving into the team.
It's what I like about the Copenhagen Wolves changing game plan in this game here. Once they knew Youngbuck was too far behind up in this top lane here to actually deal with Xazas, they swapped him, or they put him together with the rest of the team and actually started just team fighting. All 5 members, finding kills everywhere. And then of course Copenhagen Wolves, they managed to punish Roccat whenever they did something stupid. I mean, they invade onto the red buff. We have to call it stupid from Roccat here. They move in, try and kill Unlimited first. Celiva flashes into the hook afterwards, dies. 4 members end up dying, and Copenhagen Wolves get quite a gold lead from there, and it was just pretty much Copenhagen Wolves' game to lose after that one team fight.
Really, the fact is that they went too deep into it. The Wolves, what did we see from that fight? We thought, okay, Unlimited now is caught out by 3 men. What actually happened is that he flashed away, threw out a hook, which I don't know if it was gonna land, we'll never really know, but it did land because Celiva flashed into it being too aggressive. He'd lose the AD carry and Woolite from the back. We know at that point he's already got enough items to keep the damage going through. Airwax following constantly with Evelyn, the constant slows out of Lulu and the shields to keep Airwax alive, let's not forget, right at the very end as well. Really well played by the Copenhagen Wolves, and I'm happy for them. They've managed to pick up a win at a time where just nothing seemed to be working for them.
And I like Airwax a lot more on Evelyn than I like him on Yorick. Because he's a lot more aggressive early on. He makes a lot of plays. This game, both him and Jankos were ganking left and right, counter-jungling each other. And it's something he's doing on this Evelyn. He did the same time when he played Evelyn in the win from Super Week for Copenhagen Wolves. So I like to see him on this champion. I like to see and be more aggressive. And I like the fact that Copenhagen Wolves actually trusted him and first picked Evelyn, even though Lee Sin was open, you know, multiple picks open. Went straight for the Evelyn. They said, you know what, we know you can do well in this champion, and he did.
So summing things up, the 2 games that the Wolves have won, a bruiser in the top lane, and one of the 4, aka not Yorick, inside of the jungle. It's worked for them a couple of times. We'll see how the Wolves develop in our next games coming next week. But for now, of course, we're going to join Shox on the stage, where she's ready to speak with the Wolves' Ro8.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, joined by one of the new members of the Copenhagen Wolves here, Ro8. 11-2 and 13 on Kog'Maw. Amazing game. Talk me through the game from your perspective after a very aggressive start from Roccat.
So they got the first blood and double kill on our blue buff, but I was really confident, like laning 2v2, I was getting free farm as Kog'Maw versus Leona Lucian, who should like punish him, but I took cleanse, so they couldn't really do anything to me. When I survived the lane, like we started out trading them, so it was really easy. Like I just got really fed and yeah.
Absolutely. You were the first one to play Kog'Maw actually here in the summer split in the EUCS. What is it about Kog'Maw that makes it work for you?
Kog'Maw is like percentage damage with W, so he's really good right now in this meta when there are tanks everywhere, like in top. So you just shred them with the percentage damage, and yeah, I really like his long range and scaling into the late game.
Yeah, you absolutely did really well on him. Finally, first games here in the LCS with the Copenhagen Wolves. What's it been like playing in the LCS and with the team?
They're really cool guys. I never had a better atmosphere in a team than this. So yeah, I'm really having a fun time with them, and I hope we grab some more wins than now.
Well, if the Kog'Maw play stays like this, I'm sure you will. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Now, as for us, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to break down this match together with Quickshot after this. But we also have the last LCS game of the day coming up with the Super Hot Crew versus Gambit. Don't go anywhere.
Actually, oh, I'm coming. I'm running. I can ult you. I'm gonna back off. I flashed out. I'm gonna hook Lucian. Get Lucian. Nice. Go. Chase him. Keep going. Leona. I will flash. I'm running around. I'm coming around. Focus Ziggs. I'll shield you. I can't do more. Six. Listen. Nice. Good job. I got him. Okay, nice. Push me.
again, everyone. Quick shot. Let's talk about that game. The Copenhagen Wolves pulling out a win here, but in the beginning, it was very much Roccat that came out with the aggressive play.
Yeah, Roccat really started the game well. From a mechanical, from an aggressive point of view, they got in the Wolves and took control of the laning phase. Into the death sentence. Now that is a tiny bit unfortunate for Saliva, but you shouldn't be flashing aggressively in your opponent's jungle with limited vision. I mean, it's a little bit of a silly play. Airwax on that Evelynn, flashes over the wall super aggressively, and you know, Copenhagen Wolves just react very well to that invade. They end up killing Overpower and 1 or 2 more living artilleries. And this team fight basically happened again and again and again for the next 25 minutes. Roccat kept trying to force stuff, and Copenhagen Wolves just responded and shut them down so well. Ro8 on Kog'Maw was a beast. He was an absolute beast.
Yeah, and he said it also in the interview, I really like it right now. I can just shred down the tanks. Talking about those new players, Airwax coming in, I have to say I really like Evelynn a lot more than the Yorick pick he brought out before. His flanking skills are amazing.
Yeah, I agree. He got a 5-man ultimate towards the later stage of the game. We were actually discussing about the ward placement that Roccat had down. It didn't seem to catch Airwax, and I think that could be learning the player. And also props to Airwax. There was a number of times he got behind everybody. Joe said it best in his post-game, saying that the 2 wins the Wolves have picked up is when Airwax has not been on Yorick and when Youngbuck's been on a Bruiser. So I do think if Wolves step back to a more traditional comp that their players are maybe more comfortable with, let's move Yorick out of the question, I think they do well.
Yeah, let's maybe shift the attention over to Roccat then, because obviously remember the great start they had over in the Spring Split, and actually, since the half of the Spring Split, we have never seen that team anymore. What do you attribute that to?
I honestly don't know, because I feel like the individual play is lacking. I think during the opening weeks, there was some oddball picks. It surprised a number of teams, and now that the rest of the LCS has sort of caught up and come to grips with Roccat, they're not beating anybody, they're not surprising anybody. So I think they need to get that surprise factor back, whether it's through individual play or through oddball picks. But for the time being, they definitely do not look like a threat to anyone.
Last question for you. Actually, last week I posed you the question. I don't know if it was you that I posed the question to. They have new people coming in the Copenhagen Wolves, but is the rest of the team able to level up? From what you have seen this weekend, what do you think?
Not Youngbuck on AP tops. His Vladimir hasn't worked, his Lulu hasn't worked. He goes back to a Bruiser and it works out. Countard is phenomenal on Yasuo. I love his Yasuo play. Not so much in some of the other champions that we're seeing. So I think, yes, the levels are there. The key is finding it over a multitude of champions. For the time being, it seems very specific to either comps or specific champions. So in theory, yes, but they have to demonstrate it because they are only, 2 and 4, which is not fantastic at this stage.
All right, well, we will see as the season progresses. We'll head back over to Joe and the Fisho at the desk for our next match later. But first, how has Nick been after stepping into Alex Ish's mid lane shoes? The Super Hot Crew's We Will Failure tells us how he feels facing him in solo queue.
Nick is definitely as good as Alex. Like, he's shown that he's really good mechanically, he has shown that he's really good in solo queue. I honestly fear him as well in solo queue, so if I see him against me, I'm like, okay, well, I hope my mid lane is not gonna feed, so yeah, they have a good chance to just do something, but it's in their own hands if they're gonna do it or not.
Well, solo queue is certainly one thing. Whether he fits into the whole Gambit picture as a whole is another thing.
He's not been the issue whenever Gambit will lose in games. It's definitely not been Nick who were the issue. He's actually been performing pretty well.
Well, we'll see how he does today, because it is time to get on to our next and final LCS match of the day as Gambit take on the Super Hot Crew. These teams had a 2-2 head-to-head record in Spring Split, but that's quite a long time ago by now, with both teams having changes. Gambit seem to have definitely gotten better since Super Week and performed well into the late game after being a giant amount of gold behind against Fnatic.
And while they did good in the late game, they looked very, very lost in the early mid game against Fnatic. I mean, they lost 7 towers, and simply by Fnatic being one step ahead of them every time they moved to a different lane, there was always a wave pushing, took a tower, moved back again. So it meant Gambit had to focus on getting dragons, which they did really, really well. Picked up a lot of dragons, picked up a lot of gold, and it actually kept them in the game. So even though they lost all these towers, they managed to find the opening, find some farm, find the dragons, and therefore go into team fights in the late game where they were very, very strong. And we have to highlight Genji, of course, on Caitlyn. He actually went 5-0 and 2, and he played really well in these late game team fights. And there was, of course, also a Last Whisper being built by him, and it did wonders.
For the Super Hot crew, things are looking pretty good. They were able to record a strong win over the Copenhagen Wolves yesterday, which continued their good form from the opening week of the season.
And they simply just controlled the game against Copenhagen Wolves. There was actually never really any question of, okay, who's ahead here, who has the strongest combo, anything. Super Hot crew just went in from the start, took control of the map. They won the split push war against Youngbuck with Mimer on Shyvana. Bot lane-wise, they did really well for Mr. Rales and We Will Failure, and of course Selfie landed a lot of good poke in the mid lane, so it was actually just a very straightforward game for Super Hot crew.
So during the spring split, Diamond actually said that the Super Hot crew has the ability to be one of the top teams in Europe. Do you agree with that?
Well, I think actually they have at least potential to be a top 4 team in Europe here, because the teamwork and the synergy is actually getting better and better for them. Also with We Will Failure now, they practice a lot more than they used to do. And as a team, they work together really, really well. You often see Impaler helping out multiple lanes because he has synergy with all these lanes. And then what I like the most about Super Hot crew is the fact they have a lot of strong playmakers. I mean, Mr. Rales, of course, as the AD carry, makes a lot of big plays. We often see him have a lot of great scores. Yesterday, 5-1 and 8 against Copenhagen Wolves. We Will Failure, new support. Actually setting up quite a lot of setting up a lot of kills for the team. Of course, Selfie's playing better and better in the mid lane. And also Mimer on Shyvana yesterday was very strong.
So let's have a look then at the starting lineups for this game. On the blue side this time around is Gambit Gaming, with Darian in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Nick in the mid lane, AD carry Genja, and of course Edward on support.
On the red side we have Super Hot crew with Mimer in the top lane, Impaler is in the jungle, Selfie as the mid laner, Mr. Rales the AD carry, and of course We Will Failure is the support.
So let's take a look then at a last look here of the votes from LOLesports.com for today's games. According to those numbers, you've called it for Gambit by 60%. Considering current form, yes, Gambit did beat Fnatic yesterday, but looks a little bit ropey in doing so. The Copenhagen Wolves win for the Super Hot crew was certainly dominant. 60-40 for Gambit is still a fairly large number, I think, considering current form.
I mean, we could say 50-50 here. Both teams have shown on a good day, they actually pretty much look like, especially Gambit, against SK Gaming, when they had a very good day in the early game and just destroyed SK there, people were like, okay, Gambit, they're not done yet. They're still great players, and that's what everyone thinks, at least. Super Hot crew has the ability to do the same as long as they have a good day.
So let's get into Champion Select then and see how this one is all going to go down between the Copenhagen Wolves. They already played today. Super Hot crew and Gambit Gaming. Gambit, of course, on the blue side get first ban, first pick, and that first ban will be Nidalee. Selfie, we have to give him credit while we're here because he's been bringing out a lot of new champions. In fact, has played 5 different champions in 5 games. The last one against the Wolves was Nidalee, where he finished 4-0-10. That's banned away. Yasuo has also had the chance to play against Alliance and dumped on them, I think it's safe to say, from a great height, finishing 8-8. That'll be banned this time, though.
He's actually been a pretty scary mid laner to face because he has these few key champions for him where he performs really well. 2 of them are now banned away, so wisely enough by Gambit they target towards him. Try and getting on something, let's say a TF, where he had a lot of issues in week 1 against Curb in the early game, gave up some very easy kills actually. So maybe Gambit want to push him on to one of these champions where he won't be able to just sit on a comfort pick.
So Twitch banned away, the final ban here for Gambit. Doesn't seem to be a champion that Genja is so willing to play. And it's funny, Genja, because we've seen him so often. When Caitlyn was the flavor, he never wanted to play Caitlyn. Now it's Twitch and doesn't want to play Twitch whatsoever. That'll be banned away. Of course, red side Cassidy banned and Jack's taken away from Darian, who did really, really well on it against Fnatic yesterday. First pick then for Gambit as he comes around, Shyvana for Darian.
So with Shyvana being locked in here, which actually has been the go-to top laner for Mimer, especially when Jax was banned away, we need to see if he wants to go for Trundle, maybe he wants to go for Renekton and try and do a real early game setup here for Super Hot crew and just try and snowball this Renekton early on, put Darian completely out of the game and just try and win the game within like 30-35 minutes.
Well, we'll see about that one. The Super Hot crew, will they take a bottom lane here as their first two choices. Top lane already locked in, so they could possibly leave that for later on, depending on how things go. Lucian for Mr. Rawls. He has played every game apart from the win against Alliance on Lucian, where he played Draven in that victory. They will take the full bottom lane. And whilst we're talking about Mr. Rawls being great, I want to focus on We Will Fail a little bit more here, because with Thresh, he has set up a hell of a lot for the Super Hot crew.
His mechanics have improved a lot from when he was on Lemon Dogs 1 year ago in the summer split, where he had some issues when it came to actually landing the skill shots. He's improved it in solo queue over the last year, and he's actually landing a lot of hooks. We also sees Leona play, very good at engaging team fights, so it's a great support pickup here for We Will Failure. And of course, Mr. Riles on Lucian. Nothing new, we know what he can do on it, we know he can carry games.
So the other side for Gambit then, what's going to be locked in here? Possible Elise. If we look down Gambit's choices so far in the jungle,
Sin is also open.
He's been in those four that we've been talking about all week long here. The Elise, Lee Sin, Evelyn, and Kha'Zix. In fact, played one from all of them there. And Lulu possibly here for Nick. He did play it yesterday against Fnatic. Had a bit of a horrible time in laning phase. Got dumpstered really by Pecky in terms of farm, but we saw as the game progressed that he became stronger and stronger. Actually didn't die in that game going 2-0-8. That's what he gets this time around.
And this Elise pick here could be because they want to focus on, again, disengaging fights, of course, with Lulu, with Elise, and also focus on pushing down towers, because Elise, she's one of the few junglers who can actually attack from range and therefore get a lot of damage onto the towers while staying back, don't have to go into melee range, which of course Lee Sin would have to do. Could be the reason they don't pick the Lee Sin, because normally Diamond would love to just maybe even first pick a Lee Sin.
So Lee Sin, as while we're on that topic, was locked in by the Super Hot crew for Impaler. He did bring out Lee Sin a couple of times
twice,
in our initial week, which was the first loss to Millennium and then the win over Roccat. Also gonna see Kale brought out for not Mr. Ross, for Selfie in the mid lane. He played that one in the loss to SK Gaming in the third day of the Super Week 1.
But so, for Super Hot crew here, very standard picks, to be honest. I mean, Lee Sin, we see him pretty much every game. The dual lane is the same. Kale has been very popular lately with the Hurricane build here. So Super Hot crew going a very standard comp. And Gambit then, with now Caitlyn being logged in, really going for this tower pushing setup here. You have Edward and Gragas now to disengage, you have Lulu to disengage, you have the net from Caitlyn, you have Elise, of course, can land the cocoon and then run away, repel away. So there's a lot of disengage from Gambit here. And then you have Darien doing his stuff up in the top lane, just applying a lot of pressure, forcing Super Hot crew to send people up to try and kill him, while the rest of the team can just push down towers.
What will the Super Hot crew put against Shyvana this time around? If I look to previous games where they're against Shyvana, there's only one of them that was against Millennium in the opening game of the season. Irelia was the choice, actually, for Mima. It's not going to be Teemo, I'm afraid, guys. Sadly enough, that would be a spectacle, that's for sure. But I do not believe Teemo will, in fact, slip through.
Do it.
And Mima shook his head, he's like, no. No.
Please don't lock it in. Please don't lock it in.
Don't lock in Teemo, please. And of course, he switches away. Mundo, a champion which Mima played a lot of in spring when he was so popular.
And in the start of the spring split, we also saw this matchup close to every single game almost, with Mundo against Shyvana. We talk always about how Shyvana wants to go for the Blade of the Rune King, do a lot of damage onto the Dr. Mundo, and Dr. Mundo just focuses full tank, wants to sustain it, and going into the real late game part is where Dr. Mundo becomes this unkillable beast who can just tank up all the damage in team fights. So Super Hot crew here, with both Mundo, of course, with the Kale pick in the mid lane, also with Lucian as the AD carry, looking for a very strong team fight combo, also going into late game parts. Gambit Gaming as well, are not weak in the late game. Caitlyn is one of the stronger AD carries once you really start hitting a lot of items in the late game, but the mid game for Caitlyn is the weak point of her, and that's where Super Hot crew can try and punish Gambit.
This is Gambit's chance as well to tie up the scoreline in the table overall with the Super Hot crew. If they can win this one, both teams will be 3 for 3. We'll see about that one, and we want to know, of course, who you guys think came out ahead in the picks and bans. As usual, tweet at LOL Esports with hashtag GMBWin or #SHCWin, and we'll see if your lineups have managed to sway your votes a little bit from that 60-40 that we saw in favor of Gambit from the LOLesports.com vote a little bit earlier on.
And I think actually this game is going to really come down to, first of all, the top laners, of course. Do we get Mima with a great start so he can become tanky very fast, or are we going to see Darien instead really starting to dominate the one-on-one? And then also when you look at the AD carries here, Caitlyn for me is a bit of a weird AD carry still. A lot of the people in Europe don't actually like to play her because her mid game is so weak. But also a person like Genji, of course, who can make it work if it gets to the late game.
We're always gobsmacked with Genji, right? So it always seems to be one champion somehow behind and still plays Varus when no one else is playing Varus, and bringing out Caitlyn now at a time when no one else is really playing Caitlyn. We'll find out how it works for him here as Gambit take on the super hot crew in our final LCS game of week 2. And as I said, an important one, a chance for Gambit to level things up in the table between these two teams, and therefore also a chance for the super hot crew to take a bit of a lead over Gambit.
Of course, we also need to see Selfie on this Kayle here. We know how strong Kayle is in the late game. In general, super hot crew, they're good actually, except for maybe the real early stage with this Dr. Mundo here up in the top lane, but then actually already going into mid, and then of course into the late game, they just have an overall very strong comp. And then to help the Mundo in the laning phase, Impaler with Lee Sin of course can be very active, or they can try and go for a lane swap and just have Mima farming the jungle with Impaler.
That is a deep ward from Mima. I want to see where the lane swaps come in. Gambit saw that one coming down. Not often we see wards quite that deep, and there is the vote, and it definitely has swung. 57 to 43, is it just another tick there for the super hot crew? And of course it was 60-40 from LOLesports.com in favor of Gambit before, so little swing in the favor of the super hot crew, seeing their picks. And let's be honest, they are on some comfort champions here.
They are, definitely. We also need to see with Gambit here how they want to use their siege comp. If they just want to get a small lead early and just start grouping up 4 members and just pushing down towers. We need to remember with Kayle, you won't be able to instant clear waves. Like, you need a bit of time to kill all the minions here, so they need Mr. Rales in the mid lane to help clear out the minions. Otherwise, Gambit is always going to get a lot of damage onto towers.
I'm expecting Selfie to go into the now popular Hurricane build with that Kayle later on. So it takes a little bit of time to get that way, so it'll be a while before we're talking about that one. For now, the super hot crew are taking away the blue buff, and Darian, not for the first time this season, is on the other side of the map. This time though, he will come around to safety. Of course, he got caught out, I think it was against Millennium possibly, or even against Alliance, where he ended 1-9-4. I think that was the start of a bad snowball against him that game.
Well, he actually went in here to ward the red buff, just to spot out when Impaler. Marmor decides to go up and do it after this Wraith camp here, and then just return back to the lane. He should actually be running around though with Diamond and just farming away, yet he's staying in the lane, trying to catch a bit of CS, but it's going to be very hard for him against both Weaver Failer and Mr. Rales.
So this mid lane, early push out from Selfie, who hits level 2 slightly before Nick, and will try and utilize that extra level in that he's gotten him for a bit more damage and harassment in that mid lane. Of course, has himself the heal to come out with as well. See how that one all develops. As you mentioned, this top lane, Darian doing something that's become less and less popular for this exact reason here, and staying around in that top lane.
So he did get level 2 at least for the dive, and we actually see Edward and Diamond coming in towards Selfie here.
Oh, the Ignite is going to go down. He's on the right side of the map from this one, and here is the dive onto Darian. He's actually going to be forced to flash away. Impaler trying to chase through, and Selfie now headed to the top lane. He's like, okay, can't get back to base maybe. I'll try and get back to the rest of my team as Gambit come around to this top turret. They're going to try and stop that one from going down.
They should be able to. Edward joining in as well, so it's 3 members against 3 here. We'll be able to clear the wave very, very fast. Mimir teleported down to this bottom lane here to pick up some farm because it's only Genja. So now Mimir can actually farm 1v1, which is very good for him.
Needing that farm to come his way, and should go ahead of Darian, who gets hooked into this one. Flay will knock him back. No flash, of course. Ignite went down, and Mr. R's going very aggressive there. Not enough damage, though, in the end to finish off Darian.
Very aggressive. Teleport is ready for Darian, so you can just join in again with Edward and Diamond, of course, to continue to farm away in this one. So Gambit, they actually leave Genji to just farm early on here. They really want him to get ahead early so he can get into his late game point, where Caitlyn, of course, will be very, very strong, and where Super Hot Crew instead actually put Mundo to get into this late game point and get the farm.
Funnily enough, Mundo, same CS here as Darian Shyvana, so
it is hard though for him to farm against the Caitlyn in a one-on-one, but still gonna pick up some solo XP and at least try and get some of the farm with the cleaver.
See there, Genji utilizing that Piltover Peacemaker, and he headshot an auto attack, which will certainly knock some HP away from Mima. But look at this, Selfie now, headed towards this bottom lane. Will Genja get caught out? He's got no ward. Selfie's level 4. Genja does have flash. Oh, that maybe have stopped this one from happening. Depends how effective this slow is going to be. Ignite will be put down here by Selfie. He's got his auto attacks going. One more will do it. Selfie picks up the first blood. And that's always the danger of leaving your AD carry alone.
Especially when he was this far up the lane, there was no wards to spot Selfie moving from the mid lane. And as soon as he actually moved away, Impaler just walked into the mid lane to pick up the farm, made sure Nick couldn't actually move anywhere or push just the wave down. It's a very, very smart play by Super Hard Crew, and really punishing Genja for being so far up in this bot lane all alone.
The top lane, if we look there, still 18 to 19. Mundo, of course, now will have some free farm, but he needs to be careful because Diamond has come around, and Mima running his own health out here will actually take a good route, but that's a good cocoon from Diamond. Can he get in from this one? Has he got enough to finish off? He's got the vision. Impaler coming around, Mima goes low. They actually try and turn it around, and Diamond's going down. Impaler gets the kill, and Mima walks away with his life.
And notice how Impaler played the situation here. He actually walked down, then he just waited around the corner, so Diamond didn't even spot him coming, and then as soon as he were in range for the Sonic Wave, easy hit there from Impaler and managed to pick up a kill. Very, very strong start from Super Hard Crew. And now Edward coming towards this mid lane. There's no flash on Selfie.
What is he going to be able to do here? Belly slam will have to land, and that makes it a lot easier. A lot of damage coming in, but intervention will mean that he can walk back out of the lane. Didn't have his flash available. He used that earlier on, of course, to secure the kill on towards Genja. Survives for now.
A little bit unlucky for Gambit there. Selfie actually managed to get level 6 on the very last minion before Edward showed him the lane. So of course, as soon as they saw he got hit level 6, couldn't actually go for the kill. At least Edward tried, forced away the ulti from Selfie.
Edward coming back into the top lane now to help out with Darian, who does have a 5 CS lead over his opposite number. Mima, there was a hook coming through, which Edward would have had to be called into support. In the end, Edward will just leave Darian alone now and probably feeling, okay, he's level 5, probably going to be hitting level 6 pretty soonish, which gives him all the more safety to deal with as Nick. And, oh, Impaler comes over the top of the wall, didn't even see he was in range there. Can he finish off Nick? No, not quite. Nick putting down a ward. Not sure really why. He's
Get him away, man. Get him away. Impaler actually, if he had waited his ED and flashed after him, he would have managed to pick up the kill, but I don't think he expected Nick to just flash instantly away here. And very aggressive start from Impaler, doing a very good job being at the right place at the right time.
And this is what he said early on in the Super Week, that yes, Lee Sin is a great champion for him because he loves to be aggressive early on, and that's where Lee Sin is going to be excelling. It just needs the coordination in the team to actually be top-notch so that he can actually pull that through and come out on top for his team. Looking like the Super Hard Crew may get the first turret of the game away here as Darian tries his best to hold on to it, and at least for this wave, that turret will survive.
Yeah, Gambit is losing out on this lane swap here because, first of all, Edward left Darian now to 1v2 in this top lane, so the tower will take damage every single time Super Hard Crew pushes in. And he went for a small roam towards the mid lane after he recalled. Of course, there was nothing for him to do there because Nick was so low. And now he's just down in this bottom lane, but it's going to take Gambit some time before they can actually kill the bot tower because Mima, of course, kept Genja away from it for such a long time. So it actually barely took any damage, maybe about 40% damage or something. So for now, Super Hard Crew can take the top tower in case they want, and then just go down bottom lane and therefore make sure that Gambit won't take the tower.
Well, it looks like they may, in fact, go straight down bottom here. We see the recall coming out. Impaler coming to the top lane. You look at the health bars and you see that Impaler might have a bit of a tough time holding off Darian there, but with the safety of being underneath his tower, it will certainly help out. And this is where it gets interesting when Darian starts to go into the enemy jungle between the towers. We all know that Darian sometimes gets caught out. Sometimes as well, it is for the greater good, let's call it, of the Gambit
course.
team.
I mean, sometimes he gets a dragon for Gambit just by pulling multiple members up top here. And what Super Hard Crew actually did was send the bottom lane, or the dual lane down to the bottom lane here, because Genji was actually freezing the wave early on. So Mima, he was zoned away from all the CS, and they needed multiple members to stop the freeze, so they had to recall up top, send the dual lane down to bottom lane. That's why Genji broke the freeze now, and that's a big wave from Mr. Riley. Gambit, however, will be able to pick up this dragon because Impaler was still stuck up at his top lane. So Darian, it worked for him.
Looking into the future there, and Darian says, yes, and he didn't even die for it this time as well. That is sweet, sweet times for Darien and the Dragon, which brings Gambit back when you look at the goal totals. Meanwhile, Mr. Rawls taking a big hit down the bottom lane. Actually, it was the ultimate that came out of Genja that really knocked him low from that.
He was forced to farm under the tower once he actually came down to the lane, so there's a lot of poke from Gambit, as you said, ulti used as well from Genja. So, all the summoners for the dual lane of Super Hardcore here. Diamond just staying around. Nick as well actually moving down towards them.
Will this be a 4-on-2 dive? They've pinged in the brush because they know there's a ward there, and Diamond's actually going to come through the lane. That makes it a lot harder for them to retreat. The box going to go down from We Will Fail Her. Cocoon not actually landed. There's a hook onto Edward. He's underneath the tower. They do manage to get Mr. Ross. Will they get We Will Fail Her as well? The repel from Diamond comes in. Oh, last second intervention. Diamond goes down. He did get We Will Fail Her on his way out though. No one else there though now from the Super Hard crew to help get any more kills. They did hold the turret, but it's a 2-for-1.
2-for-1 here. Good aggressive move by Gambit. Diamond, he knew the wall was there, so he moved all the way around. And Mimer, because he was standing right in front of Darien, he couldn't teleport down to help. He would have been interrupted by the ult here from Darien, so he couldn't help the team. Therefore, 2 members went down. Selfie managed to get a kill, which is, of course, is very good for Super Hard Crew, but still gave up 2 here.
Stinger already in there for Selfie. And look at that, Impaler's coming around. Edward needs to be careful. He body slam, gets him back behind the tower. And he's going to try and farm a little bit up here whilst his AD carry is gone. May just miss most of them as well. That's the case. Seems to be. He's got his barrel.
Oh,
there we go.
he got it.
Nice bit of gold for him.
And very, very good move by Gambit actually. Selfie was the first one to move down bottom to kill Genja. Now Gambit did the exact same thing to the dual lane of Super Hard Crew because they got so low under the tower. So just overall a very smart move. Nick pushed out the mid lane and then moved before Selfie even figured out what was going on.
I think this time around we saw him in his first game of the season, 0-0-0. Didn't really have much impact in the game whatsoever, as you would expect when someone finishes the game at 0-0-0. However, he has come into his own here a little bit more, I think, and looks to be feeling more confident in his role in this mid lane. Obviously big shoes to fill as well, certainly from a fan's standpoint. Everyone of course loved Alex. It's just Impaler goes in on towards Diamond. It's a lot of damage. Kick comes around. There's a burst from Selfie that'll get them the kill. And now they're looking for Nick as well. Edward will come around. There's the damage. Impaler flash. Intervention won't save his life. There's a kill for Nick.
Intervention was way too late from Selfie. All the damage were already done from Edward, and then the intervention came in. So easy enough for Nick to just pick up the kill. First though, it is Impaler going aggressive onto Diamond. Again, this Lee Sin pick here has been very good for Super Hard Crew and applied a lot of pressure on the map.
It leaves them 4-3 up in kills, but slightly behind in gold now. Only 200 or so though, so not exactly a massive amount, as Darien once again was just going up towards the golems, and this time will be recalling. He started triple Dorans with 1 shield and 2 blades. Other side, Mimer has already got himself that giant bell.
And while Gambit actually fell slightly behind in the lane swap in this start, as soon as the swap came from Super Hard Crew, Gambit actually took full control of it. The dual lane down the bottom here, Genji and Edward did a very good job getting Mr. Rales low so they could dive him afterwards and kill him. And up in the top lane, Darien actually pulled ahead in farm against Mimer. Yes, he just lost the tower, but still it was already very low from the lane swap itself. So Gambit doing a very good job. First freezing the bottom lane, so Super Hard Crew had to swap around, and then just punish Super Hard Crew for it.
Graga's support causing a couple of issues from Mr. Rawls, really zoning him out with those barrels that even here without it, you know, with a support Graga still definitely do cause a little bit of pain. Genja also pushed up quite heavily here as Lee Sin trying to get in. There's a ward in that brush though, so even if he gets past the vision of the minions, he's got to be a lantern gank indeed.
Has to be, but We Will Fail It. There's no flash, so he needs to land the hooked in to actually get the engage on. Darien now, full control of this lane. A level ahead of Mimer, just takes the tower, doesn't even care about Mimer.
No need to. Got himself a cutlass. No magic mantle as well on that last trip home. Sunfire Cake was the starting choice for Mimer though, over with Dr. Mundo. Mid lane, which is, I want to say been quiet, but only really been quiet between the two of them. Otherwise, we've seen like a lot of roaming down from Selfie. 3-0-0 Darien, after saying that he'd done a good job in that top lane, will actually be forced to use his ultimate to get out of the enemy jungle.
To use the olden way, of course, to last his flash and teleport, Dragon comes up in 50 seconds here, so he can go back. Shop now either run straight towards the Dragon, save his teleport, or he can move up towards this top lane if Maima's actually pushing down the wave towards him. It seems for now he's just holding it where it is. And once again, action down this bottom lane. Genji used the ulti, and now the rest of the Gambit is here.
There's a ward in there. I actually feel like they could have gone for that one, but they didn't know where Selfie was.
Have to respect the teleport for Maima as well. They knew Darren was far away, and Maima could join in at the tower here and turn things around.
Well, it's probably going to be called to join in either way, because you've got 20 seconds until the next Dragon of this game comes into play. And bottom wave forced up onto the turret. We already saw a couple of men from Gambit there, but although they've already backed away back to the middle lane and jungle for Diamond, that's a lot of damage to We Will Failure. Again, the Piltover Peacemaker coming in, a lot of damage onto We Will Failure. But Dragon is now up. Gambit got the first Dragon of the game. Superhot Crew knew it was happening as they had a ward in that Death Rush and chose to leave it.
No watch yet though from Gambit here. They don't actually know Superhot Crew started it now. Real fella, he's dead.
He's dead. He's going to go down to that one. It's actually Genja that gets the kill. Dragon in the meantime went to the Superhot Crew. They're going to try and close down here, or will they try and get themselves away? I think backing away is the only option really, as we are going to see them moving in. Impaler gets a very early intervention. Deadwood going low. Maima's here, but Darian coming in around the side. He's kicked away before he can ulti through onto them, and that is bad news. They're chasing Maima, but he's Dr. Mundo and he doesn't care. Flashes over the wall to get away.
But still, Darren teleported behind the rest of Superhot Crew there. Did a lot of pretty much panic from Superhot Crew as soon as he came in there. They spread up in every single direction. Mundo went up towards the river. The rest of Superhot Crew tried to get back to the tower. Notice here with the teleport, actually, we're just going to see the kill on We Will Failure first. Meanwhile, this is happening. Superhot Crew is doing the Dragon, and therefore We Will Failure, I would actually say he stayed too long. I'm not sure if he tried to bait them to stay in this bottom lane so they wouldn't try and stop the Dragon, but ended up cost his life.
So the TP, let's have a look where exactly, or not, where that one came from. Either way, he came down the back, couldn't get his ultimate off in time. That's how it went down. Either way, it was the Dragon for the Superhot Crew. They're still behind you in this game though. Right, about 400 gold. Still a lot of towers though up for grabs here. Only one apiece taken down, both of them in the top lane. As we see Darian forged himself a CS lead now in this game. And we all know that Darian, even when he's 0-9 in some games, still looks very, very confident. They're going to go on towards We Will Failure. Intervention is available, not even needed at this time. And there's Darian appearing again from the backside. Wild Growth will knock up Selfie. He'll have to use the intervention on himself, but he's slowed and he's not going to get away. It's Darian that gets the shutdown.
So a lot of CC here from Gambit. As soon as they get onto Selfie, there's the slows from Edward and knock up, of course. Cocoon landed from Diamond as well. So Selfie, even though he had flash, couldn't even get close enough to actually get over the wall and decided not to use it. So Gambit again, because Darren has so much control in this top lane, he can just roam around like he wants to. So even though there's a fight down here, it's actually Darren moving down behind them and just coming in, doing a lot of damage. Wild Growth onto him as well to knock Selfie up, and they can just take a kill. Now onto Impaler.
Oh wow, that was a great barrel out of Edward, and Impaler, will he get away? Wow, good kick out there. Darian getting hooked as well, and Impaler survives the turret, however won't be as lucky. And We Will Failure may be a little bit too deep here. They've got Maima coming around. Yes, he's Mundo. No, Darian doesn't care. Just run straight through him. Backs away.
And we actually saw here with Edward, when the lantern was down, he just placed his big fat belly right in front of it, so Impaler couldn't actually click on it, and therefore he had to just flash away instead of taking the easy route out. So nice play by Edward. And again, very aggressive Gambit here. As soon as they see an opportunity, they go for it, and really use the fact now as well with Darian just completed playthrough and King. He can just go back to this top lane and do the exact same thing. Push Maima down, rotate down to mid lane or whatever he wants, wherever he wants to go, and just join in for fights.
Looking good here for Gambit. Nick, who again has felt quiet so far during this game, but if you look at his score, he's beating both. 5 out of the 6 kills that Gambit have. He's got 2 kills, 3 assists from them, so being heavily involved in all of those as a hook comes through wide though of Darian. Blade of the Ruin King start, which I think Quickshot mentioned it earlier. Most of the Shyvanas here in Europe have been starting off some Fire Cave.
Well, it depends. I mean, it goes a bit back and forth. Against Mundo, I definitely like the Blade of the Ruin King start because it means it's so easy for Darian now to just do a lot of damage and stick to Maima, out-sustain him as well, and therefore just force him out of the lane, like we've seen he's been doing so far. And I like it for him. And also, he has the Wild Growth as for protection if he does get in a team fight while he's still squishy.
There is a turret for the Super Hot Crew down bottom, still 2 behind overall, and also a couple of 1,000 gold. I like how Genji's been utilizing Caitlyn so far, I have to say, in this bottom lane, using the ace in the hole whenever it comes up, just to knock Mr. Rawls away, and that's how they eventually got to finish off that bottom outer turret. We've got 2 minutes until the next dragon comes into the game. Last one, of course, was contested, and actually ended with the Super Hot Crew taking it, but losing a couple of kills in the process. So we'll see how this next one all comes down. Edward's already in position here to maybe get some vision in place.
Gambit still has to worry about Selfie here on Kayle. Already completed the Hurricane now, has 3 kills. Definitely don't want to give that over to Kayle. We know how strong she is in the late game, so still have to worry about this point, about this part here, but they are ahead now. So in this mid game, especially with Darien in the lead, and also with Nick being pretty well farmed on his Lulu, Gambit can definitely force some team fights if they want to.
If they want to. We'll find that.
They don't even, they can actually also just split push if they want. I mean, keep the 4 members in mid lane and just have Darien split push up in this top lane here. So multiple options for Gambit. 1 minute till the Dragon teleport is ready for both top laners by that time. So of course they can join in as well.
See, Self is actually 40 CS ahead of Nick, and a bit of deja vu from the game against Fnatic where Peke controlled him in terms of CS, but they still allowed Nick to actually get involved when it came to those team fights. Although, as you mentioned earlier on, Kayle is scary the later the game goes on, especially with 3 kills to his name. And now half a minute until that Dragon comes up. The Super Hot Crew are getting some deeper wards in there, starting off with the Tribush. In case anyone comes from bottom, that of course would be Genji, who's headed that way right now. They've got a pink in the Death Brush as well, so is that Edward looking to bait them out?
At least we have seen the amount of CC, and here's the Cocoon action onto Failure.
Oh, that's going to be some good damage. Not quite the kill, but good damage indeed. The Hawk not landing. They're going to go for Diamond, though. He will simply repel away. Dragon not there to go to, so he'll come right back down. Actually, a lot of damage coming his way. Edward is there as well. Darien needs to use his ultimate, and finally does. They're going to surely get We Will Failure. Wild Growth comes in, but Darien being focused. Finally, the barrel out of Edward as well. That will disperse the Super Hot Crew, but Gambit so very low. Not much health over with the Super Hot Crew either. There's a lantern for the Super Hot Crew to get away, but this Dragon, not sure it's going to be taken just now. We Will Failure getting through the ace in the hole. Gambit still there with Genji on full HP and Nick pretty much full as well. They can stick around for this.
Genji actually joined in pretty late for the fight. He was in the bot lane when they went on for We Will Failure the first time. Had to run all the way up to the team here. So Super Hot Crew in the start were actually in a pretty good position. Darien went in, got Wild Growth, actually managed to flash away, and then Genji had joined in when Super Hot Crew had to back away.
Selfie coming around. He's the real danger man.
He still has ultimate.
Yeah, his ultimate is still there, which must be a scary thought for Gambit, although they've got the numbers advantage here and health advantage really as well. Only one of them a little bit low. Mima down to half, but he's Mundo, so his half is more than anyone else's half, that's for sure.
They can go mid here. Gambit, if they want to just give up this Dragon, just start sending at least 1 member mid to push it up. It's actually what Genji is doing now. If they want to contest this one, he has to run back down though.
He's going to start to run back down. Dragon just over half health. He'll start to reset himself here in a second, and Super Hot Crew go in. Impaler smites that one down. Now possibly going to try and turn around. Nico was already miles away from that one down in the bottom lane.
So a bit of a split decision from Gambit. They sent Genji up to push the wave up to the tower in the mid lane. The rest of them actually stayed, or 3 of the members from Gambit stayed at the Dragon just to see if they could maybe steal it. And Nick went down to bottom lane here, so gave up the Dragon. Could actually send all the members to the mid lane, at least get a little bit of damage onto the tower, and then moved away if they didn't want to fight the Dragon anyhow. But still, managed to pick up some farm, and Super Hot Crew got a much needed Dragon here, keeping the goal fairly even.
Yep, keeps them in this game, that's for sure. Now, just 8,000 to 300 gold behind. 23 or 24 minutes into this game. Gambit still holding the turret lead though, especially that mid lane, which is all the way down to the inhibitor turret. Nick is already pushing up the bottom lane as well, although we've already seen Selfie go down there to get himself some easy free farm. And talking about his wave clear earlier on, it's now become a lot stronger with the addition of the Hurricane.
So, if Gambit is sieging up to the tower, it's hard for him to go in and actually hit the minions here and kill them, but as soon as he has just a few seconds, he will clear the waves very fast. And of course, with the help from Mr. Rales, Super Hot Crew should be able to take out these waves in case Gambit decides to group up. For now, they're actually just back to farming. Genji as well, fine with there and open the top lane here, while Edward Nick is actually also going towards... No, it's the blue buff. I was about to say, how many members are sitting up to this top lane? Fnato's just blue buff and Subar crew, and Gambit actually just farming away a little bit.
A lot of red wards on the top side of the Super Hot Crew's jungle, I think mainly to keep an eye on Darian, who's been running around there constantly, surprising them a couple of times by coming out from the backside of them. Actually, he's nowhere near them at this point. He's still in the mid lane, although he's going to be called down to bottom where Selfie had already pushed that wave all the way on through. He's already backed up because his blue buff is available.
And Selfie can just return down to this bottom lane again and split push, and then we have Mime in the top lane, Selfie in the bottom lane. If Subar crew can actually manage to push Gambit away from here and then take control of the map, they can do this 1-3-1 split push with Selfie and Mimer if they want to. For now though, they just want to defend the lanes, and therefore Selfie is back into this mid lane.
So Gambit starting their move up towards top. That wave really starting to push through. They'll get themselves a red buff pick up here as well. They couldn't quite get around to contest that one. Selfie trying to head them off as an ace in the hole will come through. Hits Impaler in the end, but he's got a lot of shield. Darian actually going to go aggressive into this one. Wild Growth will knock them all up, but they need the rest of the team in. Eddie smashing them all around. Mimer actually going to be the big focus here right at the front. And with 4 men or 5 men on him from Gambit, doesn't matter how tanky he is, he'll eventually go down. That was a big win in terms of health. However, Darian did go low as well. Super Hot Crew trying to push back.
It was the 2 tanks here from both teams that took all the damage, therefore nobody actually went down. Mimer had to flash over the wall to get out. It was a pretty good engage onto Selfie, forced his intervention very early on in the fight here, but then the rest of Super Hot Crew could just join in, and actually nobody went down.
Kills from that one. Just showing how willing Gambit are here to really get going on. Certainly how willing Darian is to dive into the rest of the enemy team, although that's not really anything new from what we're used to seeing out of Darian. He's just gone back down to that bottom lane to push things out, but he may be called to middle here. 5 men from the Super Hot Crew are going to go for this outer turret. Don't know what's going to stop them, because Mundo can actually hold it up, but that cocoon onto WeWillFailer may just be what they're looking for with a turnaround onto Edward. A lot of damage coming through.
A lot of damage here, almost landing a hook as well from WeWillFailer onto Genja. Subar crew, they continue to pressure here, they're going in!
Oh, Impale around the back, he's kicked Genja away and he's going to surely go down. No! Last second intervention, 8 in the hole comes through, it's Diamond that gets the kill, and now Darian's in the middle of them as well. A little bit further behind, slowed down. It'll be a 1-for-0 though, they'll take that any day.
So they traded the tower for a kill onto Impaler here, who tried to insect kick back Genja. He flashed away as soon as he saw the flash actually from Impaler here, so very smart play, and therefore it didn't get kicked into the team of Super Hot Crew. Still though, tower went down. Darian didn't use his teleport, he actually ran the entire way from bot lane up to mid here to join in with the team.
So, as we are about to hit the half-an-hour point of the game, let's have a look where the gold leaves us. 1,200, 300 gold lead for Gambit, and tower advantage on their side at just 4-3, so not a massive lead on that front. We are going to see the Dragon coming up here in just over a minute's time, which could certainly sway how that gold looks.
Last Whisper for Genja now, he has enough gold for it. He's just been farming up the entire time, can sell his potion, buy the Last Whisper now. And get towards this Caitlyn point where he really becomes strong in the fights. And that's really what Gambit wants. Then you have Lulu to protect him. Unless Lulu, of course, wants to use the Wild Growth on Darian when he jumps in. But you can still kite. You have to slow from Edward. You have to knock back from Edward. The kiting, the slows from Nick. So can be hard for Subar Crew to actually get onto Genji here in the late game team fights. Unless Impaler gets a good kick onto him.
Trying to stick to Edward, and actually Edward using his ultimate there to knock them back somewhat, but the Super Hot Crew already starting to close in on them with Impaler, with WeWillFailer, but Eddie was such a big lad on that Gragas. He's actually managed to dodge pretty much everything they throw at him.
Dodging around. Good moves by Edward. Didn't actually invest anything for Super Hot Crew's side, chasing them down. Edward had to use the ultimate, of course, but still managed to get away from it.
Now Diamond. Focus off Super Hot Crew's attention. Good cocoon onto WeWillFailer. I don't think there should be too much of a follow-up from that one, although now the rest of the team are coming in. Diamond, will he get involved? Mimer gonna get hit by the next slowdown, and in the end, Selfie keeping Darian away. That is a lot of damage coming Darian's way. He might be forced to ulti. No.
And this is a scary point again for Gambit. late game, nobody will be able to 1v1 Selfie on this Kayle here. That's why, again, Subaru can do this split push. They can even send Mima up the top lane if they want to. For now, it's the Dragon. Teleport coming in from Darren. He just went back to base to heal.
Dragon already down though in favor of the Super Hot crew, and they're going to take the Lantern away. It leaves Mima all alone, but he's got his ultimate running, and Mundo regenning super quickly up to full HP. That was a good pickup from the Super Hot crew. Actually brings them level now in terms of gold, and Gambit looking to make a move possibly onto that mid lane.
They want to force the teleport out from Mima, at least stop him from pushing in this bot lane here, so they apply a lot of pressure now to this mid lane. Will he teleport behind? Genji actually isn't there with his team. He's running down to this bottom lane, so it's only 4 members, not the AD carry from Gambit pushing off. A bit weird.
A bit weird, and could have been deadly if we will fail to have landed that hook. Genji taking the long way around on the backside of his turret just to be super safe with that one. Don't want to be getting caught out and giving up a kill. But as we said, that last Dragon for the Super Hot crew now brings the gold back to pretty much bang level. We've gone past the half-an-hour point of this game. See if any more big plays come out, or whether it's a case of settling down a little bit longer, farming up a little bit more. You already know that Selfie's going to be getting stronger and stronger. He's got a Void Staff now added in to his Nash's Tooth and the Hurricane.
It's going to be so scary for Darien if he tries to one-on-one Selfie. For now, those Subaru crew are moving all 5 members down to this bottom lane. No teleport on Darien, and he's recalling from this top lane, so he won't be there in time.
He's going to be coming late to that party, and the turret may already be gone. In fact, I think it will be already gone. That is absolutely decimated by the Super Hot crew. That's the tie-up on towers, and also the gold lead swinging back to SHC.
So smart move by them. They, of course, know Mima is already pushing the wave up in the bottom lane. They spot Darren up in the top lane. Instantly just move down here, picks up the tower very, very fast. If Selfie goes for a Lich Bane as well in the late game, he can really also just destroy towers.
I think here in the audience we've got 2 separate fan groups for Gambit and the Super Hot group. See who comes out on top of that one a little bit later on, because right now things are so very even. The question is, as things develop, we will start to forge themselves somewhat of a lead. Genji! Oh! He nets into it. He's not going to escape that one. We will.
What were you doing, Genji? He was trying to steal away the Wraith Camp all alone, I think, and then just got hooked. Beautiful hook by Weevil Failer, setting it up here. And they might. Oh, another one!
Diamond caught out. He's going to repel, but he's repelling to nowhere. Comes down. Oh, that's a great barrel, but it won't be enough to save him. Diamond's going to go down. It's Mr. Riles that gets the kill. 2 men dead. Will they go for Baron here, SHC? They've had bad experience trying to rush down Barons.
There's no Ziggs and there's no smite from Diamond here, so they will start it. Darren can still jump in, try and steal it. Edward without his ulti. Nick without his ulti here. Gambit's gonna be hard, it's gonna be a risky one.
Gambit trying to hold on to this one. Nick is maybe the one to do the
damage.
Darien diving in the back. The Baron's down at a 3rd HP, and they force Impaler to back away from the Baron pit. They've stopped attacking the Baron, but the Baron's not stopped attacking them. Impaler comes in. Weevil Failer is possibly going to die to the Baron. No, it survived, and Selfie has taken down Lulu as well. Super Hot crew, so well done there on Baron.
Darren actually tried to just go straight for Impaler in the back here, while the rest of Super Hot crew were chasing the other members from Gambit. But Impaler managed to flash over the wall, then Sonic Wave back into the Baron pit once Darren actually joined him on the other side here. Didn't go down, smited away. Baron now from Super Hot crew. Genji were completely out of position there. Great hook by Weevil Failer on both Diamond and Genji, setting up the everything for Super Hot crew.
Yeah, you have to say, he was 90 caliber net was already underway, and Weevil Failer predicting that one, the timing and right angle on it as well. And we said before, the Weevil Failer, the time we've seen him on Thresh,
mechanics has been great.
Constantly been hitting important hooks for the team, and once again setting them up, this time for a Baron. And whilst giving him credit, you also got to look at the other side of the coin. Why was Genji trying to do the Wraith camp right there?
Wraiths, man. You need the gold. That's my only explanation. I have actually no idea. The rest of Gambit were already back at blue buff, I believe, so he was just all alone. For now though, let's just give credit over to Weevil Failer for landing the hook, and of course Super Crew for picking up the Baron.
Picking up the Baron and a gold lead with it, 52.2 to, let's call it 49,000 gold. Not the biggest of gold leads, but with that Baron buff on it, lead that they'll certainly be happy with as Impaler steals away that big Wraith. And they're putting down some good pressure now onto this inner turret in the mid lane. Selfie has picked up another item worth noting, Sonya's Hourglass for him.
He's getting out of control in this KO here. He's actually down the bottom lane pushing up here, so Subaru needs to disengage in this mid lane just to wait for him to push up the very big wave, and then they can move between top and mid if they want to. Doesn't matter which person actually goes down to try and stop Selfie from hitting the tower here. Nobody can touch him.
Yeah, Genja was the one to go down. He started walking on the left side of his wall. Look at this, they've come around the back and Gambit realizing they can't fight them here. That two-pronged attack was just too risky for them. They back away and say, okay, we're gonna have to defend this lane at least from our base. They've only got one tower left outside of their base, which is on the top side of the map.
We need to see here, I mean, again, with of course both Caitlyn and Lulu, they can clear the waves fairly easy, but still need to be careful for the hooks coming in from We Will Failure. Maybe Impaler will try and kick someone back. And the poor ward there, the pink ward, won't actually spot it. So,
no, a little bit too around the corner.
Unlucky.
Unlucky, yeah. Always walk in the middle, guys, so that you can see around those corners.
They don't actually...
Unfortunate to say the least. We'll see if that comes to haunt them. I honestly don't really think it will make too much difference on this one either way, but maybe I will be wrong on that one. We'll see. Let's think push again.
Look at the damage also.
Yeah, it's Selfie.
Yeah,
just
hits the minion, just hits pretty much everyone around it as well. From you saw, Nick went down to like, he took 40% damage just from Selfie actually clearing the minion wave because he stood too close to it.
Super Crew just waiting for this top wave to finally start pushing through. So we'll give that a gentle shove. Selfie will get himself Gambit blue buff on his way through, and honestly Gambit should just back away here. I don't think they can think about defending this turret.
At least try and clear the wave as much as possible.
Darian could stay around. Oh, he gets hooked. The Flay comes in as well. Here comes the rest of the ultis in. Edward trying to stay out, but he gets kicked out of position, and they're going to strip him down. Wild Growth actually coming through, but they lose the turret. They lose Edward. This is bad news. The box is down there, and once the rest of the team get involved, Gambit so very low. Diamond and Darian flashing health bars there. They need to back off.
And there, Genji was down the bottom lane to clear the wave, so he wasn't there with his team, and they're going for it.
Intervention used there, didn't quite have the damage to finish off. They will get that turret as Maima gonna tank up all the damage. Actually, Mr. Rolf blocking, acing the whole out of Genji, which was less than ideal, but the Super Hot Crew get the slow onto Nick, and that should be the disengage to allow them to back away from the base.
And managed to get the tower down, so now there's an open inhibitor. They can go for it after they go back and shop now and heal up to full HP. And once they get this one down, the wave is pushed by itself. Selfie, of course, can go to one lane, follow members to the mid lane, and then just start pushing everything in here and forcing Gambit, like we just saw here, to split up to defend every single entrance into the base.
Looks like Genja wants the dragon. He's got some backup this time, so don't worry about that one. Gambit's safe for now. A little bit of extra gold to their account, which brings it back to a 5,000 gold lead for the Super Hot Crew, the second Baron actually of the game, as Impaler does come across and find that that dragon is gone. Where's the next target for them? Of course, they didn't take the inhib on the top lane. They only managed to get rid of the tower, so no super minions streaming through on the top side of the map just yet.
So if they don't feel confident sending all 5 members to just teamfight for the inhibitor, just send Selfie there. Because again, no matter who's going to go to one-on-one, he's going to win it. You'll always get some damage on inhibitor, back away, do the same thing back and forth, while the rest of Subaru Crew just keep the members from Gambit busy in the mid lane or in the bottom lane. It's an option for Subaru Crew, but now they don't actually seem to go for it, and will they? Selfie is very far away, so same goes for Mr. Alice.
Well, Diamond saw them coming, it's like, nope, do not want. Well, same thing goes for the Lantern there from Impaler's side. He will rather safeguard off to his own ward. Definitely safer at that point. Oh, Genja doing a red buff on his own. Spots, thanks to that ward, looking at him that was coming in.
Oh, Darian!
I'm not sure he's
What? Well, who needs teleport late game anyway? It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Diamond is in trouble.
Yeah, Diamond is in a lot of trouble here. He's going to repel, but where's he going to go? Straight down on top of him. We Will Fail's hook was actually aiming for someone else down on the further side there. And Darian, as we said, teleporting in. Not exactly the highlight of teleportation that we've seen so far in the LCS, that one.
No, it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. However, Super Crew is waiting for the Baron to respawn, can put up some pink wards, clear all the wards away from Gambit here, and then either bait Gambit to actually fight for it or just take it by themselves if they want to. For now, they're just pushing down mid lane, can then push the wave all the way down and then move up to Baron.
What they're going to do, maybe push that top lane as well, so that one's going in their favor. They've cleared out all the wards that Gambit had. Impaler's going to be running a bit of interference there through the jungle. Will they set up a trap here? They want more ward coverage and less ward coverage from Gambit, which is what they get. Ace in the hole is going to come through, and decent amount of damage onto We Will Fail, most of it though shielded up by the combo that they have. Now they're looking for a kill. Who are they going to go for? Darian probably not the target you want. Edward certainly a juicier one as they do hook him in. He's going to fall very quickly. Actually throws his ultimate out there, but I'm not sure it's enough to actually save him. As Darian comes diving in from the side. Meanwhile, Selfie is hammering on towards Diamond. A lot of them so very, very low here, and the Super Hot Crew are going to want to chase this through. That's a good cocoon coming in, but the rest of the team managing to come through. The slows from Mima being a real pain. Genja stayed behind, and Genja will go down as well.
And Super Crew should be able to finish this game, or at least take down another inhibitor in the base here. They keep chasing.
They're going to keep going. Darian will have to flash away. Can they get in? Hook from We Will Fail Her. Doesn't quite land. Have they got the damage to get across? Good slow from Nick there. That will stop We Will Fail Her and the rest of the Super Hot chasing kills, but it won't stop them having the turret.
They take down the turret here. Again, remember, top inhibitor is open. They can go there afterwards. Very, very strong team fight for Super Crew, really using this Kale in the late game, of course, and also Mima just tanking up all the damage.
Mima doesn't really care at this point. Randuin's Spirit Visage got himself a Sunfire Cake, got a QSS even. Get out of there, and the extra defensive stats that offers him. Baron, of course, is live here, so Super Crew can once again bait around that as they did so nicely just a few moments ago to get that fight going.
And there's no teleport on Darian, remember, so he can actually stay in the bottom lane to defend the super minions coming and then teleporting up to stop the Baron. So that's why Gambit now actually want to go and start it themselves, maybe. No, just want to at least get a ward down and then possibly back. Are they actually going to start it?
They've waited a hell of a lot of time, and there's
Mima teleport.
Mima's coming in from the side here. It's actually going to be TPing right onto the head of Darian in the end. There's Edward's ultimate, came out real early. Not sure it was the ideal timing for them. Mr. Ra's going to throw the culling out. Edward flashes away from the damage. A Selfie goes for Darian. Don't get that kill, but they'll transfer over to Diamond, who repels and comes right back down on top of them. Wild growth used, but it's not enough for the hook onto Nick again. We Will Fail Her setting that one up. It's a double kill for Mr. Ra's now at 5-2-4.
Beautiful again by Super Crew. Mima so confident he can just tank multiple members from Gambit, teleports in behind them, starts the whole fight. Good hook again from We Will Fail Her to give them a kill. Double kill action from Mr. Alice. Now Super Crew pushing down again.
Second inhibitor will fall. That one was left open earlier as they took down that inhibitor turret. That leaves the base now. A juicy target for them, especially with a Dr. Mundo this late on in the game, who's going to get his ultimate running. First Nexus turret will drop. The focus now turns to the second one. That will fall like nothing, and the Nexus itself is finished off. The Super Hot Crew take down Gambit in the final LCS game of week 2.
Very strong team fights here for Super Crew in this game, and they managed to punish Gambit every time they made a mistake. That's why they actually got ahead. That's why they got the Baron when they called out Genja at the Wraith camp. Took the Baron afterwards here. It's a very nice play by Super Crew, and also Selfie on Kale here in his mid lane. Early on he picked up all the kills. Teamfight wise he was very, very strong, and of course We Will Fail Her landing the hooks left and right.
We see that Kale, such a strong pick time and time again. We say it that Ro8 made struggle earlier on the game, which honestly he didn't do this time around either. He had a good control even on the late phase. He was out farming there as well.
Yeah, some credit to Gambit, however. Early on in the lane swaps, they actually fell behind in CS, but then because Genja managed to freeze the bottom lane, they forced Super Hot Crew to send their dual lane down to the bottom lane, and that's where Gambit actually took over in the early mid-game. Darian won his lane up one-on-one against Mima. Down the bottom lane, of course, Genja and Edward did a very good job getting Mr. Alice and We Will Fail Her low, so they could dive them with Diamond and Nick, pick up kills for Gambit. Actually also got quite a gold lead, so Gambit there showed some very good moves after the early lane swaps here to really turn it in their favor. But then when it actually came down to the mid-late game part, Super Hot Crew were just one step ahead and managed to punish Gambit.
Yeah, I mean, Darien had such a free roam on that top side of the map. We saw the Super Hot Crew place 3 or 4 wards on their own top side of the jungle just to see where Darien was, because he kept coming around, kept flanking them. Okay, we saw that Dud teleport and ultimate coming out of Darien in the end, but actually didn't die during that game if we look down the scoreboard. 1-0-2 he ended with that one, but again, the Super Hot Crew, Mr. Rals, once again mopping up everything that was given to him. Selfie got to the point on Kale where it's just almost impossible to deal with the damage that they can throw at you.
Yeah, and also Mimer on Mundo, of course, managed to pick up a lot of farm. Got so tanky, we saw him teleport into 4 members from Gambit, and there's nothing like, they know. We don't even want to hit him because we know we're not going to kill him. We have to run away already. So, again, for Super Hot Crew, they have some very good individual players. And that's why they can make these plays here. And that's why as soon as they see an opportunity to see the enemy team make a mistake, they will punish you. Remember Roccat in week 1, Super Hot Crew were actually behind. Roccat went for the Baron. Super Hot Crew was like, okay, walk up, punish them, kill them, take the Baron, win the game. So they're very good at reacting to what's happening on the map. And then, of course, team fighting itself is something they're very good at.
It's funny as well because we heard from Impale yesterday and Shox asked him the question, who's calling for the Super Hot Crew right now? And he said, whoever shouts the loudest, basically, is what happens.
Of him and We Will Fail. Whoever shouts the loudest, they will listen to, and if the guy shouts twice, nobody will say a thing. Just do what the guy's saying, because he clearly knows what he's doing.
I'm not sure that's the most perfect way to call in team fights, but it seems to be working for the Super Hot Crew now. 4 wins, 2 losses. Their losses came against Millennium in the first game of the season, where Millennium were looking brilliant. They've lost to SK Gaming, who are arguably the second, or you could even say best team around right now. Alliance, of course, had something maybe to say about that one a little bit earlier on. But for the Super Hot Crew now with wins against the Lions, against Roccat, against the Copenhagen Wolves, and now against Gambit, they are looking incredibly good.
They're definitely looking like a top 4 team in Europe. Diamond predicted last split, he said this team here, there's some good players. I mean, as long as they get the teamwork and synergy going, they can really start becoming a top team in Europe, and that's what they're doing now. And of course, we have to remember last split, they had a very good period as well, and then they actually stopped and just lost a lot of games in a row, I believe. In the very last Super Week, they actually lost every single game they played. So we still need to see if they can keep this very, very strong play going, or if they're going to drop up and down, up and down, up and down, like some European teams, or maybe pretty much every single European team normally does.
Consistency, the name of the game for the Super Hot Crew. Shox and QuickChart are standing by to talk with the Super Hot Crews. We will fail it, so let's send it down to them.
Thank you very much, Joe. We are indeed happy to be joined by We Will Failure, actually, for the first time in the summer split here in the LCS. Of course, we've already seen you playing last year when you were on Lemon Dogs. How has it been coming back into the LCS and gelling with this team?
Well, it's really awesome. I mean, like in Lemon Dogs, it was completely different. Like, it was a really different scenario. It was my first time. And with these guys, it's like everything feels right. They wanted me to join the team instead of like just making it myself. And yeah, that feels really awesome.
How has it been transitioning for you and the team, considering you did replace Mixer from the spring split now to the summer split? What's the vibe like in the team, and how did you adjust?
Well, me and Rallas have played before together, so it wasn't really a hard transition for me. Like, we had to just learn to play together on the bot lane, get used to each other again. But before the rest, like, the team had a straight plan. I gave my input on the plans, and it was really easy to just fit in.
Let's focus on this game. You mentioned that synergy with Mr. Raul, and you also mentioned to us before, I didn't do that good in the early game here, and also Super Hot Crew was just really aggressive.
Yeah, I don't know, like the early game was a bit hard for us. We did a really good early game, but then they out-rotated us to bottom, and they dived us, and we lost advantage, and Rallas was like 2 levels behind. I was not really capable of doing anything, because Edwards Gragas was like awesome, so yeah, it was really hard for us.
I want to ask you a little bit about that. During the spring split, if Mr. Rolls didn't have a good game, then the Super Crew wouldn't win. This game, Mr. Rolls was average. He really didn't shine, but the rest of the team seemed to step up and carry. Selfie in particular has had a very good week. What is it about this game that allowed the other members of the team to help you win?
Well, it's basically we have a straight plan, and with everyone stepping up, Impaler stepping up really big compared to last season, Selfie getting more used to being on the stage, that's really helping us. It's not about Rallas carrying or me doing good plays, it's everyone doing their part of the strategy.
Well, no, do not sell yourself short, because your Thresh is really good, and it was instrumental again, because it went quite late again. So tell me how you guys were able to close it out, and why is it always so close for you guys?
Well, this game we picked up like, we knew we did some mistakes, and we wanted to put them, like, we do our plan that we wanted to do instead of just like making mistakes, and we said like, yeah, now we need to do this, we need to do that, get good wards, and then in the end it was like, okay, a good hook, we can engage. And then when we got ahead, it was just easy because we could just say, okay, just stick together, push out the lane, go mid, get the inhibitor, and yeah, it was good.
If we step back from today's games and the games in general, what is yours and Super Hot Crew's goals? Do you feel Worlds is a very real possibility, or are you just playing to survive?
We're playing to win every game. We're not playing to be first, to second, to third. It doesn't matter. We just want to be happy with our performance and get better. It doesn't matter if we get Worlds or not, but of course everyone wants to go to Worlds. So,
what would be the trick? What would Super Hot Crew need to do in your mind to qualify as one of the top 3 teams to go to Worlds?
Keep up doing like we're doing now. Just everyone looks at their mistakes, looks at their individual mistakes, looks at our team mistakes, and just be able to talk about it. If we can keep doing that, then no one goes mad over mistakes, and we can just work on them really well, I think we'd actually do it.
If we then take a look at the other teams, obviously you played a lot of players and teams already when you came into the LCS the first time. What would you say are the strongest teams right now, and the ones you should be most wary of in that race for Worlds?
I think definitely Alliance and SK, they're playing really well. Their team synergy is going as they want it to be. They have the picks every game, so they're out-rotating most of the teams. So I think they're definitely the ones that gonna contend the spot.
I want to ask a question about those 2 teams. We know SK have got some analysts, the sports psychologists in the background. Alliance seem to be improving in their macro game. They've got these 2 mystery analysts that they refuse to name at this point in time. We know that Super Hot Crew has an analyst as well. How are you interacting with your team analyst, and how does he actually help your team?
Well, he tells us individual things about like runes and masteries if we need it. And as well, he's helping us with the strategies, which comp we're gonna go. And then the most important thing is that after scrims, we just look into our replay together with him. And he's saying, okay, here you made a movement mistake. Here you could have moved to bottom instead. Here you moved, for example, back into the lane instead of going into the jungle. Here you missed to put a ward. That's the things that he's doing the most.
And how is life like in general? I think I recall that you guys didn't have a gaming house back with the Lemon Dogs. Now you're living with these guys in a house. I saw a very disturbing tweet of Impaler 2 weeks ago, I think, of something written on the bathroom wall. But how has it been living with this guy? It seems like a fun bunch.
Yeah, it's fun. These guys are awesome. And like, yeah, you gotta imagine like 5 guys like us living in a house that just...
it sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it is.
All right, well, keep up the good work, and thank you very much. Now we're going to send it back over to Joe and the Fish Show for a look at the table.
Thank you very much, Shocks and Quick Shot. So guys, with week 2 now complete, here are the current standings of the European LCS Summer Split. Alliance have broken away from the pack and are now in first place all by themselves at 5 wins and 1 loss. Then it's back into the Titanic table in second, where we have SK Gaming and the Super Hot Crew with 4 wins and 2 losses.
And in 4th place, we have Fnatic and Millennium, tied at 3 wins and 3 losses. And after that, of course, we have the Copenhagen Wolves and Gambit. They're tied together in 6th place at 2 wins and 4 losses. And down in the bottom, we have Roccat, who lost today against the Copenhagen Wolves with only 1 win and then 5 losses.
Yeah, the action really ratcheted up today, and well, today has been the dubious distinction of being the bloodiest 4-game day in the European LCS so far, with absolute multitude of kills. Real action-packed day. Over 100 kills, in fact, we had today, which is pretty impressive stuff. So let's take a look at our lineup of OP players who excelled in their positions this week while racking up that incredible number of kills. Starting off for our top laner, this time chose Mimna.
So, last game he played here, we just saw it against Gambit. He went Dr. Mundo, got to late game part where he just became this unkillable Dr. Mundo. And yesterday on Shyvana, he was unstoppable. He picked up 5 kills as top lane Shyvana here. Most of them even by himself in split push against Youngberg on Vladimir. So beautiful performance by Mimna this week, and he's really stepping up his play.
So into the jungle role then. From Alliance, we took Shook, integral part of their team.
Almost managed, this guy almost managed actually to carry Alliance in the early game by himself. But he doesn't need to, because of course every single lane for Alliance is doing so well. And it opens up for Shook now to just be everywhere he wants to be on the map, set up kills left and right. He's managed to pick Lee Sin pretty much every game he actually wants to, and it's something teams need to be careful about because his Lee Sin is just beautiful.
Oh, in the mid lane, we've just seen him in our last game going pretty crazy on that Kale. It's of course Selfie from the Super Hot crew.
Very, very strong performance. Nidalee yesterday, Kale today of course. Really liking these different kind of mid lane champions from what we saw last split from him, of course, where it was more of LeBlanc types. Now he's focused more on Nidalee. We have Kale here, and it works for him. It works for Super Hot crew. They're very good at going also to these mid-late game points where they can focus on having Selfie, land some good spears, to just go completely crazy and kill here. And overall, he's actually been very consistent.
Very, very incredible performance from Selfie. Into the AD carries then, and again, another Alliance member. This time, Tab, so good this week.
So good, and this guy was a bit of a slump last split, but now this split here, he's really just stepped it up from the start. You see Alliance also building comms around saying, we know Tabs can carry on these AD carries here, so we can go Lulu mid. We know we won't like any damage here, of course, and it really works for Alliance. And him and Nif together as well, down the bottom lane, actually managed to pick up quite a lot of kills just in the laning phase, 2v2.
And in support, we just heard from him there in the interview. Again, from the Super Hot crew, we will fail her.
Pretty much one of the biggest playmaking supports we have in Europe at the moment. I mean, his hooks land left and right. He sets up kills for Super Hot crew. His Leona has been great. We saw him in the last game again, landing hook after hook. Yesterday against Copenhagen Wolves, he caught out Kautat multiple times, got Super Hot crew ahead, and therefore actually managed to give them pretty much the entire mid game, and they took it and used it and just pushed their advantage and won the game. So for me, we will fail her. It's really impressing me.
Really strong start to his career here with the Super Hot crew, but of course one of those players managed to go above and beyond this week, so we are awarding the MVP to Shook. Brilliant play from him this week.
Fantastic play this week. Again, he got Lee Sin twice. It's been his main champion, and every single time he gets Lee Sin, we just see him set up kills, set up beautiful kicks into the rest of Alliance, and they can manage to get kills.
And we actually have a clip ready that highlights his performance this week, from landing first blood against Millennium to securing the last kill in a team fight against SK Gaming to clinch the match. Shook's Flying Monk showed iron will in both of Alliance's wins.
He does jump in, he could get flayed straight away. Oh, there it is, just use it, there's the death sentence, hooks him in! And Shook follows straight through with a Sonic Wave.
This is a very, very messy fight. Shook in the middle of them, gonna try and kick Candy Pan in the back, does do that, they're gonna take him down! Absolutely brilliant. I mean, the kicks over and over in combo with Nif, so good.
And this is what we've pretty much been told by all the Alliance members last split about Shook here. In scrims, you're just an absolute monster. He would just make plays left and right, but we didn't see it in the LCS. Now this split, all of a sudden here, because everyone is doing well in the lanes, opens up for Shook to just make plays left and right. And I remember Froggen actually in one of the interviews telling us, Shook doesn't call anything. He doesn't say, I'm going to kick this guy back. He just goes in, kicks the guy back, and if you're not ready, the guy's going to escape. If you are, you're going to kill him instantly. So you have this jungler here who's just making some sick plays, and you don't even know when they're actually going to happen.
Getting himself a well-deserved MVP. And guys, of course, the action will continue tomorrow with week 2 of the North American LCS Summer Split. They will begin the day with Counter Logic Gaming versus Team Solo Mid. Real highlight start to the day, followed by Complexity versus Evil Geniuses.
Then LMQ will take on Team Dignitas, followed by Cloud9 versus Curse. And after the LCS matches, the North American Challenger Series quarterfinals will feature XDG taking on Frank Fang Gaming in a best of 3. And those matches begin on Saturday at 9 PM Central European Summer Time, which of course is 12 noon Pacific.
And the European LCS will continue next Thursday, right after a brand new preview show. We'll kick off week 3 with Alliance versus Roccat, top versus bottom that game, and then SK Gaming will take on Millennium.
And after that we have Super Hot crew against Fnatic. Both teams won today, remember. And then Copenhagen Wolves will take on Gambit Gaming.
Of course, that all starts next Thursday, June the 5th at 5:30 PM Central European Summer Time, which is 8:30 AM Pacific. But right now, it's time for the European Challenger Series quarterfinals, where Chantal Machtwau square off against Gamers 2.
First and foremost, League of Legends is a very fun game. It's a MOBA, and it's like something that I very much enjoy.
I was pretty surprised. I was like, wait a second, you can actually
make a living out of this in the future because it's getting so huge.
League of Legends for me is a measurement of my talent and my ability to show my hard work.
I'm prepared to change my mindset for being a well-known player.
If you qualify through the Challenger Series, you control your destiny.
Getting into LCS is a bit of a dream.
It's just something that I can look up to and say, I can get better at this. I'm not the best, I can get better. And I want to get better.
You can't make any plays by yourself. You know, it's a 5-man team and there's no one person that's gonna make the game for everyone else.
It was a combination of dedication, hard work, a lot of determination, I'd say.
The only thing that can be on your mind is the game. Nothing else. Nothing else matters.
Being able to qualify kind of legitimately, you know, by my own hard work is definitely a big goal for me, and I'm ready to take that step.
I'm in my own little world where it says, I will play my game and I'll do whatever it takes. I'll play as good as I can.
To play this game and to have them to like it and be good at it is a bit of a dream.
If we lose in the relegation, as a team, we would have to sit down and talk to each other because there's like a lot you're giving up when you lose.
We can maybe make it into LCS next split.
Getting into the LCS is the end goal.
It's going to be my biggest day in the last year of my life.
This could be the game. They're trying to win the game and take it into the LCS. The Nexus is falling. LMQ are in the LCS. Complexly Black make it into the LCS. And they absolutely deserve this spot.
Welcome everyone to the 2014 European Summer Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. David Frick-Turley alongside me, Aiden Zaire-Moon.
As we just saw, LMQ and Complexity took full advantage of the chance to dethrone LCS team's last split, and now they've even got a shot at going to Worlds.
And so even though none of the European teams themselves qualified as a group, you still have players like Nick, Ro8, and Airwalks who put up enough individual performances to get picked up by LCS teams. And, you know, you see them play right here, and teams are like, I want you on my roster.
Yeah, and it really underscores just how important of an opportunity the Challenger Series is. Selfie was also taken from the Challenger Series mid-Challenger Series.
Yeah, and you saw like half the SHC crew is like right there is like, you know, OP5 Selfie had an awesome game as well. Like there's a lot of talent here. It's going to be fun to watch for. Now tonight we have two more teams looking to take their advantages and move in. We have 4th-seeded Shantou Macht Vau taking on 5th-seed Gamers 2, otherwise known as Ocelot's team.
Yeah, Shantou Macht Vau is extremely fun to say.
Yes, it is.
And this is a really interesting matchup, regardless of the names, that could go either way. And tonight's games are the only ones in the quarterfinal that don't feature a pre-qualified team from the Summer Promotion Tournament. And that means that both Gamers 2 and Shantou Macht Vau had to battle through 2 games in the round of 20 and 10, which were one-game elimination matches to get here. So they've had a lot on the line all the way up to this.
Yeah, and at the very least, you've actually got some footage as well to see them and be like, okay, this is how they play. So a bit more research on as well on this one. So on the red side, we have Gamers 2, which features popular mid laner Ocelot and other competitive players. On the blue side, Shantou Macht Vau, who has secured 2 victories as well. And now they're kind of up against their biggest challenge yet.
Yeah, and can Ocelot's team quiet the opposition in advance, or will Shantou Macht Vau have something to bark about? Either way, this should be a thrilling best of 3.
It's going to be fun. So before we get into the game, let's actually take a look at the bracket to see where everybody stands. Yesterday, Ninjas in Pajamas convincingly took down Unicorns of Love 2-0 to advance to the semifinals. They're going to face the winner of tonight's match between SMW and G2.
And next week, we'll continue to pare down our challenger teams when the 2nd seed Denial Esports takes on Loveland Shore on June 5th. Then, on June 6th, the team formerly known as Cloud9 Eclipse is now H2K Gaming, and they will take on SK Gaming Prime for the last spot in the semifinals.
And now not only do winning teams get their name written a couple more times in the challenger bracket, but they also get points, which will be carried over into Summer Series 2. Here's how it works. For making it to the quarterfinals in Summer Series 1, all 8 teams have received 1 point. If they move on to the semis, they're guaranteed at least 4th place, meaning at least 4 points per victory in this round.
And after that, 3rd ends up with 5 points, 2nd gets 7, and 1st place closes it out with a 1st place finish and a total of 9, and gets a giant lead heading into the Summer Series 2.
Yeah, plus the top 3 teams all automatically qualify for the top 8 in Summer Series 2, meaning 2 additional points or maybe even more if they keep going farther.
And hey, Freak, do you ever wonder if there's anyone out there who loves points, brackets, scores, and schedules as much as we do?
You know, I don't have to wonder because I know the A staff at lolesports.com love all these things so much, they meticulously compile them all under the Leagues and Tournament tab. It's literally everything you need to know to follow the Challenger Series and LCS all season long.
Oh, thanks for that.
Yeah, I've got you covered. Now, no love lost between tonight's two teams, though. Ocelot's Gamers 2 are looking to advance past the quarterfinal round for the first time in the Challenger Series, whereas Chantal Marchval is looking for a real heartbreak.
Yeah, and Gamers 2, they've been together for a long time, but they've never made it past the semifinals in the round of 8.
Yeah.
Trying to break that curse today. But might be off Ocelot's back here. He went 7-0-10 as Caston last week against Heavy Bot Lane. Put on a clinic, just a great performance by himself.
Yeah, he's had individual great performances himself. Additionally, his bot lane has 0 deaths combined. Yuki is an overall 7-0-19. Dude's an overall 1-0-24. Like, this bot lane's showing up real well.
Oh, yeah, we got to watch that bot lane. They are combined 8-0-43 versus the bot lane of Chantal Marchval, which has Chantal in it.
Mm-hmm.
And they're 16-15-33. Not quite as an impressive KDA as 51.
Yeah, 51's a fairly large number. I got to say, it's one you got to look out for. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Although I got to say, I feel like SMW's had slightly tougher competition in that their round of 10 match, they fought the #1 EU and E seed, which had like 3 players in the top 5 of Challenger ladders, so like individual skill-wise. And it actually comes to show me that like the SMW squad, right? Actually, just to talk about that round of 10 game, they actually won that game while down in kills, meaning that they're up against the ropes. It's a best of 1, so if they lose, they're out, and they still kind of manage to hold together and find a way back into the game. And that's really important because here you're playing best of 3s. And even if you lose a game, being able to mentally come back in a series also very valuable.
Yeah, they ended up capitalizing off the mistakes of No Mercy, Chantal Marchval did, and that's how they ended up here. The game ended with 21-15 in kills, with Chantal having the 15. They put a lot on the 80 carries back, but I think this game is going to be about the mid laners here. It's going to be Ocelot versus Avenue. And Avenue's played Orianna both times, and he actually has a pretty good KDA coming into this. He had a 14 previously, and then he had a 2.8. So the struggle against No Mercy, he still put up a lot of assists, and he was there for the team. He CSs very well, and he's always a part of the fights. In their round of 20 game, he had more than 10 CS per minute, and then he had 80% kill participation.
Yeah.
So he knows how to roam the map, but still keep up in CS.
Well, think about what Gamers 2 is doing, though. They're actually throwing a whole bunch of bans at Avenue already. Meanwhile, you're seeing just a smattering of bans here by Chantal Marchval. Okay, Yuki, you've been amazing. No hard carry Twitch for you. JWoww is an incredibly skilled player as well, so you remove that. Jax from him, the Cassidin from Ocelot, no one's surprised by at all. That's unfortunate, though, for Chantal Marchval because they didn't actually play Cassidin Avenue, so that's actually a lost ban they shouldn't have had to lose.
Yeah, and there's the final ban coming out there, the Lulu. Orianna's still available here.
Nidalee as well.
The thing is that Ocelot plays Orianna. He was known for that really far back in the day. So now they're kind of saying, if you don't first pick it, we might take it from you. But if you first pick it, we can still counter it with something. LeBlanc's still on the table. A lot here.
Yeah, I feel like unless you're going for LeBlanc there's no reason to rush pick any of the mid laners because there's a lot of that A tier still available. Rather, all the junglers are up, Lucian up, the only S tier AD carry left over. All the supports are up, so you can counterpick there pretty easily, no big rush. Top laners, again, all you're really losing here is Jax. So unless you're rushing a Shyvana, or maybe rush picking a Lee Sin if your jungler's going to invade, I don't see any really obvious first picks that you can kind of wait around and you've kind of got whatever lineup you want.
I was just thinking about this. Gamers 2 was the #1 EU West seed, so they actually got side choice, and they chose to go red.
I'm not sure actually because they came in as seed 5 overall in the bracket.
But they Chantal Marchval was seed #2.
I'm not sure. I'd have to kind of think back about how the seeding is done.
Somebody in production will tell us that one.
No, I'm fairly certain Chantal Marchval just came in as seed 4 straight up.
Okay.
That's my understanding of this one. Yeah.
Okay.
Chantal Marchval comes as the higher seed, picks side blue, so that's okay. First pick Shyvana does come in with Jax removed. They're going to pick Shyvana there to contest the top lane. It seems to be one of the popular top laners here.
Yeah, Shyvana has a lot of wins and a lot of picks. I think she's one of the most won-with champions currently in the LCS, right alongside Lucian. Kind of pushed Renekton out of being the popular top laner because she just scales so well. She shows up to the fights.
Yeah.
And even if she runs away, she still does a lot of damage with the burnout, just trailing behind her.
Yeah, it's all kinds of incredible. She's a really good fighter, and her laning phase is good as well. her ability to turn around fights is awesome. So Thresh, Lee Sin as well comes through from Morden. Morden's been playing Lee Sin consistently throughout this tournament. Basically, he's a big Lee Sin player. He plays it a whole bunch in rank 5s as well. So on the other side, Kha'Zix gets grabbed to try to face off against him 1v1, and Lucian gets traded over to Chantal Machtwao.
Yeah, Twitch banned out, Lucian's still available. They pick it up for themselves, leave a lot of things open for Yuki. He was a Graves player for a very long time. He can still fall back on Draven and try to bully the Lucian at the same time, but we're not sure what they're going to go with here.
Well, they got to make sure, probably their top lane picks right now. At this point, you might as well counterpick the mid laner since no team's looking to rush pick it. The hover on Kog'Maw, no, Jinx actually is interesting though because Shyvana and Kha'Zix can both reach that champion, so it puts a lot of stress on DU to keep Yuki alive.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see how that pans out for him. He does have the Thresh with the Lantern to keep him to safety, but Jinx is also what Chantal was playing throughout the round of 10 and round of 20.
Yeah.
That's the champion that he had that great performance where he was 10, 2, and 5 and carried the team. So he has that potential here, and Gamers 2, they can synergize that with an Orianna on Ocelot. LeBlanc still does a lot of AoE damage and can lower people, so the Super Mega Death Rocket does more.
Yeah.
A lot here for them.
There's actually a good point as far as Gamers 2 is concerned, is they've actually got this AoE burst from Jinx. The Orianna can help that out, but of course that's been grabbed here by Avenue. So this team's got a lot of great ways of engaging fights for Chantal Machtwao, and Lucian's gonna be safe on his back line, just contributing.
Yeah, so Gamers 2, there's a lot of things that you can do here. You can go with the LeBlanc, you can go Roam.
Yeah.
You can actually pick up Nidalee, which is still available for Ocelot. You can become a poke comp. There is a lot of engage on Chantal Machtwao here, though.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like a team that would want a Nidalee.
They wouldn't want it, but it's still there, and it's a little tempting, because Nidalee is very, very strong.
I gotta say, Nid Orianna is not my favorite matchup either, though. Yeah. Like, I feel like there's a lot of reasons not to put Nidalee here. Now, maybe they're gonna pull out something that we're not expecting on this one, but LeBlanc, I think, is probably the safer choice for that one. You know, you mentioned at the very beginning Champs, like this champion's still available. The fact that it got to go to 10th pick and no one cared enough to grab it is interesting to me, but that is going to go over to Ocelot here. So LeBlanc versus Orianna in the mid lane, Shyvana versus Aurelia up in the top. That was the solo lane matchup.
He's getting a lot of practice on that LeBlanc. That's his most played in solo queue currently. What he's been doing underneath the radar, but he will pick Caston over that every day. So
oh, sure.
They ended up banning that out for him.
Yeah.
Very mobile champion in the same regard that Caston is. Very quick, very easy to get around the map, very hard to catch.
Yeah.
Very annoying to play against.
Yeah, he's a really good roamer, and so is LeBlanc. You can sit in lane forever and just, you know, use the distortion, the Athenes, and whatnot to do that, but Ocelot's roaming is really what won them the game the first time around. I mean, his overall score, right, 12, 2, and 18, he's been involved in a whole lot of kills for his team. I think that's actually a very important point for them. And the fact that he's been able to help out Yuki and Dude, again, this zero death bot lane is the one I'm going to look for consistency. If SMW can shake that, that's going to be a big point for them.
Yeah. What I'm looking at here is the Lucian alongside the Morgana versus a Thresh Jinx.
Yeah.
Morgana does very, very well against Thresh. All of his moves are very telegraphed. You can just put up the black shield and walk straight through the box, and then you're fine. You can go ahead and use it on a hook. He has to play it right, though. I think that this deathless bottom lane isn't going to be deathless anymore.
Yeah, I think it's very unlikely, especially considering it's a best of 3. I expect them to fall at some point here. I mean, Chantal and Seist are ludicrously skilled players. What's interesting to me actually about this Chantal Machtwao team is 4 of their players are currently in Challenger ladder. Like individual skill-wise, these guys are way up there, super top tier. Gamers too, they're almost better because they're a team, because they've been playing together for a long time is how they've done so well, because only one of them is actually in Challenger ladder. And I know we don't talk about that a lot in terms of LCS, when you're like, well, we've seen these guys for a while. You've got guys like Shifter, who, okay, yeah, sure, they're top 20, but we know him from LCS play. Or, you know, we've got guys like We Will Fairler, who you don't really care what their ladder performance is. You see them on the screen, you know they're good. In this kind of case, where you don't see these guys as much, we talk about ladder performances, and it usually means a fair bit. So, individual skill-wise, I mean, honestly, Blue Team looks really good, even though Gamers 2 has the name recognition.
And now, all of Chantal Machtwao, you know, they're grouped up here. They don't have the name recognition. They've actually been around for a while. I think they've been around for a year, since January in 2013.
Wow.
And they've been playing together. I think they tried to qualify for a previous promotion tournament to make
Ooh. Create a flash is no big deal. Continue.
Yeah, that was about it. They've tried to qualify previously. They've been around. We're going to have to see how this works out for him here. We do see the Avenue. He's taken the barrier for himself.
Yeah, we have seen barrier be a lot more common ever since heal stopped removing previous wounds and whatnot. That was always kind of the case. It's like barrier was always better as a selfish save me skill, and people are sort of realizing that skill is still very good. I like that heals run in the dual lane because you can help your teammate, but otherwise no big deal. The
gives you
ward
speed still.
I do got to point out this ward that got put down right here by Gamers2. That ward was seen by turrets when it went down. So Gamers2 knows that they're looking for that lane matchup, and this team's got to play around those wards to get into the lane properly.
Yeah, there's actually only one route that Thresh can take right now and not get seen by a ward.
There's actually none. All of his routes are covered. There's 2 more wards coming in.
Well, he
went through the jungle.
Yeah, that's true.
Could he go through the bottom
He'd
jungle?
have to go all the way around and then...
Oh my god, yeah. Over the blue buff?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But, so they're going to show that it is going to be the 2 in the bottom, and that's what they're looking for. They wanted the 2-on-2 because they have the better bottom lane matchup.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, yeah. And we talked about that. Morgana Lucian's going to do a lot better job. Lucian picked for his laning phase. And yeah, to actually key off your point, Gamers2 didn't see the ward go down in River. Jake's was already forced to flash, so he didn't know he was actually revealing himself.
Yeah.
So Shantai Makval, they find their 2-on-2. Morden, he has to solo up his red buff. They got to try to hide maybe where his laners was riding, where his jungle pattern was. So right now, Shantai, maybe just because of their jungle wards, can infer the Lee Sin jungle route, but they don't know for sure that Morden started topside.
Very scary, though, because that means he will be bottom by around that 3-minute mark, and that will be most likely his first gank. And Saze does not have flash anymore, burned it to try and get the Dark Binding, so you won't have that available in a gank. If they hold off on it, it's quite possible they could get a catch there, but at the same time, if there isn't a play made, while Kha'Zix is on the top side of the map, he's going to walk all the way back down. Oh, they have to level 2.
Saze gets rooted up, half health, lot of health loss on him. He does have the summoner heal, burns that there, exhaust traded onto Yuki, but a big health bar lead to Gamers2.
Level 2 comes out for Gamers2 early. Satane is on the complete opposite side of the map. Morden, he only has 1 summoner spell in that bottom lane to even deal with. It's the flash on Shantai. They have no exhaust, no heal, no flash on Morgana. Sazed is pretty much, if you get to him, he's gone.
Yeah. Yeah, they got a health bar lead and the 2 summoner spell lead. A lot of stress here now on these guys. The mid lane matchup, 15-13, pretty equal in minions. Ocelot makes a bit of a bad move there, takes half his health bar down, but will sustain up with his flask. But Avenue, yeah, good early start to this lane.
Yeah, Ocelot knew he was going to get bullied around with auto attack harassment as well as command attacks. So he brings the flask to lane, and he's able to risk this. Now he actually has a regen advantage over Avenue.
Yeah, true.
By a pretty large margin here.
Avenue's running out of mana by, he's got to really rely on this Doran's Ring regen to get his mana bar back up to the point where he can actually deal some damage out. Otherwise, it's going to be a one-sided matchup pretty soon. Morden doesn't really find any lanes that he can quite gank. He sees top lanes pushed up, bot lanes on the wrong side of the map, so going to keep farming for now. Satane could maybe find something bot. The problem is they haven't seen Morden in a really long time, and, as we've seen, counter ganks can completely ruin a matchup. Sazed, not going to jump in.
Junglers are just completely mirroring each other on the complete opposite sides of the map. So they really haven't coincided in a certain area. They both went mid for a bit, and then they're like, nope, back to farming. So this jungle style is kind of wait for an opportunity to really present itself.
Well, Kha'Zix just got spotted, actually. I saw Gamers2 ping the mid lane saying Kha'Zix is mid right now. They saw him cross to top side jungle. So right now, Morden knows...
just expired bottom.
Ooh, if he didn't get seen, he knows there's no counter gank.
Morden.
Dude's looking for it. There's the flash play. They're going to go in for this one. Where's the Lantern, though? He goes for the hook on the Black Shield to target. Some damage comes through. Sazed. Low on health, but lands the root onto Dude. It's going to be the survival for all these guys.
It was a little telegraphed at that point. If he could stuck around a little longer and Gamers2 didn't go as aggressive, maybe he could have gotten something out of it because they gave away his position very, very early on.
Yeah, well, no gank did come through, or the gank came through, but it was stymied there. Satane, nice play by him, realizes that this gank could happen and goes to invade the jungle. Wraiths and double golems would be his if he wants to go for it. Does counter jungle the Wraith camp, and Morden's back in his own jungle. Nice hook's going to land on a Shantai. Big damage comes through. Good Black Shield stops the flay, though, and it's just damage.
Damage still pretty big, though.
Yeah.
Mid laners have both backed. Doran's rings in the inventories. Just looking for those extra beefy duelist stats early on so they don't lose the lane. Very even in CS across the board. Ooh, just close hooks. The bottom lane and the mid lane here. Very indicative of what's going to happen in this game. But right now, it's very even.
Yeah, for all the summoner spell losses, to be fair, Gamers2 haven't really capitalized on that very much. You're going to see actually a CS lead for Shantai Makval, right? So I got to say, that's pretty impressive stuff by these guys. Top lane, held pretty equal as well. JWoww recalled for an early Sapphire Crystal. I'm very surprised to see that being his first buy, but he wants to rush the Sheen, and he couldn't afford the Amp Tome. I mean, Amp Tome be useless, so why not? But
yeah,
Yeah, I know Sheen first is like the build, but I very rarely see Sapphire Crystal first on Aurelia. That's all I'm going to say.
She does have pretty decent mana cost if you're spamming it. And Satane walks straight through a ward, straight up. He wants Dude. He knows the flash isn't up. Binding.
Ooh, yeah, not quite going to be enough for these guys. So backing out at level 5 here after his cannon jungling escapades. Morden cleared out his own jungle recently.
It's kind of a lazy gank. Just, I'm coming bottom.
Trying.
Not even going to leap.
Yeah. We don't want to leap into a Thresh.
No,
You'll get CC'd and die most likely. JWoww, Vanez having a bit of a fight there on this one. Level 6 now on these guys. Ultis had been burned by the Aurelia, and it's going to push back down. CS only going to be about 3 apart for these guys.
JWoww spamming the Blade Surge to clear minion waves and try to get him to the turret as fast as possible. Also burned his ultimate as soon as he had it.
Ooh, Satane already waiting
isolation.
for Morden. Yeah, big damage.
He
Q
goes
comes
in.
out there. They're still going for the battle, though. Morden has got to be careful. Max Q does a bunch of pain right there. Gamers2 trying to keep him alive.
They're on the wrong side of the map now.
Yeah. Uh-oh, the binding is going to be a lot of damage as well. Good play, a whole bunch of damage there. The exhaust on top of that one. Yuki down to 200 health. This has got to be a bit careful in this one. Summoner Heal burned. Maybe premature, but they're going to get away.
It's a little far there. There we go.
Dude tanks the binding just to make sure his teammate's safe, and they're going to back out.
Back to farming.
Yep.
Just gentleman's agreement. You know, you go along your way, sir. Yes, thank you. And they go back to what they're doing. Avenue and Ocelot had a little tussle back and forth there in the jungle, but Satane really didn't do much after he got the initial burst onto Morden there. Didn't overextend.
Yeah.
Just secured his buff.
Well, I gotta realize that like the bot lane for Gamers2 showed up first. If you go in, you die to a Thresh. So
yeah.
Both these guys have been pretty measured in their aggression. No one's overextended. Maybe a couple missed skill shots here and there might have given them kills when they wouldn't have had them otherwise, or when they didn't in this game. But as far as plays go, people are making very smart choices.
And the thing here is that it delayed Morden's jungle, the attempted invade to place the ward, so that Satane is going to get this blue over to Avenue before Ocelot gets his, and Satane could position for a gank, and there's no chance that Morden's going to be around because he's going to be too busy trying to hand off the blue.
Well, right now, though, Satane's going to actually cash in on the top lane. He's maybe expecting the blue buff attempt right here. JWoww's not going to see him. He's going to go for the top lane here. There we go. Dragon Form used by Vanez to jump in onto JWoww. Good damage comes through, but Satane's got to be a bit careful. Pops the ulti some more. Burst comes through. JWoww does go down. First blood goes over to Vanez.
And because of the delayed jungle, there's no possible way that he could have been there. Morden...
He's waiting for Kha'Zix on the way back down,
okay.
I think.
Yeah, he's looking for him to come back down because he knows he's low HP. Actually goes for the white.
I think Morden was expecting, potentially, because I don't think... No, he already saw that blue buff was on Orianna.
Yeah.
He was maybe looking for Satane on the way back down, but he didn't go for more.
Now we have Chalice coming out for both mid laners here. Once again, just looking for the duel, the sustain. They want to keep their CS up. Ocelot's actually winning right now.
Yeah, Ocelot's doing a phenomenal job there. 10 minion lead, recalls again. Second recall for both mid laners. Good Black Shield. Keeps Chantal safe. He's barking orders in his bottom lane. We're letting him know. Shield me. He vows.
Now, Morden securing his vows with Ocelot.
Yep.
And the blue buff. Give him a gift.
There you go. Keeping them all nice and safe. There we go. Blue buff cleared.
The dowry.
14.5 minute respawn on that one. Satane. Oh, good guy Satane gives Avenue the kill.
Yeah. A lot of the action is going to spawn from this mid lane because the lanes are pretty evenly matched. Solo kills and the junglers, you know, they're kind of keeping each other in check.
Yeah.
The mid lane here, Ocelot has an advantage in terms of CS, a little bit in the item department too. Because, well, actually, no, that's actually wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's an item advantage here for Avenue.
Yeah, because all the flask money basically
Yeah.
left being Aptone behind, but you know, it might not mean too much for these guys.
It's not combat stats, it's sustain. But at this point in the game, you already have so much sustain in terms of you know, not taking your damage. You don't like. I don't even have to sustain. I have the ranges here.
Yeah, it's basically he bought the CS lead with the flask.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, now if this can pay off for the rest of the time, like.
Exactly.
Well, we'll see if this is going to happen there. Morden once again looking into the jungle. Nice ward right there. He's actually, Gamers2 been doing a very good job of putting wards down aggressively in the jungle. Like the ward on SMW's red buff just timed out a second ago, and they were kind of tracking moves with that one. Vanez and JWoww again in a bit of a duel, but they're holding pretty equal. Despite the kill, I gotta say, JWoww's still doing a really, really good job in this top lane.
Yeah, his CS is very, very close to the 10 per minute already, and Chantal gets caught.
Oh, a lot of burst comes out, nothing to save him at all. Says pops the ultimate, he's got almost nowhere to go. Exhaust burn, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough. The stuns come out, binding. No dodge there, but Ocelot now in the back lines. Vana's got to be careful. Does dodge the W. Ignite is on, but here comes Satane on top from the flash. The autos, the huge damage. Is he going to guess properly? Yes, he will. Ocelot goes down. The jukes by Vana is in the kill. The counter gank there by Satane.
Not really guessing when he has a blue under his feet.
True.
At that point.
True.
That was a good gank there, and he's going to get more.
Ooh, he gets a bit of a slow there, but the W, is it going to be enough? I don't think it's going to be. He's going to back out.
Nope. Claws aren't that long.
No.
No
even if they were evolved.
Q. Yeah, very close though.
Yeah. So it's going to be the teleport back into the lane by Vanez. Actually not going the Sunfire rush, rushing a Randuin's to survive this matchup better, realizing how hard his life is against JWoww, who has finished the Sheen, is going towards Zeal. Very damage-focused build, but that's the typical case for early game Aurelia.
Yeah. Top lane, we see Vanez has already swapped out his trinket for a sweeper, and he's actually just buying the trinkets or the wards for himself. And tried to sweep him out, but he actually didn't get anything.
I actually don't see top laners switch to sweepers that early on. That's actually not traditional here. So interesting to see that one. Normally mid laners switch first, but that's not the case. So okay, different choice for these guys. I want to see how it pays out because he'll be a bit less safe to pay for it. Satane going through a ward that will land the W. Good damage on a JWoww. Can they get enough? The ulti pops again. Will land one slow, but here comes Ward on the backside. They've got to be careful. JWoww picks up one, and Vana's forced to run away. They forced that gank too hard. And it was actually a solo kill for JWoww without Morden.
They went straight through a ward, but because of the sweeper lens, he probably told his jungler there's no ward in this area right here. So he came across, blew his ultimate, overextended, and JWoww still had flash. He was completely safe in that.
Yeah. That was a bad estimation there by Chantal Machtvau. They gave away...
Good bait by Gamer.
Yeah, I mean, that was just JWoww like saying, great, I'll 1v2 you. That was rather unfortunate there. So it is still a small gold lead for Chantal Machtvau. I got to say that's impressively done so far. Bot lane, again, it's the case here. Like a lane gives up a kill, but they're still holding on pretty equally. Vana's once again looking for JWoww, can't quite find it. Dragonform just going to clear the minions away. No teleports up for a minute and a half, but if he roams down bot, which maybe they're using for the ulti, they could take Dragon.
Yeah, so far, like you said, the Dragon, nobody's made a move for it. Nobody's capitalized off of these kills because they've been mostly in the top lane in that area. There was one down bottom, but it was very actually a little early on, and there was no jump.
It was just the 2-on-2, yeah.
It was a 2-on-2, so the jungler would have had to be right in that area, but he was actually top of the side.
Well, good damage goes through. Dio done a half HP on that one, forced to run away. Black Shield is burned to keep him safe. Avenue does spell shield some of the damage, but here comes Morden. Big damage available. Barry going to keep him alive a little bit longer. Flashes back towards his turret. He will stay safe. Good shockwave hits Ocelot. Gigantic damage from Satane. Ocelot's going to jump over to the right-hand side. Burst going to come out. Ooh, the Jinx Rocket nearly catches on, but Satane does solo him out. Now Morden, forced run away, does land the slow. One more W. Will that be enough to leap the Q? Yes, it is. Satane picks up the double kill. Dude forced a flash over the wall. Wow, this jungler making everything happen.
Dude was looking for the lantern save and then got pinched off there. Now Satane, 100% kill participation, goes straight for the dragon here because he's right in the perfect position. We see Satane actually jumps in while he has his Void Assault on, and then that was a really good shockwave there to lock up Ocelot. He thought it was the second one, and he's like, oh wait, nope, it just used Distortion. I'm gonna go after this one. Picks up the kill for it, and then Morden tries to juke through the bush for just a second. And that cannon minion though, look at that guy.
Helping out. Assist cannon minion, that one. 150 gold goes to the cannon.
It's better than most of my teammates.
Oh man. That's just harsh. Well, top lane though. This one's under pressure right here. Vanez hasn't been able to do too much in this lane, unfortunately, except finish a Randuin's. And Satane's going to give a blue buff over to his mid lane compatriot. Gamers 2 Blue has also respawned. We haven't seen any team able to truly counter jungle yet. It's just been kind of the lane gang so far. Avenue survives this run-in with Ocelot. Going to be safe on this one. Athene's actually only done for Avenue here, so that is a lead that's pretty meaningful.
Yeah, he's going to be able to harass as much as possible. He now has a CS lead over Ocelot, which we didn't see previously.
True.
He's been able to capitalize on the 2 deaths that Ocelot has given over. And now they have a 2.5 thousand gold lead here in favor of Chantal Machtvau. But a lot of this is coming from Satane. He's making the moves in every lane. He's been mid, he's been top, he's been bottom. He's all over the map. Morden hasn't really shown himself too much bottom.
Yeah.
Hasn't really shown himself in other areas. Satane is actually forcing the ganks as much as he possibly can. Sometimes they're a little extended, but he's still making moves. Morden will level down.
Yeah.
Because of this.
Morden's really, like, and he picked Lee Sin with everything on the table. He wanted the Lee Sin to look for counter jungles, look for the solo plays, and Satane picked Kha'Zix afterwards, and I really have not seen anything great happen yet from Morden. His gank bottom lane tried once, got revealed. Satan will get around the ward for the most part, but another one's in the tri-brush that keeps the team safe. He's going to go back out of this one, so ulti burn for pretty much nothing with the ward going down. Morden now looking to force bottom lane with Ocelot joining.
It's a 4-on-2 here. He's coming straight behind them, and he's going to try to set this up. You don't usually see this coming at all. They have no idea.
Oh no, Say's in the really wrong spot right there. Big damage comes through onto him. Pops the ulti as well to try to spell vamp up. Exhaust is onto Yuki. He flashed away, but also picks up the kill. 1 for 0 so far. Here comes Vanez with the teleport on to try to join the team. Can he get much for this? Looks like not. So just the 1-0 and the burn teleport.
And now, meanwhile, Satan walks in the jungle, places a ward. Avenue gets the mid turret for it. So it's a kill for a turret. The roam. Satan actually is going to rotate top so that none of that experience is missed, none of that gold is missed, and that JWoww doesn't get turret damage.
And we're going to see that Gamers2 really doesn't get anything off that kill either. They could have stayed bot and pushed down, but they're really just saying, we'll pick up kills, then play slowly.
They're not capitalizing.
They're really not.
That's the big thing here from Gamers2 is that they are not capitalizing off of the kills that they get. They make moves for them like they did right there, but they didn't get a turret afterwards. They did outnumber it, and they saw that Avenue was taking middle, and there was no chance of saving that.
Well, they get it now.
Yeah.
So I guess they had the confidence in their bot lane to be like, without the support, Jinx will get free damage down. Maximize the time of their jungler in this one, but I still want to see, some more things happen. See what else these guys can grab. Right there, it's a 1,700 gold lead here, 1 turret to 1. Shanghai Makbao hold a 1 kill lead as well.
And a dragon.
And the dragon, yeah, I was going to say, and the dragon's on top of that one. So I've honestly just seen more impressive moves so far by Shanghai Makbao.
And coming into this, people have been saying that Gamers2 is the team that's going to test Shanghai Makbao.
Yeah.
Certainly, so far, they're holding up to the test.
Yes.
Right now, they're kind of acing it.
They're passing.
Yeah,
they're above the curve.
There you go.
If you 2-0, it counts as acing.
Yeah, acing is pretty big.
If you kill 5 people before they respawn, that would actually literally
that
be
would
acing.
be an ace, yeah.
So we're gonna save it for that one. Morden level 10, Satan level 11 on top of a friendly pink ward means he knows he's not been revealed just yet, but doesn't quite have anything to do.
JWoww's hitting some power spikes here. He is really close to the Trinity Force. He has 30 CS over his opponent here. Yeah, there we go. He's got the Trinity Force. That's power spike for him. He's level 12, so he'll have 2 abilities maxed at this point when he hits 13. And then he'll be able to just push this Shyvana over for a good while, actually. Shyvana has no damage. She's just going to try to tank it up. The Randuin's is a good first buy because it'll reduce the attack speed, and a lot of Aurelia's damage is based on her hit 10 style damage.
It's very attack speed based, so something to watch for. More ward coverage right now for Gamers2.
Looking for
looking to make plays, yeah.
Cheeky gank here from Morden and Dude.
Sage gets revealed as he walks through the jungle. He's actually going to be right on top of them. He puts the ward down, but nearly sweeps that one away. Pink ward definitely revealed in that brush, so we'll see if they can sweep it away.
It's tempting, though. When you know there's a pink ward in the bush, you're like, I got to get it. They're like, I know he wants to get it.
Well, he's going to try again. Lantern comes out.
Ooh, they go straight over into this bush. In the side. Oh.
They sweep away the pink ward that was there.
They do nothing with it. JWoww pushes that advantage top and immediately gets a turret for himself. Meanwhile, Vanez had to back.
Yeah. This top lane is winning by itself right here for Gamers2. It's
not a good place to be.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they're slowly growing advantages there, but until we see JWoww really join a fight, it doesn't mean anything yet for the team. So I want to see, 35 seconds till Dragon, right? Triforce is done. If they can use that to do something, Gamers2 can get a foothold back in this game, but if only your top lane's winning, you got to do something with it.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is that teleport is up for JWoww, and it's not up for Vanez. So when that dragon spawns, there's a lot of pressure that can be applied by JWoww. Vanez, on the other hand, he has a whole turret to take for himself. JWoww already got this one. He can push the lane up if he wants to. He can harass Vanez, and if he comes out on top, then it's immediately a 4-on-5, and Gamers2 will basically get the dragon conceded over to them by Chantal.
We're going to see the blue buff right now being taken away. Okay. So at least Avenue's got his power spike here for this one with the blue buff on there. And already Gamers2 is starting this one out. The team is there for this one. Look at that. With ward control and everything, Gamers2 is crushing this down. They timed it off the blue buff respawn, actually. And Avenue Satan in the wrong spot for that one. Grats to Gamers2, bringing it back to a 200 gold game.
So JWoww, instead of using the teleport to get into it, said Gamers2's already in position for it. I will just walk halfway down. If you guys need me, I'm there. Or I can just walk back up without having to blow my teleport. So he still has that summoner spell for if a fight breaks out. And they're surrounding Satan right now. He was standing on a ward.
He's got almost nowhere to go. There's the red buff coming up. The ward comes down as well. There's a lantern. Dude's going to help this one out. Nice push right there. And the flash to the leaf's going to keep him pretty safe. JWoww Not going to go any farther than that one, but it's a forced flash for that Trinket Ward.
It's a good escape. It allowed Vanis some free farm time. Now he's only 20 CS behind JWoww. He is pushing the wave up, and Morden is going to be able to secure his own red here. So it's basically just jungle chess is what's happening.
Yeah.
And if you make one wrong move, it's going to cost you. We saw Morden give up his flash earlier for trying to invade, and right there, Satane blows his.
Yeah, so that's one thing lost for this one. You're seeing the top lane brawl continue. JWoww versus Vanis. Once Vanis does pull him into a brush and get some minion aggro, you have some decent damage come out of that Shyvana, but JWoww's continuing to sort of build a lead in this matchup. Up over 20 CS, already got the turret as we mentioned before. The threat of him did earn Gamers 2 a dragon, but it's a very, very slow game. I've not seen any team group up for real pushes. It's been either I won my lane and got the kill for it, or you roamed out so I took your turret down, or then occasionally they'll capitalize off a champion kill, but team's taking a good long time to make any moves.
I think that Gamers 2 went into this thinking they had the stronger lanes, stronger laners as players. And I think they underestimated Shantan Mactuao so far.
Yeah.
I think they thought we could just go head-to-head with you and beat you in lane.
Sure.
But look at that. Avenue, 230 CS on that Orianna. He's played it every game in the Challenger Series so far. And he's above the 10 per minute mark, just like his round of 10 game.
Yeah.
Round of 20 game.
Yeah, it's the weird thing, right? Is again, what I talked about in pregame was Shantan Mactuao actually, as far as solo queue is concerned, are above Gamers 2. Like, I think it's very cool. Oh, the Jinx ulti! Big damage. Avenue safe. That was a
off on
weird
the side.
barrier.
He's gonna go for this.
Damage comes through. Also down to half HP. The Q's gonna land. Satane, I think he's safe, but maybe this is the first siege really coming in now for Gamers 2.
See JWoww here too. 5 men.
Yeah, they're all showing up. This will be a lot of turret damage with almost no minions left, but they can tank this up. JWoww has aggro. Teleport comes in. The team is forced back, but that turret was gone if not for the TP.
And now we see Lucian coming in here. They are ready to fight this. Avenue, he has Shockwave available. They get the bottom turret now. And now they're going to counter siege the mid lane.
There's not amazing wave clear for Gamers 2. It's just the static shift Jinx, really, to keep turrets alive. So there's some defense available for G2, but it's not super duper strong.
I was a little confused as why they would counter siege the mid lane here for Shantan Mactuao. I was like, you guys have a lot of gold in your pockets. You should go ahead and capitalize on that, get yourself some more camps.
I mean, they really could have run top lane right then and gotten it.
There's a top lane to take still. Yeah.
So we're going to see them still stay around in the mid lane. Of course, minions had taken that bottom lane turret while it all was happening. And we're going to keep ourselves moving forward. Let's see. Right now, Gamers 2, I think they can go for round 2 in the mid lane siege, and it's likely to work, but I want to see where this kind of starts going. So Lantern's going to get timer on the blue buff. Top lane's already pushing down. That's going to pull Vanis' attention, and his teleport is down. Gamers 2 saw that. They grouped back up towards mid. No one's there really in time to defend. Lucian tries with the ulti, but it's going to be enough damage. There we go. Turret number 3 goes down. It's Gamers 2 bringing it back.
By Shantan Mactuao not to overextend, try to defend the turret, because there was JWoww coming around the side and trying to flank. Now all the outer turrets are down for Shantan Mactuao. They still have Gamers 2's top lane to try and get, but that lane, 30 CS advantage here just from being Aurelia versus Shyvana currently in the game. And he's able to try and push that out. The big thing here is that Gamers 2, you said that they have great ward coverage in the jungle. They got to start pushing it up now, up against an Orianna who fights very well in the jungle.
Yes, absolutely. The way to win against Shantan Mactuao is sieges are going to be very difficult. You've got to out-position them, out-rotate them, to be completely honest. Satane does not quite get that pink ward down. Dio's going to keep that safe. And we're going to see if Shantan Mactuao can get the team fights going together, though. Their 5-on-5 is actually quite excellent if they can actually break through the fact they've got a static shift Jinx to fight through.
That's true. Static shift Jinx doing really well in CS. He's just going to get stronger. The scaling of Jinx is pretty dang good.
More than Lucian's.
Yeah, that's definitely true. The amount of burst that she can bring to a fight, the amount of sustained damage and range. But you can get to her with this team comp. You can get to her very easily.
It's going to be Morden who got found a little bit here. Does clear the ward away, and then he'll take the Lantern out. And of course, a new one comes down from side.
Another one comes down.
They're free. You actually rushed a Ruby Sightstone. I know some pros do rush Ruby Sightstone, some don't. The actual extra ward in inventory is fairly worthwhile because it basically gives you, you have to back less to replenish wards. You typically just don't put 3 down, like 1 will get swept, you've got to replace it. So it makes you recall less. And as far as like stat efficiency goes, it's not too bad for just health gain.
Yeah, it's not that bad at all. A lot of people will omit it and just go for a different item over it. Sometimes it's worth, sometimes it's not. see going for Satane here. Is that worth?
Ooh, does juke back and forth. Gets the Black Shield just to be safe. Q comes out from Lee Sin. Morden, honestly, could have maybe tried to make the play, but that'd be really risky. He doesn't go for it.
This is a tilty dragon fight here. Depending on whose favor this dragon goes in and the team fight,
yeah,
will probably blow the game wide open if it is contested.
Well, right now it's a 500 gold lead for Chantal Machtval. They're actually going to go to the mid lane to shove the minions out. Smart choice there. Top lane also available if they want to teleport for it. Oslot getting pushed around. JWoww right now is actually forced to defend that sort of 1v2, but Chantal Machtval goes back in for this one. G2 is split out. The bind hits on a Morden. This is not good for G2. Damage goes in, down to half HP. Mid lane gets cleared out, but they could try again soon.
The jungler at half HP is not what you want as gamers too. He cannot contest as easily. Now we have to watch where the shockwave lands and if a binding lands too.
And Vanus gets a Black Shield. It's going to be on cooldown for a short time, but nullifies the damage. Mid lane once again is pushable, but SMW having the inside track on that lane kind of helps in this one. Blue buff respawns, goes over to Ocelot rather quickly. Should be safely grabbed. Is that way. Satine still waiting around in the brush, and we have the top laners just kind of fighting each other in the mid lane, pushing the minions back and forth, so no actual advantage still gained for Chantal Machtval in that one.
Ooh, Vanez looked like he was trying to come around and flank and get straight to Yuki, the Jinx.
Oh wow, big damage on him though. He did not realize he was on top of a ward. Big damage went onto him. Sweepers, one is available if they want to sweep that ward.
Still has
Saw
TP,
him.
so he can get back into the fight. Also, if he backs right now and cashes in,
yeah,
he could come back to this almost as strong.
Merc threats home guard.
He's got home guard, so he's actually going to run it.
He's going to run to bottom lane, TP if he has to, but there's a big wave that's pushing in that G2 knows someone has to stop. They waited out for that one.
JWoww's on the left side there.
He's looking to flank. There we go. Pulls a lot of attention. Satane chasing that one down, but Dragon's still losing health on this one. No, it actually healed back up for a little while there. Damage comes through. Chantal gets hooked. There's a teleport. Chantal's going to explode. 1 for 0. JWoww comes into the fight. The Roccat hits as well from Jinx. Shockwave hits 1. And there we go. JWoww's going to get away with the summoner heal. Now Vana's in the wrong spot. Exhausted as well. Big damage comes through. Satane now on the wrong side. Gets hooked up. Gets blown up. Another kill goes to Gamers 2 as well. Yuki gets rooted, but no one cares. And G2 win that fight 2-0 plus the Dragon.
That was the right fight for Gamers 2, and Chantal didn't play that the best. We saw that Chantal went a little too far forward. No Black Shield there to stop the hook because it was used on Satane right there. It's on cooldown, throws it in, immediately blown up there, and JWoww comes into the back line, puts pressure onto Avenue. Shockwave only hits 1. If it had been about a couple feet units to the right, maybe could have hit 3, maybe could have hit 4 and changed the fight around, but he didn't have the range on it. Wasn't able to throw it out.
Wow, a couple of small things there as well. Dude, that hook was from Fog of War. You saw him hiding behind the wall there, knowing he had swept wards away, and knew he'd be in the right position to land that hook. As well, when Satane went in for JWoww, he leapt too far and couldn't land his Q, couldn't get the reset on the leap, got stunned by Aurelia as well. All of that could have made that a 1-for-1, even still.
Yeah, just really well played there by Gamers 2. They applied pressure from the right points on the right points for them.
Yes, they did.
So Chantal Machtval have to give up that dragon. They gave up 2 kills as well, and now it's about a 1.9k gold lead here for Gamers 2.
Yep.
Who had this rally, was doing really well. Morden, by him all by his lonesome.
Going through a ward to get vision control, but of course he's Lee Sin. He ward hops away. He's going to be nice and safe, and you know, in the end, Gamers 2 still has ward coverage over the blue buff. That's not a bad thing.
Morden risks his life over and over again to ward up the jungle, and it's worth it for him. It's worth it for them at this point in the game because they have to pressure tier 2 turrets, and you need that jungle control.
Yeah.
So he's saying, I can do it. I can just ward hop over a wall. If I blow my flash, that's fine. He got an ultimate for that.
Yes, he did.
And didn't trade anything for it.
Pretty impressive stuff there. Avenue's got to be a bit careful. Did go Merc Treads as well. Also taking some pretty good damage with that one, of course. Wow, look at that, down to about 300 health. He's going to juke away pretty safely. The clone will die. 25 gold, why the heck not? But this does give a bit of room for the team to push down mid lane without the Orianna around. Looks like the wave is good enough that they can't do it, though.
Yeah. Ocelot's going to have to back on that LeBlanc. Now they're all going top. There is that turret there for them to still take for Chantal Machtval. And JWoww, he's actually very, very strong right now. He's hit Aurelia's multiple power spikes at this point, just because of his levels.
Well, we're going to ulti burn, though. JWoww will get stunned up there. Binding could land afterwards. Not going to go for that one. Actually goes back in. Saves. He's got to be careful. Ooh. And the Jinx Rocket is going to claim it now. Vanez loses the Dragon form as well. Nice Hook's going to stop that one. He's now in completely the wrong spot. Another 2-0 for Gamers 2. And Chantal Machtval just stopped making good choices.
Yeah, they all went top, but then it was kind of a haphazard call, half-hearted at that part. And they get punished for it. Gamers 2 saw that coming, and now they're looking to go for Baron. Or at least bait it.
I mean, at this point, you kind of... Yeah, you got to see what they're trying to do. Lucian trying to reveal with his W. Ward's still getting swept out. Hook's looking for with Dude. The respawns are coming in soon. Saze is back up. Vana's respawning in 15 seconds. Does have home guard. Gamers 2 still trying to go for the baits here with the hooks over the wall with everything else they can. He's going to land on a Shantou. Jumps over, grabs the lantern as well. Is going to bring in the AD carry. And there goes one kill picked up. Nice escape by Ocelot. Gets away from the shockwave. And now Yuki goes for the slow. Can't quite find it. No extra kill picked up there, but again, a 1 for 0.
Good juke there by Ocelot in the end to get back over the wall.
Yeah.
And they don't get a Baron for this because they've all been chunked down to about half HP. Nice hook. And he throws the lantern back. Watch Ocelot here. Boom. Goes straight back over to his distortion. And causes Avenue to waste the shockwave, hitting nobody. That's actually their key to get back into this game for Shantou Maktwao.
Yeah.
If that shockwave hits multiple people.
It's a team that wants the team fight. You know, the Flash Black Shield Morgana ulti. He's got Frostqueen's Claim as well to help make sure that those engages actually stick. Shockwave to follow up on this. Like, there's so much AoE potential from SMW. I mean, even just like Shyvana Shockwave into Morgana, like, is another really, really good combo. But it's not one these guys have found. Gamers 2 kind of refuse to group up until they know they got the positioning lead. And we haven't seen the team fights that SMW is looking for. Despite the early laning phase lead, they haven't done anything mid-game.
Yeah, and JWoww built the Banshee's Veil first to most likely deal with that. You know, he can eat a binding, that's fine. But at the same time, if he eats a shockwave, it's not going to be as devastating to him. Aurelius typically get something along Randuin's Omen, but he wants to negate the damage from Shyvana, and it also is doubly effective against Avenue. He's not worried about Shantou and Satane until now.
Yeah, it's right. He's really not even trying that hard. He's starting the Randuins now, that's fine.
He's got a pickaxe too that he's been sitting on.
He's going on Zephyr. Ooh, Hook nearly gets saved right there. He's going to be okay. Vana's still around. Binding comes out there, staying safe. JWoww finds another ward for himself. He's going to kill this one.
Ooh, he's so scary.
This is the weird thing, right? It's like Gamers 2 been winning the fights, but they're only at 3K. They're not up an appreciable amount of gold. Thing is, I don't know if Shantou Maktwao knows this, because they know they're down in turrets. They know they've lost the dragon fight. They know they're down double the number of kills. Outside of the mid lane, they're getting out-CS'd heavily. But if Avenue can just land something with his Void Staff Death Cap, like, they can turn a fight. I just haven't seen them really make aggressive moves to show that they're actually close in this game.
Ocelot's going to show himself top right now, which is going to give Shantou Maktwao the go signal if they land something.
Well, Binding on the Morden, they do hit something, but they just don't go for it. A guaranteed 4v5, and they're too afraid to fight at all.
Yeah, Thresh wasn't quite there yet either. Ocelot gets free time up top. Gets the back afterwards, but now there's a huge wave bottom, and they're going to go ahead and get themselves Dragon Control, which will be up in 30 seconds.
Oh, see if they can do it, though. Looks like Recall's going to come back in time. Vana's does have Teleport, so does JWoww. And Vana's does go to the top lane, so you can get that outer turret finally in this game. Bottom and mid had already been killed. Bot lane minion wave actually not even cleared at all, despite the fact that Dragon still isn't back up yet. So missed golden XP by Shantou Maktwao. There we go. Yuki grabs the red buff. See, he knows that he's got time to get back down to this side of the map. Right, clear away. Maybe doesn't need the raise for that one, but we'll do so anyway. And now Gamers 2 is ready to go for Dragon.
JWoww going back up top. He has a level advantage over Vanez. He's extremely strong on that Aurelia. Aurelia's one of those champions that even if you don't die in lane, or if you get one death, you're still good. Yep. Scale incredibly well. Satane's looking for the steal here.
All right, he's ready to jump over the wall. There we go. The damage coming through. Goes in for the steal. Picked up there by Morden, flashing away. He will be safe with the ward hop. Nice job there. Shantou goes to chase, but was not in the right spot. Say's going to go down to JWoww. Exhaust not going to be enough to keep him safe. Now they've got to be careful because the AD carry's not in this fight anymore. Satane taking a whole bunch of damage. He's going to go down. JWoww finds himself a double kill as Shantou Maktwao's taking a whole bunch of damage. Vanez has to flash the wall, but he's still going to go down. And the fact that Lucian went and chased Morden was catastrophic in that fight.
Yeah, they all got split and sectioned off there, and Avenue didn't even get a shockwave off because he was saying, I don't want to get on just one person, it has to be worth it. Nice burst there by Gamers 2 that was coordinated to take out the dragon. You saw Shantou go over the wall, he's completely out of this fight, tries to culling JWoww afterwards, but look at that. Avenue just getting zoned, and now they're split completely. Vanez gets sectioned off very, very well from a nice kick from Morden, the Dragon's Rage to get him out. That's got to be a really pissed off Dragon now.
Yeah, dude, the coordination by Shantou Maktwao has not been impressive here as Dragon's going down for Gamers 2. Shyvana got a two-man dive onto the back line. Orianna was in command protect range and didn't go in for the shockwave there, either on cooldown or didn't realize it was happening.
Oh, hello.
Again, Shantou leaving as well. Morden, I mean, he's fine. He's going to ward hop and be safe. Like, this mid game has not looked good for Shantou Makbao. They've not been team fighting well. They've had missed communications, mixed calls, people in the wrong spot. Like, Gamers 2 have been taking complete advantage of that.
So this bottom lane from Gamers 2 is still deathless.
Yeah, they are.
Throughout this entire first game so far and entire round of 10, round of 20. But they even played a losing matchup during the laning phase.
Yeah.
And they came out on top. Without jungle assistance either. They ended up getting the solo kill.
Yeah, I mean, Lee Sin showed up once and it didn't really do anything. And otherwise, they were just kind of winning the lane by themselves. So excellent play by those guys. JWoww going back down to the bottom lane here to farm up. He does not have teleport, but who cares? Nothing really important for these guys to be up anyway. Dragon and Baron both going to be a while till they respawn. Shantou Makbao, right now they are down about 7,000 gold. That lead is growing, but it's not an insurmountable number if they can find their way back in on this one.
Big thing here is that if you look at the items between Shantou and Yuki, he's up an entire Infinity Edge and Static Shiv.
Yeah, and the rest of Static Shiv. It's a ludicrous gold lead right there.
On a Jinx.
Yep.
He makes even more use of those items because of attack speed.
60 CS, 3 kills, 6 assists, and global gold. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of money for you right there, and it's showing there. Gamers 2, as long as they're protecting Yuki, and they are, these fights are going super well for them.
His bottom lane is coming up big. Ocelot, he met his match with Avenue in the mid lane. They both went pretty even in CS here. He actually gave up a lot to start roaming. Avenue hasn't died, didn't follow Ocelot's will during the laning phase. But it's really his bottom lane that started dictating things. And the game got blown wide open there.
All right, well, see if they can find any more on this one. Yeah, it's been blown wide open, and now it's time for them to shut the door on this one, if they can. 7 kills, blue buffs, everything going happy for these guys. And with Baron buff ending in 2 minutes, like, not wondering how much is Gamers 2 like old NIP, where like, we have an advantage, we're just going to take our time and like close the game up when we feel like it. But this is the kind of case you've got a Jinx. Like, yes, it's hard to siege against Orianna. I know that's difficult, and to siege against Lucian as well, but like, you got to turn the screws at some point.
And a team that doesn't close a game out very quickly when they have a lead, even though they win, tells a lot about their style.
Yeah, and it gives room for teams to make comebacks.
Yeah. Means you weren't as decisive. Means you didn't know how to push the right areas at the right times.
Look at the top lane right now, though. The team does come back to defend. Shantou Makbao get there just in time. That's going to stay safe. The AD carry could not get there about 20 seconds, 5 seconds sooner. That would have been enough to kill the turret off.
Yeah. Staying safe is actually a really good way to describe this game.
Yeah, very much
Gamers 2
so.
have been playing safe. They've been waiting for the mistakes of Shantou Makbao, and then they punish it. The Shantou Makbao, they're looking for the 5v5 team fight, but they get split up in the fight. Whether it's a Lee Sin kick from Morden, or whether it's Ocelot just popping Shantou.
Yeah.
And now it's starting to culminate into this large lead that Gamers 2 has accumulated in the last 9 minutes.
And there's a big minion wave now in the bottom lane as well that's going to contribute to even more golden XP for Gamers 2 when someone shows up to that. You push the lane down, but look for the pick in the mid lane. Not quite going to find it though. Say's going to go for the binding, misses that one as well. Big little bit of burst of damage on the Morden. And that bot lane wave is going to suicide into the turret here. Gamers 2 does not pick that one up. And when will they resume the siege? Baron buff ending in 30 seconds. And they only managed to get about 1 turret with that.
Yuki, they're going to funnel more CS into him. Doing really, really well in terms of CS. I think he'll be number 1. There we go. Oh no, he's tied. Tied with JWoww. There we go.
Yay, he's winning. Woo. All right, Yuki, number 1 CS in the game. Almost breaking 10 per minute now. He's going to recall off of this one.
Been a lot of fighting.
There has been.
Very recently. So people's CS numbers have started to slack a little bit. Avenue isn't doing as well as he was previously. But still doing very well.
Yeah.
He's how they get back in. The shockwave has to land on multiple teams. Didn't even use it the last time they fought.
Well, one thing to keep in mind, though, is that as you level up and as you get items, you've got, you know, the Negatron Cloak items coming in for almost every single player now on Gamers 2. Avenue's going for a more utility-based build, right? He went Merc Treads, not Sork Shoes. He's going for a Zhonya's Hourglass and not like a Leandri's. The actual damage output from Avenue as the most farmed member is not that high. Vanas is full tank. Shantou is behind. Satane's only got 1.5 damage at him. He's starting on his last Whisper, so he's going to get some damage eventually here. But like, the actual damage from Shantou Makbao, even with a Shockwave, is not that high.
Yeah, especially compared to Gamers 2.
Yeah.
Which they have an Aurelia top who does a lot of damage based on the 2 damage items that he has accumulated for himself. And the fact that he is Aurelia and has that kit. Jinx, Yuki, very far ahead. He's almost at full build here. And also the fact that he's built to counter Avenue's damage. Built to make sure that he will survive a shockwave and a dissonance. So he doesn't just get completely picked off immediately.
Well, speaking of getting picked off immediately, though, Death Fire Grasp for Ocelot is going to make life a bit pain. I mean, they're going to keep looking for the individual picks. Again, sieging against Orianna is difficult, but...
This is throwing me back to NIP really hard.
Yeah.
Where Nuke Duck was like, yep, Athene's first item, and then I'll get DFG.
Fourth item, DFG. Make sure you can kill people later on. There we go. The top lane move happens. Their Gamers 2 going to take down their 5th turret of the game. Bot lane's still really not pushed in just yet, though. They can't get there right away. They will control the blue buff, though. And heck, Baron's back up at about a minute right there. Gamers 2 could wait till that one comes back up. 42 minutes in, blue buff goes over to Ocelot, and at about 43, we're going to have Baron.
Gamers 2 is very hungry, though, for LCS play. Ocelot, he's tried every Challenger series with Gamers 2 to try to get back there. So playing it slow, I don't blame them. There's a lot at stake here, and they put a lot on it.
Yeah. But you got to figure, like...
You want to calculate it. You want to...
I mean, but think about how you're going to qualify for the LCS.
Yeah.
You've got to play a best-of-5 against an LCS team. And
exactly.
NIP did that and lost to Millennium because they were too slow to make real moves and win games. So I still have to criticize his play style.
They adjust it, though, is the thing.
Sure, if they can turn on the aggression, then fine. I mean, for NIP, it was grab Co and a player who's going to make all the moves for you and then capitalize on them pretty heavily, and that was good. Morden, we haven't seen quite that style from him.
Yeah, very
slow early game. Yeah.
Was chess in the jungle with nobody really making any big moves.
Yep.
It's like, oh, you're bottom and you showed yourself, I will take your Wraith. And then they would get countered because he would show top, get nothing for it, and it's like, I take your Wraith.
Yeah, but the risk of getting ganked compared to like countering the Wraith camp is like not that good of a trade in the first place, but Baron going to take a whole bunch of damage down. Back to below a quarter health. That's going to die rather quickly. The team starting to leave to defend mid lane as the push comes in from Chantal Max Vow. Baron buff on, respawning at 50 minutes. There we go, bot lane pushed in by Vana's, mid lane by the rest of the team. Going to get some decent damage down. That goes. They're going to move over to the right-hand side of the map. Another turret's going to be going down with a flash hook. Nice escape there by Satan and SMW. Keep moving, but here comes JWoww. Bit of damage comes through. The Frostqueen's claim also pop blue buff. Attempted here. This is a bit greedy. They will grab it on a Satan, and away they go. JWoww's looking to make some moves there on the side. Jumps on in. Can he find much of the CC? He's not going to find too terribly much, but there comes Morden. He can't quite kick in Satan. He's got the black shield onto him, so nothing picked up here, but it's still a Baroned up Gamers 2. Can they get that fight? Looks like they won't actually. They allow Chantal Macfal to run away with one turret for the Baron.
Vanis was off on the side there. It looked like he wanted to Dragon's Descent in, but against a Baroned up Gamers 2, which is already ahead by 11k, you don't do that.
Gamers 2 are going to look down for this mid lane right here. Vanes will push this right-hand side lane while they wait for the push to happen. The minions are coming in about 4 seconds, though. Gamers 2 actually going to backdoor this. Here comes the TP. Chantal Macfal have to hold this turret alive against the Baron buff. Looks like they will do so. The defense is going to be fine. The siege not going to happen. 4 minions will suicide to that tier 2 turret.
Yuki is a whole item and a half up. Item and I guess 3/4 up over Chantal. This is huge. The amount of CS he's accumulated for himself. The fact that there aren't any kills or assists on Chantal. Up to the 3, 0, and 6. Really high in the kill participation department here.
Yeah.
For Yuki. Still 0 deaths.
Yeah. Well, speaking of 0 deaths, though, JWoww gets to actually pick up a Guardian Angel to keep his total maybe at 1 for this one. Right, they've got the Mikhail's Crucible. You've got the Face of the Mountain there as well for Dude. So the team should be able to stay alive quite well. And right now, if I'm Gamers 2, like, I really want to see them just, like, get the wards down and actually split push. They're going as a group of 5 and kind of pushing minion waves in, but they're not, like, trying to close the game out. Like, your power spikes are going to end right now. Once you're buying defensive items, your damage is going to start falling off. They're going to tank up against you, and as the other team finishes their items, they're going to start catching up to you in power right here. Like, this is the biggest lead Yuki will ever have over Chantal, and it's only going to get smaller from here.
Yes. When you're at 6 items, you can't get any more. That's about it.
Like, Zephyr's not that big of a power spike. Like, yes, you can, but...
Yeah. And I don't know if he actually wants that, because he'll give him less movement speed than regular boots, and he's very immobile as it is.
True. And yeah, you're absolutely right. That might even not be a choice for him. So there we go. Bottom tier 2 will get grouped up as 5, but now the real test is the inhibitor turrets. 45 minutes in. We're going to move on for this one. We have Ocelot split pushing the top lane. Waveflare comes in for Chantal. Does keep his turrets in a decent spot. JWoww pops the joke and Kills away a couple more minions. Bot lane now getting sieged up. There's the rest of the team grouping up mid lane. So the 1-3-1 split push finally starts here for Gamers 2 as Satan tries to wave clear.
JWoww has a lot of threat built into his kit. You don't really see it too much in his items, but oh my word, he does a lot of damage if he gets to you. Yeah. It's consistent damage. He won't burst you. He'll be chunking away at you very, very quickly.
Yeah, JWoww full build, 1 item still to go for Vanas in the top lane. The 80 carries, we talked about them a little while ago. Satan does have his last Whisper, so he does have a bit more threat than before. The Zhonya's Hourglass is done here for Avenue, so we'll see if his damage is going to be good enough there in this one. JWoww still splitting. Yuki, thankfully for him, has great range, so he can put good damage in this turret. Ocelot also getting some free attacks down here. Shantou, despite the Banshee's Veil, still must be careful about this one. Vanas JWoww still battling down here. Satan can't quite find his way in. The Gamers 2 slowly getting damage down to these turrets.
That's the name of the game here, is to split push every lane and see if you can actually out-rotate them in a moment's notice, or if one of your lanes just rolls over them.
Yeah, and the thing is, these turrets will die incredibly fast when unopposed. Everyone who is split pushing can kill a turret in about 10 to 15 seconds. And you've got to wave through all the time. There we go again, bot lane, JWoww taking some damage. Warden shows up, 2-on-2 for this one. Satan forced a bit back, JWoww half HP. These turrets do regen, but very, very slowly.
Yeah, that means there's multiple people down bottom. Means you get some damage on mid. Ocelot went ahead and rotated there. Now he's off to the jungle. Back to his natural habitat.
And the Baron buff times out. So it's only a 2-turret lead right here. Gamers 2 have already taken down 2 Barons. They've farmed plenty of fantasy points doing that, but until the turret goes down in the game, gets picked up, it's, you know, not what really matters for these guys in the Challenger Series. Vana is level 18, still trying to scale up in this one. He's even, like, he's taking enough now that he can actually stay in this 1v2 against Warden and JWoww and not really be afraid very much. Satan not going to land the slow staged. Bit of an early Black Shield there, but might be okay.
Meanwhile, the sieges continue. JWoww is just so tanky. He's not going to get burst down, and he has a Guardian Angel. So if people are camping his body, even if they do kill him, it gives the rest of his team time to work on turrets. And actually killing JWoww and getting the GA is worth it if you can crack an inhibitor turret.
Ooh, Shantou goes for the play, forcing the flash away from Ocelot. I don't know if you can chase any farther than this one, but you're seeing the lack of fear now once they're on defense. Shantou MachVao actually doing a good job of looking for the fights they want. They hold themselves alive at a 14,000 gold deficit. Baron coming up in 135. Dragon already back, and if I know Gamers 2, they'll pick up that gold.
Yep, and they're going to go ahead and go for that Dragon, pick up their own buffs from their jungle, and just re-siege up. Most likely the course of action here. They can't really buy anything else. We're going to see what ends up happening for Yuki if he does get rid of the boots. He bought Führer on him, and yeah, he is. He's going to get rid of him for that Zephyr, so he can go ahead.
Waiting for Dragon gold.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Ambient gold.
Yeah, because Zephyr's actually really good against this team comp, because if you get hit by a Dark Binding, you have the extra tenacity, which would be one of the kill conditions onto a Jinx.
All right, well, a little bit of ward control goes back to a bit of Shantou MachVao. You're seeing, once they realize, like, hey, these guys are missing for a while, and they assume it's Dragon, they get some wards down back in their jungle, so some of these movements will be spotted out. 4 sweepers on the team for Shantou MachVao, so most of these wards have been bought by these guys. Blue buff goes over to Yuki, actually, to keep himself in rocket form longer. Down go the minions.
Rocket form.
Rocket form, yeah, I don't know. Rocket form, minigun form, why not? Rocket stance.
Okay.
She's basically Udyr. What would you rather say?
Pow Pow and fish bones. Switcheroo.
Okay. The mana-consuming form of Switcheroo. There we go, red buff now, so double buff Yuki, 20 seconds until Baron.
Rocket form just sounds like she turns into a rocket.
Yeah,
like Nidalee has cougar form.
That's
Spears
fine.
don't turn into cougars and she's throwing cats at you like crazy cat lady.
Dude, that'd be awesome. Please, Riot, reverse Nidalee skin. Gamers 2, okay, they've got decent wards, and they're going to go and set up for this Baron right away. Shantou MachVao not even trying to stop this one, so Baron 3 now for Gamers 2, 50 minutes in.
Banshee's Veil is the name of the game here for Baron, for Gamers 2 at this point. Look at how little damage they took from that. It's all just regened up even if they took any.
They Veilly took any.
Anyway. Moving on. They're ready to siege up the base. All the wards for Shantou MachVao are on the bottom side of the map. They have no vision of what was happening on that left side. And there we go.
Ooh, Avenue takes some damage, but he's going to be safe with the shield. Still has his barrier up if he needs it. Top lane turret actually regens well above half now. That was much lower before when Ocelot was sieging there, but not the case. Gamers 2 fully grouping up as just this set of 5 dudes, but they're not really getting any more damage in on this one. The split push hasn't been resumed just yet by these guys. Shantou still has not started the Infinity Edge. He's got a while to go till his full damage comes through. Asla again looks for the play there. Avenue half HP. This is the way they're pushing him down. Now they go all in with the inhibitor turret. They're going to stay for this one. Big damage comes through. Morgana ulti pops in, and there comes the fight. Shockwave going to land into a little bit right here, but here we go. 1 kill already picked up in Gamers 2 favor. Vanas goes down 2 for 0 so far. The chase comes in. Jink Roccat now going to make it a 5 versus 3. The flash engage from JWoww. Can't quite find more. Gets a stun and a Saze. Saze big damage. The slow. The burst. Asla gets his 3rd kill, and now the top inhibitor's gone.
And they just can't get through this front line of Gamers 2 fast enough for Shantou Max Vow.
Nope, the damage not enough to get rid of everybody. Now they're going to try again for inhib turret number 2. JWoww stays alive. The turret falls. They can move now for the 2nd inhibitor. This should be pretty safe for these guys. 40 seconds till the respawn. 2 versus 5. Baron buff still regenning Gamers 2, 52 minutes into the game. And there we go, the minion wave is there for the top lane turret. They're going to move in on this one. JWoww taking a little bit of turret shots, doesn't care too much though. There we go, next turret number 1, still the 2v5. Next turret number 2 going to go down as well. The jump on in, why not just blow up the Orianna? Because they're going to take that one. The Nexus also going to fall. Teleports for good measure, and there is the game. 52 minutes and 6 seconds, and Gamers 2, they take game 1 over Shantou Max Vow.
Still deathless for the bottom lane.
Damn.
Up against a no-kill, no-assist bottom lane here from Shantou Max Vow. Zeros in both those columns for them. Very decisive. They got that solo kill in lane, and then it was just like, all right, stall the game out, stall the game out, stall the game out, just make it a little bigger and bigger, bigger.
Yeah.
And then they ended up having this huge lead at the end.
Yeah, they got enough global gold by the end there, but the concern to me is if you weren't on a team comp where you would outscale them, if you weren't able to like drop people to half HP with LeBlanc, if it wasn't Jinx instead of Lucian, and then Lucian also didn't go Eyes but went Banshee's Veil, so he had no damage for the front line. Yeah. How much tougher would this game have been for Gamers 2? That said, they did win. 52 minutes, as we said before. 3-0, 10-80 carry, 1-0, 11 support. It's a very supportive bot lane. They're just there to clean up fights and help with the damage output. But hey, if it works, it works.
Yeah, a lot of those kills fell into Ocelot and JWoww's hands, which are the right people for them.
Yeah.
You know, they were the ones who were making a lot of the moves in the late game, and then, like you said, supported bottom lane. Half the time you didn't know that they were there, but they were doing a lot of damage.
Yeah. They were consistently pushing forward. Gamers 2, again, they played really safe and conservative against Orianna. In general, Yuki and DU did win the 2-on-2 bot lane. That was my big point there. That was kind of the one lane I thought directly won.
And here's the thing, too, is that Gamers 2, at the start, they had the losing matchup. And then Shantou Max Vow came in and said, we're going to ward and make sure we get this 2-on-2.
And they got it.
The 2-on-2 that they were looking for. They got it, ended up giving up a solo kill.
Yeah.
And the summoner spell advantage at the start of the game, too.
Yeah, they got caught out level 1 versus level 2. The early push went to DU and Yuki, and they pushed the second wave fast enough, too. The fact that SMW even got suckered into battling that, getting caught out in the 1v2, when like you know it's like, all right, they have the push lead. You run away before they hit level 2. When the second melee minion dies, you run backwards.
You book
because they will go at you in the third minion death. And the fact that they got caught out by that is definitely a misplay. And that's a concern for me. Because I know that Shantou Max Vow are very, very good individual players. Yeah. Down the line, they were awesome. Satan, the only guy who's actually not in Challenger, had the best early game performance. A lot of great ganks, made a lot of moves. 3-1-1 the start to the game for him. So I know the elements of a victory are here. What troubled me was that Shantou Max Vow were so passive in the mid game. They got first dragon. They got the gold lead. They were, winning or equal in the game because they're up in gold, right? They are the team that should be eligible to make moves. Their Lucian will power spike before the Jinx does. Like, they have all these elements to say, yes, we can go do things. And they didn't.
Yeah. And if Gamers 2 end up moving on after this best of 3, I don't know how long they're going to survive because their play style is very exploitable. Their early game, we saw Shantou Max Vow actually had an advantage.
Yeah.
And then what ended up happening was they didn't push it.
Yeah.
I don't know if they were too nervous. They didn't know how to make the right moves, see if they can fix that for next game. Yeah. But they had an advantage. They had one. But then they didn't do anything with it. And then if you fight a team like that's top tier or mid tier or anywhere, like very, very good team, they will know what to do with that advantage and how to punish you. They will dive you behind your turrets. Yeah. They will do whatever they can and just basically take a crowbar and just pry the whole thing open.
Yeah, and so then if I'm Shantou Max Vow then, assuming Game 2 plays out like Game 1 did stylistically, individual player-wise, I want to see them pick a lot more late-game scaling champions. So I like the Cosmic
Play
Scrap.
Gamers 2 game.
yeah, like, I liked the Kha'Zix, I liked the Orianna, I like Morgana. Shyvana first pick was fine as well. I want to see not Lucian, basically. No, maybe Lucian's what kept him afloat in lane, and lane's going to go even worse next time, just because the Gamers 2 bot lane's that strong, and I do think Yuki and Dude are phenomenally skilled players. But, like, if Shantao's on the Jinx, then if you wait around for a while, you're like, 6-item Jinx, it's, like, no big deal, it's fine, right? Or, like, if they have, like, Kate or, like, Kog Nami in their repertoire, right? Where it's like, Shantel wasn't really threatened in team fights as long as he didn't make dumb choices. And he made some bad moves in fights before. Like there's the one dragon fight, he jumps the wall to chase Morden down, and like that's a bad play.
And
but
he got
like
hooked as well.
Yeah, but it's like Gamers 2 are so gun shy. Like they're not gonna go that hard, right? Like you can get away with playing a Kog'Maw or playing a Jinx against his team, and just like be a late game terror that like you're not gonna get punished for being like. There's a good way to stylistically beat a team. Once again, we talk about NIP's failed run at the summer promotion tournament. Millennium just played more late game champs than them, knowing they weren't going to get punished for it, and won the series. Like this is a legitimate way you can play the game to succeed. This is actually, I remember actually casting Gamers 2 in the spring series. Same kind of play style, very, very slow. They got out late gamed by NIP when they lost to them, but like there's ways to beat up slow teams by just playing slow, even more slowly than them.
Yeah, you can go ahead and outscale them. Like you said, just pick those later late game champions and just come up big. But I don't know if Shantel McVow had that in their repertoire. You know, changing Shantel over to Jinx might be a good adjustment.
Yeah.
We'll have to see what ends up happening there.
Yeah. One thing I also want to see is that I think Avenue was actually really, really good against Ocelot.
Yes.
So Ocelot like kind of bought his lane by getting a flask and then backing for double Doran. So we invested really, really heavily in the laning phase, and Avenue's still out CS'd him, managed to outperform in the lanes. You actually commented they had an item lead the entire time, right? First to Amp Tome, first to Athene's. Abuse that, right? So like, Vana's lost to JWoww, and that might have been partially counterpick. I think it really is good against Shyvana. True damage cut through the armor, all that fun stuff. But like, you have a mid laner who's winning. A team that's not going to punish your bot lane picking like you made carry. Like, pick things that will allow you to abuse those tenets, abuse those facts about the matchup, and Shantel McVow's got a really good way in this one. Again, it was a 52-minute game. Like, SMW had a way to win this game. It was definitely possible, something they could do.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe they'll lane swap next time. I'll have to see, because they looked for it, they didn't get it, or they got what they wanted. Sorry. Yeah. If they lane swapped it, maybe it would have been a little different, because they do want to keep JWoww down, because if he's playing a scaly champion, want to keep him down as long as possible, especially Aurelia.
Yeah, well, see, that ends up being the case. We are going to get ourselves now to a quick break. When we return, Shantel McVow tries to salvage the series at one game apiece and avoid elimination. Don't go anywhere. Game 2 starts right after this. Damage comes through. Shantel gets hooked. There's a teleport. Shantel's gonna explode. 1-for-0. JWoww comes into the fight. The Roccat hits as well from Jinx. Shockwave hits 1. And there we go. JWoww's gonna get away with the summoner heal. Now Vana's in the wrong spot. Exhausted as well. Big damage comes through. Satane now on the wrong side. Gets hooked up. Gets blown up. Binding could land afterwards. Not gonna go for that one. Actually goes back in. Says has gotta be careful. Ooh. And the Jinx Rocket is gonna claim it now. Vanes loses the Dragon form as well. Nice Hook's gonna stop that one. He's now in completely the wrong spot. Satane taking a whole bunch of damage. He's gonna go down. JWoww finds himself a double kill as Shantel McVow's taking a whole bunch of damage. Vanes has to flash the wall, but he's still gonna go down. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Summer 2014 European Challenger Series. It's time for the second game now between Ocelot's Gamers 2 and Chantal's Chantal Macht Vau. If Gamers 2 wins one more game, they'll punch their tickets into the semifinals.
Yeah, and Gamers 2, they had a better coordinated team fight throughout the entire game. When they ended up grouping for the Dragons, it was not very often, but when they did, it was always in their favor, except for the first one.
Yeah.
That was the only time. And Gamers 2 bot lane, they still haven't died yet in 3 games. Right now, they're 12, 0, and 64.
Yeah, not traditional for a bot lane, by the way. I mean, not dying, okay, those are really good players, but the fact that you're getting 5 times as many assists as kills, like, as a support, I get it. Like, that's fine for Dude, but, like, the fact that Yuki's just there to be like, I'll deal some damage, but someone else deals the finishing blow is not a typical dynamic.
No, it's not at all. Having only 12 kills over 3 games means that a lot of the kills are coming from elsewhere, their top laner, their mid laner, Ocelot, and we saw it there in that last game, too. So that's pretty much been a perpetual theme throughout their round of 20, round of 10 games, too. And so Chantal Macht Vau, they didn't look as comfortable in their previous games, speaking of previous round of 10 and round of 20.
Yeah.
Where, well, the thing is, when they played No Mercy, they did have that game where they ended it with less kills and they just capitalized on a mistake. We saw them capitalize on some mistakes early in this game from Gamers 2, but Gamers 2 just got an advantage and kind of just clamped down on it. And that was basically all she wrote. Just took a long time to write it.
Yeah, they're you know, very careful strokes, all in cursive, you know. Looks wonderful. But yeah, so you're gonna see how these teams stack up one more time. I think anytime you play a game, especially a 50-minute game, you get a lot of time to absorb how your opponents play. And we always say, it's a typical adage, you learn more from defeat than you do from victory. So I think there's a good chance Chantal Macht Vau comes out firing. I don't think you come into that game and be like super crushed, right? Because you had 50 minutes to like accept the fact that you're losing the game very slowly and just kind of talk and work through it and understand that your opponents aren't taking an arm and a leg when they take advantages. And I think that's a good way to lose. If you're going to lose, you want to lose that way because it lets you say, okay, there's obvious weaknesses we can exploit. You have time to look at your advantages to absorb the game. Also, the fact that like if you like gave away a really dumb kill at 5 minutes, the longer in the past that is, the less it affects you.
Yes.
Right? If you're like 12 minutes in a team fight and you're like, God, I still freaking died in that bottom lane, like that can affect the way you battle. But if it was like an hour ago, you're like, okay, that happened, whatever, right? And like, you can move on. So I think it's actually the best situation to be in if you're 0-1 for Chantal Macht Vau. And yeah, I want to see if they change it in team comp or if they just find a different way to play the game, even with the same type of composition, to actually force advantage.
Yeah, do you play Gamers 2 game and you end up playing late game champions but go further with it? Or do you play hyper aggressive early game champions and just try to take it to them in about 28 minutes?
Yeah, because I think both could work here for Chantal Macht Vau if they play it right. And again, they were winning early game because of their individual plays. So this is something that I think they can capitalize off of. Well, so far, Twitch still removed by Yuki, not a champ Chantal Macht Vau wants to play. Ziggs again removed away from Avenue. The Kale still dropped out as well. So far, the team's not making any changes in champ select.
Yeah, so far, same things. There might be some adjustments here. You do have to ban out the Caston. Chantal Macht Vau will probably ban it last.
Yeah.
But Gamers 2, they're still targeting the champion pool of Avenue. And he was actually their best player on Chantal Macht Vau. They don't have to target bans at bottom. They already got shut down pretty early last time. Top lane, saw that JWoww can actually deal with whatever Vanez brings. And now, the LeBlanc to take it away from Ocelot. So if an Orianna ban comes out here, they would end up forcing him onto a different champion like Lulu, because Lulu is what they ended up banning last time.
Yeah, I think there's still plenty of things that Avenue can play that we just haven't seen him go on to just yet. So, yeah, I think we still expect the Caston ban, like, unless they're so sure that they can make the plays around it. So same bans for Gamers 2, the same 3 all coming out there. Chantal Macht Vau adding an extra ban. They've dropped the Jax ban. I expect still Caston to come through. I would be surprised not to see it, but maybe they're going to bait the Caston pick and think they can play around it. They're taking enough time that maybe they're really not doing it.
If you don't ban the Cassidon, they first pick it, you end up getting Orianna for yourself, and you can lane bully it a little bit. But late game, it's very hard to deal with, so they're going to end up going with that. Question is, do they first pick the Orianna? Because there's so much targeted here at the mid lane.
I don't think you do, just because of how slow you got to play the mid picks last time, it can't be that big of a focus with one extra champion removed here. Maybe that is, like maybe there's actually just enough strain in the champ pool, but with things like Nidalee still available, like Yasuo, Twisted Fate, like all these.
You'd have
like,
to make a comp around it, yeah.
Yeah, but Jax was the one ban that wasn't grabbed there by Chantal Macbao that does go to JWoww, who helped carry the end game last time. I know Renekton fell out of favor, but that's a traditional counter pick to Jax. If that comes in for Vanez, he does play it. Like, this would be, in my opinion, a smart pick if you want to say, look, let's crush our lanes, let's push through, close the game in 30 minutes.
Exactly. And that might be the style that they go for here for Chantal Macbao. Had to see what they do in that 1 and 2 spot. But overall, they have a lot of options open here in terms of how to exploit the playstyle of Gamers 2. Previously, didn't go so well. They kind of played like a mid-game comp with Teamfight.
Yeah. They couldn't find team fights.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Couldn't do anything.
And that, a lot of that was actually, to be fair, on the point of Gamers 2, the static Shiv second by Yuki. He got ahead because of the kill in the lane that allowed him to grab BT Shiv early, but every time SMW tried to push, they were stopped by Jinx, and they couldn't find ways to split up and go to a second turret in time, quickly. But some of that was Gamers 2 stopping some of these mid-game pushes, but still, I agree, SMW just couldn't find the moves there. So Satan will go back to that Kha'Zix pick. This time Thresh will go to Saze. We'll see if that's some more playmaking they can kind of capitalize on, but it leaves a lot more good champions on the table.
They're going to go ahead and get themselves the same champion that Satan played. And look at that. Immediately, Morgana comes out against the Thresh.
We could see a mirror match at the bottom lane this time, where it's now Gamers 2 playing Morgana Lucian and potentially Thresh Jinx there for Chantal Macbao. Problem is, Jinx sucks a little bit against Jax. Like, you're really auto-attack reliant, and the guy dodges for a living. So that would be a risky pick here, depending on how much they can support him with. But we'll see what the grabs end up being. I mean, you could still go for Ori Shyvana and just try to go for these all-in dives and play it a bit better. But I want to see.
Yeah, another thing that's a little bit overlooked is that the amount of shots that you dodge during Counter-Strike actually increases the damage up to 100%. So you actually increase Jax's damage if you were trying to deal damage to him with auto attacks while he's using his Counter-Strike.
It's pretty scary overall. And I've heard some people call it a 2-second fear, actually, because you just run away from Jax for the 2 seconds, because you can't attack him.
That's true.
Might as well run away. It's a 2-second
dodge.
fear and a 1-second stun. It's a pretty strong ability. So Jinx does come through. It's actually Irelia for the top end of this one. Irelia versus Jax is a very interesting matchup. Basically, whoever hits a button first loses. If you turn on Heat 10 style before they hit Counter-Strike, you lose.
Yep.
If you turn on Counter-Strike before they hit Heat 10 style, you lose. So you have to play around that.
They kind of provoke each other.
Yeah.
So you basically sit there and hit nothing and hope that you have an advantage in items or something happened early game for you to the point you force them to make the first.
Basically, it's the battle of the passives. The W passive versus the Jax ulti passive. And whoever can get more out of it's going to do better. Nidalee does come through here for Ocelot. The team's actually pretty good on the back line. You got Morgana to keep him safe. Jax can counter-engage. Lee Sin can kick back. G2 very good at kiting back. A new comp for these guys, but with how safe they play, this makes more sense for their play style.
Yeah, Gamers 2, they can turtle it out and have Ocelot and JWoww just sit there chucking spears and then engage the fight with the Jax, who's extremely scary in the late game. Now they have two. They have the Lee Sin and the Lucian to bully the early game, keep themselves safe there.
Ooh.
Try to close it out that way.
This is going to be fun, though. Chantal Macbao going for an aggressive sort of play style. I like this a lot because I think it strikes to the heart of what Chantal Macbao needs to do. Cinder comes into the mid lane, which can bully run Nidalee, and I think Avenue won his lane last time. He can win it even harder with this matchup. And then you're like, you got hooks to catch, you got Cinder to catch, you can follow up with Jax, Irelia, and Jinx rockets. You got a lot of ways of picking up a kill and then going for it. Jinx is one of the best turret siegers in the game if you got a numbers lead, if she's safe, which you can be with a Thresh. Chantal Macbao's lineup could work very well this game.
Yeah, they traded bottom lanes. See who plays it better. Maybe they will end up on Gamers 2 having the 0 in the kills and assists instead of the deaths.
See.
But on the overall, though, very mixed compositions here for both of them. They have a late game presence.
True.
But they both have some early game too.
Yeah, both top laners can turn this game by themselves. If either top lane wins super hard, Irelia can take over, Jax can take over. I think Jax is more likely to take over in general, but that matchup can flip based on ganks. And in Game 1, we saw better gank presence from Satan, the jungler of Chantal Macbao. So my initial thought is that tips the favor in the way towards SMW because you can tip that matchup and win it outright because they're fighters. There's no fallback pattern, really. But I do have to see how well the bot lane goes. Right. We've flipped the matchup. We said before Lucian Morgana wins the 2v2. I agree as champions.
Yes.
And yet even still Yuki and Dude won with a disadvantaged matchup. Now they got the favored matchup. And I want to see, is that even more brutal here? I know you mentioned during the post-game of Game 1, what does SMW just lane swap? They just switch the lanes around, dodge the matchups, keep keep JWoww down in a, he's like farming by himself as a Jax. He's going to be kind of afraid, but he's not in a lane just yet. Like, there's definitely ways for Shanghai Macbeth to out-strategically play their opposition, play their comp out, and then siege and win.
Yeah, it's a little difficult, though, because Dragon is worth more gold right now
Mm-hmm.
than it was previously, so they'd be giving up a little more, so they had to get more out of the lane swap than they typically would.
Yeah.
So the thing here is that this matchup between these two teams is very volatile.
Yeah.
If there's a point of action that a jungler pays attention to, or if there's a solo lane kill, it's very hard to get tabs back on it because of the two teams here and their play styles.
Very true.
So once somebody gets a lead, that's about 3,000 gold, I would expect it to just keep getting bigger and bigger. Because nobody's super aggressive, nobody's making a lot of plays, they're just waiting for the team to outplay themselves.
The weird thing is, though, like with both these team comps actually promote you making a choice to do something active around 20 minutes into the game. For Gamers 2, it's start the siege either when Athene's comes in, or even Athene's Death Cap, or even Athene's like needlessly large rod. But you get some items on Ocelot, and the siege can start. Right? Yuki can deal good turret damage and whatnot. They should be all right. Satane, very happy about this game. I think it's hilarious. That's fine.
At least he's all laughs right now.
Yeah. But while Gamers 2 wants to siege around 20 minutes,
he doesn't even care about that word.
It's true. He's laughing at it. And now Gamers 2 thinks it's funny as well. But Shanghai Macbeth, like, they've got to actually do something. I think 25 minutes in, if they get a lead, press really hard, use your assassins, and dive in, because they don't have a tank until 45 minutes. So they've got to find these offhand jungle fights, these invades, these 3-on-3s,
Look at that.
and take advantages.
Lane swap here from Gamers 2.
Wow.
They're actually going to forfeit Dragon control in the early game.
First weapon ever.
I think they're looking for it. Because keep in mind, right?
They think it'll happen.
I think they do, because think about it, right? Shanghai Macbeth sought the matchup in Game 1. They saw the ward, still got spotted, and went for it.
Speaking of outplaying yourself.
Yep. This is definitely mind games won by Shanghai Macbeth.
Now, there could be the chance that Gamers 2 want the lane swap instead of trying to find it. But we'll have to see. The thing, though, is that they saw that Satane was starting on the left side of the jungle, so you would assume that that's where the AD carry is going to be.
Yeah, you typically start... This is actually the interesting thing as well, is there is a possibility that Shanghai Macbeth gets a 3-buff start here. If they play it right, the duo lane can get control of the bottom side red buff, bring Kha'Zix in, and steal red, and then get their own blue. Like, there's a lot of ways that Shanghai Macbeth, they didn't get punished at all for the level 1 setup, and could really get 3 buffs here if they play it right.
JWoww just leaves the lane, abandons it, and becomes an honorary jungler for a little bit. It's graced by Morden.
Yeah, right now, Saze should be at the red buff, putting a ward down. Like, there's no reason for Saze not to be in there, trinketing this red, and pulling Satane and Vanez down. Turns out that the greedy play by Shanghai Macbeth doesn't get punished, but they could have gotten more for it.
Yeah, and there's always the chance here that because you don't know where the top laner is, you don't know where the jungler is, you didn't ward up, they could go mid right now and blow a flash. They could get a gank, or most likely they can go bottom and try to defend the turret, but there's always that possibility, and you always have to be aware of those types of things. You want as much information as possible. Yeah. It's basically what it comes down to.
Well, we'll see. I mean, Morden and JWoww, honestly, a very strong gank duo. You've got a Jax and a Lee Sin, both of whom have big power spikes at level 2 here. Looks like right now they're not going to punish the Syndra just yet. Just wave clear so far for Avenue. He's actually equal in CS to Ocelot. Hasn't bullied him out just yet. Satane and Vanez going to make their way across the map. They do not get spotted by any wards. And right now, they're just kind of trying to live in the jungle. Trinket Ward will let them go for the Wraith camp here.
It's the mid gank here from Morden and JWoww. They're going to come around the immobile Syndra.
Ooh, Avenue is not in a good spot right here. This is super risky for Avenue. If he goes to the south, he can join his team for a 3-on-3. He needs to go that way right now. Nice knockback. The 2-man stun. Javelin will hit. Also brings him to half.
They aren't expecting this.
They could have waited longer. He could have baited that. He could have baited that by running right into the brush and maybe catching Ocelot. Not the case here. Shanghai Macbeth do keep their mid laner safe, but he lost some health.
Man, I only thought one team was going to go mid and try to gank it, but they both end up coming there. Look at that. Now you'll be relegated to farming the jungle again. This is actually going to cause a very slow game to happen because everybody's going to have extra gold, be a little more accelerated. Whoever the dragon goes over to, if they don't push that advantage, then shame on them. But look at that.
Oh, good damage though, nice. I like the coordination there. Hook into chompers in front, and then he flays them onto the chompers. They have practiced that combo before, and they played it perfectly.
They just had to play against it too.
Yeah, true.
Like that's a great combo. If you're gonna pair anybody with Jinx, it's Thresh, but up against Lucian Morgana, it's not that great.
Agreed completely. But we're going to see how they can play around that. Right now, 31-28 in minions. Gamers 2 pushing a little bit slower.
Vana's has an advantage here in terms of levels and CS over JWoww.
And this bot lane turret's going to take a lot of damage. Morden actually forced to defend right there. Good damage comes through Morden. He's level 4. Will they go for the Shanghai? Takes a turret shot. That is not good. Oh my god, Sage just did it. Sage just did as well. The health bars are low enough. Gamers 2 could win a 2-on-2 here.
Well, here's the thing, is that Satane isn't top with Vanez, so it's a 2-on-1. And he's farming his jungle. He's not doing anything on the map in terms of pressure.
Yeah, and there was a threat that he could counter as well, so no dive comes through. Bottom lane turret will drop right here. Chantal Macht Vow, they're going to deny as many minions as possible. They do take it out, and they're actually going to clear this wave. This is interesting to me because it's going to actually put the wave in a really bad spot where it's going to push in unless they push a lot harder.
Yeah, they didn't get the top turret just yet for Gamers 2. Sitting around, Vanez is going to help farm the jungle again. A lot of that CS that he's actually accumulated for himself are tiny little wraiths.
Yeah, true.
Tiny little wolves. And now no move for the dragon, actually, by either team.
Well, Satan's got to heal first, but right now, if these guys do recall, they could definitely go for a 5-man dragon and use that right as Gamers 2 goes for top lane turret. That's an absolute completely available play right here for SMW.
And it looks like they're actually just going to keep Yuki in the top lane by himself. Dude is coming bottom to stop this because Chantal Macht Vow, they're getting a little greedy here with this play.
Well, the thing is, so is Gamers 2 actually. Yuki's alone freezing the top lane to deny even more minions, which allows Chantal Macht Vow to play a 5-on-4 in the rest of the map. With the mid laners there, it's a 4-on-3. They could do more.
But Satane's doing nothing. He's farming his jungle.
Well, they're going to look for a tier 2 turret. Does not have the extra damage reduction bonus, so some damage will come through here. This is a 2-on-3. There's the ping finally onto Dragon. Mid laner got pushed out. Also, it's under his turret right here, so Avenue in a decent spot for this one, and now they can make the move.
All right, Vanez is coming down for the Dragon as well. And now Yuki has no possible way of getting to this fight in time.
Wow, just the fact that the ward came down scares the team away, though, despite the 4-on-5.
That's crazy. They know it's a 4-on-5 too. They're just very scared of it, not very bold.
Also, it's got no mana. Like, he can't throw more than like 2 javelins.
Yeah. Avenue taking it to him once again. Was able to back and get himself an item. Oh, there's
Javelin
the
hits, he flashes. Dude, not going to land the Q in this one. And Ocelot, despite being the one pushed under his turret, 9 minions up on Ocelot right here. So, gotta say, that mid lane matchup working very, very well for the Nidalee player. And it's, you know, it's a 700 gold lead right now for Chantal Macht Vow, but that's only because of the turret kill. Otherwise, the game is neck and neck.
Yeah, and they had a back for Avenue early, where he gave up a lot of CS. And he's going to catch up now, but he got the early Chalice, and now the back from Ocelot gets in the Chalice and the Doran's Ring and boots. So definite item advantage here. And actually, Avenue's going to get his own back. Timing it pretty well. Oh,
the recall stopped by Dude. And, I thought they're going to freeze the lane. They're not. Ocelot's going to actually push as fast as he can with this one happening. Blue buff coming up in a second. They could have frozen that wave just for a short time and denied the full next wave away from Avenue, but, you know, it still might work out quite nicely if he does get the shove going in.
Yuki, best top laner in the Challenger Series.
There you go. 69 minions. He's #1 in the game right here. Vanez is waiting around on the wings, but it's level 5 versus level 6. Attempt 2. Nope.
Nope. Go for 3.
Yay!
Third time's the charm. By that time, he could have walked around. But still.
But it looks more stylish this way.
Yeah.
I gotta say, it's very thematic that Ocelot is playing Nidalee, being that they're both cats.
Yeah, I can see the connection. Ocelot form for him.
Yep.
Oh.
Ocelot Nidalee. Right, please.
JWoww.
All right, good play there. JWoww jumps back to the minions. He's going to be safe. Level 6 on this Jax. We still have not seen him in a duel against anyone just yet. 40 minions on him, though, is a decent clip. He's actually now ahead of Vanez in this one, who still is not level 6 on Aurelia. So Gamers 2 is starting to get a lot better out of these matchups. Top lane turret still has not fallen. Chantal, though, gets rooted up. This could be dangerous for him. Where's the lander coming in? He does not quite have one. There's going to be a big burst of damage. First blood goes over to JWoww's Jax as well. That's a good head start.
It's a good first blood there. Camping in the bush, waiting for him to ward it, knowing that he wanted that vision. And they end up getting some turret damage for it too. They didn't actually get the top tier 1 turret at all.
And yeah, Yuki just did not try for it whatsoever. They'll get it at some other point down the line, but it's 100 gold everyone else is missing. Bot lane outer will drop for this one, so Gamers 2 making the move, and here we go. They're going to deny some of this. Man, they're really playing the denial game.
Yeah. It's kind of reminiscent of All-Stars.
Yeah.
When you get fast pushed, you're just like, no, we'll just farm. It's fine. Go ahead and counter it.
It definitely shows their style. They're happy to take all the time they want with these advantages to deny as many players as possible. Turret does go down. Jinx Rocket comes out, will spot this dragon. JWoww's recall will stop, but Gamers 2 get the dragon for themselves. Nice binding's going to stop the Jinx there as well. That will give some more time for Vanas to push the top lane. And actually, they might just catch something here. Yuki forced to flash away in that one, so a couple of summoners lost.
Catches a flash for his troubles. Now, I gotta say, Satane, his early game presence was non-existent.
It's the 2-on-1 lanes. There's not much.
The 2-on-1 lanes, the jungler, Morden, was in a lane.
True.
And Satane didn't do anything. He farmed his Wraiths. He farmed his White. His CS is only 5 above Morden's. His level, he's up a little bit, but at the same time, he didn't help his top laner keep off the siege. He didn't come bottom and push it even harder. He didn't go for Dragon until it was too late, and Morden had already done his job of babysitting JWoww.
Yeah, I think you're right about that
There
one.
was a lot of places to just exploit, and he didn't do it.
Speaking of exploitation, Gamers 2 showing up in the mid lane with their AD carry. Good damage to this turret right here. Satane shows up and takes skill shots. He's going to be going down. Wow, not the place he wanted to be. Nice capitalization by Gamers 2.
Satane in the wrong spot, gets caught by a binding. Now they're going to get this turret off of it. Gamers 2, they might not have to play that really long game anymore.
Well, they're equipped to close the game out, though. Again, they're not facing against Nidalee. They're not facing against this wave clear Lucian. Until Static Shift comes out, Jinx doesn't really have great clear. So there's a lot of chances here. Gamers 2 now making their way up to the top lane as well.
Here.
They're trying for it. Mord's going to have some decent damage there. Lands the slow. Is going to kick Vanas back in, but it's going to make JWoww miss the stun. However, this turret's going to be going down. Going to get rid of that one real quick, and now Vanas has nowhere to go. Still running through the brush. They make the play.
Oh!
Yeah, oh, jumps the minion to the lantern. Not quite going to be there in time. Ocelot lands the javelin, and down he goes. Now the Morgana ult is going to land this on this one as well. They will land the stun onto Sage. He did not need to flash. He was definitely going down anyway. Box comes out, and down goes another kill. Gamers 2, 4-0.
Yeah, and now they have a 4,000 gold lead. They got the first dragon. They got a lot of kills from some. They have all of the outer turrets, and they're Nidalee, though. They can siege this up so easily.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome for these guys, and they're going to keep trying on this one with just the Chalice and Double Thorns Ring. They're going early on this one. Bloodthirst from the AD carry is all they needed to do. That was a nice binding. Avenue losing half his health. Of course, Black Shield keeps the Morgana safe. Avenue forced to flash away from JWoww. Flash Q would have been the death of him here, so top lane tier 2. They're taking plenty of damage. A new minion wave shows up to reinforce, and this damage still continuing. Gonna be 4 champion kills plus 4 turret kills. Even Yuki's able to defend the mid lane. So just so much gained for Gamers 2.
Chantal Max WoW look completely disorganized right now.
And Gamers 2 look completely different from last game.
Yes, they do.
They
got
so
that
many advantages.
early advantage, and I think they felt out their opponent of Chantal Max WoW, and they know how to play against it. Play against their style. There's a lot of things in SMW's play that you can just be like, oh, they didn't punish us for that, so we can make mistakes.
Worked so beautifully now for Gamers 2.
But they haven't made any.
Yeah, they really haven't. You're right. They're playing pretty much perfectly here in this one. About a 5,000 gold lead now for Gamers 2. 13 minutes in. Quite a substantial lead on this one. Satane just doing what he can to stay up in his jungle. He is actually a level up on Morden, but that doesn't really mean too much when your team's up this much gold.
Because he was farming so much and not sitting in the lanes alongside his top lane or bottom lane. So Morden had to split a lot of EXP.
Yeah. And Morden now has the Sight Stone to continue to wrest ward control over the map. You can see a ton of blue wards at the top side of the map. Although they're not going to use the top lane very much anymore, it's more going to be mid and bot for the extra 2 turret kills. We're going to see how much more they can push forward.
Satane just bought a red pot, a fort pot for himself. He knows he's behind it, and he's going to try to make a play. It's something he should have been doing a long time ago.
True. Well, they're going to do what they can to right all these wrongs. Dude. Trying to get ward control. You can see now this blue buff pretty well owned by G2. Pink ward in the brush, going to keep Avenue a little bit safe, though he still takes the binding. Satane looks for the play to make, though. He sees that the blue buff is up, and here comes Yuki, though, to turn this one back around. Satane not in the right spot. He went a little bit too aggressive for that one, made the play, and that play was him dying. Blue buff goes over to Yuki on this one, and now they can go to the bottom lane.
Just great capitalization here by Gamers 2. Yeah, it's definitely not going to be as long a game as it was previously. They've corrected some of their mistakes, and they are punishing all the ones that SMW made. Don't look as nervous.
You're right, they don't at all. They look completely on form. They're taking all the advantages, setting up the wards and going for the buff right away, and no one's been there to stop them. So here we go. Mid lane could be the next target very easily. 15 minutes in. 6,000 gold lead. Vana's trying to hold on to this top lane. Doesn't even have half of the Trinity Force right now, whereas Ruin King is already done for JWoww. So that power spike's already done. Athene's Sork Shoes is already there for Ocelot. Bloodthirster, EUCS hasn't bought since they were sieging the top lane. He's got probably 1,200 gold in the inventory at the very least in this point.
Oh, yeah.
At least there. Sage walks over a trap. JWoww's got to be a bit careful. Nice flay to knock him back. Good stun there as well. Good burst comes through. They do drop down JWoww. Nicely done right there by Avin and the rest of the team. Shantan Makval, can they defend the 5v4?
It's a strange moment of hesitation there for JWoww. Still had his flash, didn't have vision of the bush, but ended up doing nothing. Just getting hooked, allowing himself to be taken out. And now we have to see what Shantan Makval does with that, because there's 20 seconds, 25 seconds until the dragon is up. They're going to clear this bottom wave, get it for themselves, and start that one pushing, so there's something that has to be dealt with by Gamers 2. But both teams last game looked like they were playing to not lose.
Yeah.
This game, Gamers 2 looks like they're playing to win.
They really do. And they're doing a very good job of that one. I mean, one catch, not the end of the world for this one.
And I think it's really Morden and Dude who have stepped up in this one. Dude is making a lot of catches for his team, and Morden is playing very aggressive now.
Yeah.
Been involved in 80% of the kills, going in, and Ocelot, he can play as safe as he wants to. He doesn't have to make an aggressive play. He just pokes, and he's fine. The rest of his team will do it for him.
Well, he's been landing the javelins. Gamers 2 are kind of ground, but Dragon's going to be started out by Shantan Makval. Good damage on Evan to start this one out. Dragon very low in health. The Q comes out. Vana's got to be careful. The play is going to miss, and down goes the kill. It's Dragon for 1 kill. Shantao's in a bad spot. Flashes over. JWoww's going to chase him down. It's going to be 2 for 0 so far. 3 for 0 as the kills keep on coming in. Say's going to drop as well. Make that one 4, and now it's going to be everybody falling over. The double kill for Ocelot and the ace for Gamers 2.
Well, looked like it was the test for Shantan Makval, and they got aced.
Yes.
In response to Gamers 2, they're going to go straight for this Baron now.
All right, wow, 16.5-minute Baron. They're not, I mean, the respawn times are so short, sure, they're going to go for this one instead.
He comes straight in, he ends up kicking Satane and kills top laner at the same time Vanis goes down. They just split them off again. SMW, every time they get in a dragon fight, they kind of scatter. It's like every man for himself.
Uh-oh, Moore's got to be careful.
Oh.
Heal by Ocelot saved his life. They're taking so much damage here. Summoner Heal burned as well. Vana's not going to be there in time, though. Scumbag JWoww didn't even help his team for that one, but they do get the Baron Nashor picked up at 17 minutes. So 9,000 gold. Gamers 2 very, very far ahead.
Yeah, Vanez 40 CS behind JWoww. JWoww was winning the laning phase previously as Aurelia versus Shyvana in the last game. And man, JWoww as a top laner, he loves those scaling champions, but he plays the early game well. So he gets them.
Yeah, he does. He's been doing great in lane, great in the early to mid game fights as well. Every single time, gotta say I'm impressed with him. Mid lane turret will go down. Shantan Makval capitalize on the recalls of Gamers 2 and get something back. But they've got a long way to go if they're to win this game and stay alive in this series. Gamers 2, they've got Baron buff. They've been playing aggressively all game. How good will the siege be?
Do the laundry, wash dishes, and pay some bills.
Jinx is no fun. No fun at all.
Right?
Yeah, it's Fishbones doing that. So the thing here is this deathless bottom lane. If Shantan Makval walk away with anything, at least kill the bottom lane.
Yep.
One time.
One time.
Kill Yuki or kill Dude.
Just any of them.
That's all. That's all you need to do. Gamers 2 will forfeit.
No, unlikely.
They won't.
They will be a little bit sad.
Yeah.
That they'll miss their 4 deathless
My
games in a row.
KDAs! My KDAs!
Actually, KDA wouldn't even get dropped with one
That's
death.
true. That's true.
They could each die once.
Yeah, because
They would each have the same KDA.
But their combined bottom lane KDA would
Then it would go down. Oh, poor
Cut in
guy.
half.
So what? Can't do it.
See if they have it in them.
I don't think I've ever seen 100 KDA before. And they're on track for it.
Yeah, that's true. It's very true.
That'd be an impressive number.
They would end up playing in the next round the winners of the previous one, NIP.
Yeah.
Who have Freeze and Mithy.
Good luck with that one.
Yeah.
They're pretty strong lane.
Former Worlds players.
Pretty strong.
Ocelot, former World player.
Freeze didn't go to Worlds.
That's true. That's true. Former LCS. Yeah.
Oh, Avenue gets knocked back in. The stun comes in for JWoww. That's going to be a nice kill picked up. Well played there by Morden. for the flash kick on this. Stomper's come out. Also actually eats them there. Big damage comes through. He's got to be careful. There's the shutdown picked up. But Yuki's been pushing the mid lane there. That's going to be a turret killed. 1-for-1 in the fight overall.
And they end up getting that middle tier 2 turret. And now they can go ahead and roam around. And they're going to collapse on Vanez here.
Vanez bit off a little bit more than he could choose. Going to flash back into the game. But a great Dark Binding's going to kill pick one up. Morden gets the kill credit. JWoww hooked now inside the base. But it's still a 4 versus 3. They're actually going to go for this one. Yuki putting some good damage down. Dude helping as well. Lands the bind on a Shantou. They're not going to go for this one though. JWoww first one away from that one despite the bind on the AD carry.
The bind was so good. It was a flash there by Vanez to the other side of Dude, and he reacted instantaneously with the binding.
Yeah, I wonder if he was like aiming for Sage and got it anyway. But
yeah,
either way,
or aiming for the lantern. Anybody who takes this,
gonna get binded. Worked out really well, I gotta say. That's all I care about. So, Trinity Force now done for Vanez. It's a bit of a power spike. Brutalizer for Satan. He is trying to contribute damage to these fights, but 0-3-1, he is very, very far behind. The makings of a death cap for Avenue can maybe turn this fight around if there's no defense, but you've got that item pretty much done now for Ocelot, so he's in a good spot. 2.5 items for Yuki on AD carry, like, that was cool.
Yeah.
Oh, he missed one.
It's still one of the most fun ways to kill a wave.
Yeah, it is.
It's just so great. It feels awesome when you pull it off. You're like, oh, I'm really ahead. Oh, nope, I'm not. I just have Trinity Force.
And just kill minions really well.
Yep.
Gotta say though,
Satan trying to flank from the side here.
He's looking for the play, but all of Gamers 2 is around.
Jumps up, let's
do
do
this.
this.
Ping, they know.
Satan!
He dodges the E, gets the lantern. All right. But just think about how much Gamers 2 has done before the Shiv got done for Shantou. Like how well they were able to stop any of this defense, keep the siege going, and just keep finding the picks. It's really impressively done.
Yep. The split push coming out here with the teleport from JWoww. There's no way that Vanez could actually fight him because his flash is down, so he has no escape. Especially since he's Aurelia, you have to play some nice little jukes around the minion wave.
Oh man.
That's what he gets for laughing.
Right.
Spear right in his gullet.
Aw, poor
Javelin.
guy. Wow, Vanez losing a lot of health as well. It's a lot of damage coming out from Ocelot, 21.5 minutes in. No one's even started to buy defensive items yet. Like, that's how far ahead he is. He's just...
That's 21 minutes.
It's completely above the curve, yeah. JWoww going through the play on a Shantou. Good damage coming through. Flame Charmers are there. Good flash keeps him a bit safer. Does dodge the Javelin on the way out, but Gamers 2 barely take damage.
Very, very close Javelin there. That's what Ocelot's just going to continue to do. He almost has the death cap completed, but they've already got themselves in a position where they're so far ahead. They basically have 125% of the gold, the enemy team. 130%-ish.
Yeah, they're up a third, basically. They're up 10K against a 30,000 gold team, so
yeah,
rather large lead for these guys. Evolved Wings comes out for Satan, so we'll get the resets off the kills so the team can find any.
The level 11 siege.
Yeah, well, it's onto the inhibitor. Mid lane turret, there we go. It's going to be down below 1/3. Ocelot staying for this one. Good damage comes through. He's got to heal himself pretty soon. Top lane also sieged up JWoww and Morden, pulling Vanez around this one. Burns his ulti for that one. Javelin hits onto Sazed. And here we go, attempt number 4. This could be the turret going down. There should be some good damage coming through. Nice bit of wave clear there by Avenue, but the binding's going to hit. Good damage, the Javelin. Shantou tanks it for the teammate, actually. There comes the Lucian Q. Good damage going through still. And there's the push on in. Sazed takes another one, and these health bars are just going lower and lower and lower. They finally going for this one. That's going to be the inhibitor turret going down, and onto the inhib they go. 23 minutes in, looking great for Gamers 2.
3 below half there. Really living up to the name of what a siege comp is. No kills, but they end up just picking them low enough so they have to give up the objective.
And think about the timing here, speaking of objectives for Gamers 2. Dragon's up, Baron's in about 45 seconds. They can take Dragon, recall, heal up, buy some items, and then be at Baron in time by the time Super Minis are pushing down the mid lane.
Morden, he's got a different objective in his sight.
Escape?
Straight over. But he gets a ward on the Baron.
Yeah!
Worth it.
There we go, there's the recalls. 30 seconds till Baron, the heals, the items coming through. Gamers 2 now going to be fighting at full power. Death Cap is done for Ocelot, the Shiv, and now the Last Whisper is in there for Yuki. And now you've got 2 pieces of Trinity Force as well for JWoww. So this team is scary strong.
Satan clears out the ward. That not worth anymore.
Nope.
Got out of there.
Give away 30 gold for that. Scumbag Morden.
That's how they're going to get back in the game, clearing the ward.
Hey, it's something.
No, but the way they would get back into this game is if they end up somehow stealing the Baron and getting a good fight off of it. but it'd be very hard because I don't know if they'd actually start the Baron up if Chantal Mactuao is nearby. Instead, they would just poke them down until they can do it.
Yeah, well, they've got super minions as well to pull attention in the mid lane. This early on in the game, it takes a pretty good amount of effort for champions in general to fight off super minions.
Super minions are stronger than a champion in one-on-one.
I feel like
at this point.
Yeah, well, I think Lifesteal would maybe make Chantal win the 1v1 against a minion like heads up, but yeah, not exactly ideal. You see, just so that was 3 of his health there. That's a death cap.
That minion pretty strong.
Pretty sure. Yep. Oh god! Wow. Good thing he lifestealed there. That guy was about to die.
Wow.
And out he goes. Yeah. So Chantal forced to run away. Yuki's going to push the bottom lane. This is good. Gamers 2 are split pushing the lanes to get them all pushing. So it's very easy for the team to move back and forth between the lanes that are important or simply turn on to Baron. You can see a lot of wards are down around the Baron pit. Satane's still waiting in the wings in the Fog of War. He's been trying for a while. Ward's going to spot him out there. Ward goes down. He knows about this. Q's going to land. Good damage comes through. Nice slow as well. Satane jumps the wall, but Morden's not done for this one. Wow, he landed the Q. Not going to go for it. They could just take Baron control right now. Looks like that will be the goal for this one. They've got to be careful not to get outspited by Satane, but that should be possible. There comes the attempt.
So they got him to half HP, and he blew his ultimate, and they saw that. So now, he's got a couple charges left. Nope, that's it. That was it.
All right, Roccat force. There's the wards coming down. The bind's going to hit Satane. They're going to execute him and take him down real quick before they come back into this one. Ward's going to ward hop back over. That will guarantee them now the Baron. I don't see a way for Chantal Mactuao to steal this one, so it's going to be Baron number 2, 25 minutes, 50 seconds into the game, and they can now go for siege attempt number 2.
Jude and Morden have been coming up big this game. The catches that they're able to create, and now go for the flash.
Ooh, the stun's going to land the Q as well. Kill picked up. That's 2 dead. And Gamers 2 can keep pushing, and they've still got super minions in the mid lane to make this push happen. Vanez has the teleport, but he's got to recall him back and defend with his team of 5 versus 4, and the base is about to be dying.
They're trying to defend it. Morden taking some turret shots there. Once again, the siege is up. The Nidalee so scary with the damage he has accumulated.
Well, there goes the engage, though. JWow's going to look for it. Saves gets stunned up, but now onto the inhibitor they go. The turret's already gone. Low health on Satane still. It's a 5v5 only now as the respawn's coming through, but it's 2 inhibitors dead. Mid lane respawning about now. They're going to make sure they clear away the minions on this one and see if they're going to get anything else off of this one, but they right now ping at the bottom lane. This team taking their time to close the game out, not wanting to 5v5 under turrets.
They want to just pick them apart. Oop.
He was going to land. They knew the inhib was coming back up, so they waited for that one instead. Top lane is going to start spawning supers very, very soon. Again, 5-on-5 should be safe for Gamers 2. They don't need to back off. Good Black Shield keeps Yuki safe. Ocelot can heal back up anyway. More spam coming through. Good damage goes through. Look at that one. Low health bars now on the mid laners. They're going to move in half HP now on the inhibitor. Who's going to be dodged. And that's going to be inhib number 2.
Satane taking a lot of damage there. If one of those had crit.
Yeah, that's true. One in crit, there's a good chance he goes down. Not the case just yet, though. And again, the minions still dying off. They've got JWow now finally split pushing in the bottom lane to set this lane up for the team. Gamers 2 just have to wait until this wave reaches. They can close the game out.
Haven't been a lot of teleports this game.
No.
At all.
I haven't seen any.
Yeah.
Maybe back to lane, but that's it.
Back to lane is pretty much it. People teleporting into the fights wasn't really happening for the most part. So it's just been split pushing by Gamers 2.
Finding on Vanez. Good damage comes through. That Q might have gotten the execute there if Leafton wanted to go, but here comes the first siege. 20 seconds on the next wave. Border gets hooked. They don't care about that, though. Top lane, big wave. Out. Gets kicked back in. He's going to be going down. Nice play by Morden. Set that one up, and now the inhibitor going to be under fire. They will be doing some good damage, but Satane is around. They've got to be a little bit careful. Looks like they're going to have enough. JWow also forcing him away. Yuki not quite finding the kill, but down goes the actual Kha'Zix finally does go down. Avenue already dead. Third inhibitor going to fall as well. JWow gets hooked in, gets Black Shield. He goes in for the fight anyway. The CC on Says. There's the third kill despite Chantal going to get jumped back onto the fountain. Vanez losing health as well. This is going to be the Nexus turrets going down. It's going to be the 2-0. Just under 30 minutes, and Gamers 2 going to make their way into the semifinals.
Previously, it was off the back of Ocelot. Now, it's off the back of Morden and Jude, who played with confidence this game.
Yes.
From start to finish. Still deathless bottom lane here for Gamers 2. They're going to be going up against Freeze and Mithy and IP in a couple weeks.
and they added 20 to their KDA that game. 9 for the AD carry, 11 for the support overall. And they came into that game with, what, 81? I believe the KDA.
Very close.
So I think that actually let us crest 100 KDA for the bottom lane so far in the Challenger Series, still deathless. Because game 1 was like a good 40 or something. It was a good number of kills in this.
They came in with 51 combined between them. Yeah,
and then
you're
about
right.
30-ish
You're right.
from game 1 in this series.
You're right. So
I'm pretty certain at the very least, I think at some point during their first semifinal game they can get that score at the very least. But
unless they just die twice straight off.
Level 1, 2 deaths, and they ruin the dream. At 99, watch it happen, and then wrong in the map.
Might actually be above 100 already.
I think it is. I think it is. So obviously phenomenal play there. Gamers 2 looked a lot sharper that game. I liked the Siege comp. They played it really well. The picks they made, Morden made a whole bunch of good moves. As you said, Dude as well made a bunch of good moves. And then it's 50 minutes, they're top lane, turret, mid lane, turret, bottom lane, turret. Just blasted the game open. 16-minute Baron as well. Great decision making to say, we can take this, we can take that, we can take that.
Well, they knew what they could take. They had felt out Shantan McDowell for so long in the first game. 52 minutes. This one, almost half that at 29.
Yeah.
Fixed a lot of their problems. Morden showed up. Dude is just informed they have a 96 KDA instead of 100. They're very close. They're very close.
The pressure's on.
100 KDA, the dream for the bot lane.
100 KDA, the dream. I gotta say, that'd be a good one. But sorry, continue to the point though.
My point was that Morden and Dude played with confidence this game, and they carried it. If they could enter all the games like that in the future, they can set up and be facilitators for their team.
Yeah, and Morden consistently. I went and looked at the team on the rank 5s ladder, all their games so far. He is tunneling on Lee Sin really hard. He wants to make those individual plays. You saw so many kickbacks and priority targets. He got Avenue killed in that late game siege. He's gotten a lot of picks for his teams overall. Now the thing is, that's not available if you force Lee Sin's flashes out by making aggressive moves.
Yeah.
Right? You deny a lot of these opportunities for Morden to make these plays if you can actually exert some pressure there. Morden didn't counter jungle crazy heavily. He just looked for gank opportunities.
He did in the first game. In the first game, completely different.
When they were spotted, though, right? He's doing reactive counter jungling where he's okay, you were bot lane, but I didn't counter gank that, so I'll take away Wraiths. I want to know how much Gamers 2 can be proactive, right? Can take advantages for themselves and say, based on just what we sort of know about your playstyle, based on where we think you are, we can go for this. Almost everything they're doing is still kind of a reaction to what their opponents give them.
I'm a little excited and a little worried for Morden. He's going to be up against Ko.
Yeah.
Who plays Lee Sin just like him, but not just like him.
Yeah.
Plays
Arguably better.
Completely different. Plays it extremely aggressive.
Hyper aggro.
Hyper aggression in that. And these two teams, I believe they've played each other back.
Spring 2, I believe.
Spring 2?
Spring 2 quarterfinals.
Yeah. It was very, very, very...
it was 2-1 NIP, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. But now that NIP has changed their style to be hyper aggressive in the early game, can this late game team do something about that?
I wonder. I want to see how these guys match up. It'll be a fun battle when these guys meet. Well, tonight's quarterfinal matchup is in the books, so here's what the updated Challenger bracket looks like. With their win, Gamers 2 is advancing to the semifinals, where they will face the Ninjas in pajamas.
And next week, we'll find out who ends up in the other semifinal match up against Denial Esports when Denial Esports goes up against Loveland Shore on Thursday, June 5th. Then, on Friday, June 6th, the former Cloud9 Eclipse returns to Challenger as H2K Gaming, and they will take on SK Gaming Prime.
It's going to be a fun matchup. All these games throughout the week is going to be good. These teams are getting better and better overall. But before then, there's more LCS action on the way. Tomorrow, the North American LCS kicks off Summer Split Week 2. It all starts at 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time, 12 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. It's going to start with Counter Logic Gaming taking on Team Solo Mid. Then Complexity goes up against Evil Geniuses.
Then LMQ battles Team Dignitas, followed by Cloud9 against Curse.
And the North American Challenger Summer 1 quarterfinals gets underway when XDG takes on Frank Fang Gaming in a best-of-3 matchup. For the complete schedule of games, head on over to lolesports.com. Now with that, we've reached the end of our time together tonight, but before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, Zyrene, and the entire wonderful live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, good night, and GG. That one real quick, and now Vanas has nowhere to go. Still running through the brush. They make the play.
Oh!
Yeah, oh, jumps the minion to the lantern. Not quite going to be there in time. It's Dragon for 1 kill. Shantao's in a bad spot. Flashes over. JWoww's going to chase him down. Going to be 2 for 0 so far. 3 for 0. So kills keep on coming in. Sazed going to drop as well. Make that one 4. And now it's going to be everybody falling over.
Former LCS. Yeah.
Oh, Avenue gets knocked back in. The stun comes in for JWoww. That's going to be a nice kill picked up. Well played there by Morden.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got on the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp. Man, I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Right, come on. Right, come on. Right, come on. I look good, right.